Right, good morning everybody. Nice to see that this continuing interest in the hearing sessions of the examination of the Horsham District Planning Framework DPD. This is day 8 of those sessions. As most of you know, my name's Jeff Salter. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold the examination and to make a binding report to the Council. Today our Programme Officer assisting is Chris Banks. I think he was at the bow. There he is. If you've got any questions about procedure or documentation, please raise them with him in the first instance. I've had some new documents. I'll go into those when I finish my opening announcements. In a minute, I'm going to take appearances and give a brief explanation of the proceedings today before we go into a discussion of the issues which have been set out on the agenda that was circulated. I apologise, that only went out yesterday evening, but there shouldn't be any real surprises on that. It follows pretty much the format that I've been taking with all the other sites, the alternative sites. But before I do that, I'd like the Council, please, to give the usual safety announcement.
Thank you, sir. There are no planned fire drills today, so if the fire alarm rings continuously, please leave the building via the nearest available exit, which is either down the stairs, which you probably came up, or down the stairs behind the wooden dais. Do not use the lifts. Please follow any staff instructions. If you have any mobility issues, please alert staff. Go to the nearest refuge point, which is situated at the lifts at the front of the building. Staff will then advise the incident manager and fire brigade. You will then be assisted out of the building. Once the all clear has been given by the fire brigade, staff and visitors will be allowed back into the building. If you should become ill, please alert a member of staff. Toilet facilities are at the front of the building by the lifts on the 3rd and 2nd floor, and refreshments are available to purchase from the Capitol Theatre next door or the cafe in the park at lunchtimes. And please ensure that mobile phones are switched off.
Thank you. There's one other thing I need to make before I do appearances. These proceedings have been recorded, so does anyone who's likely to participate have any objection to being recorded? That's a public document, there's no transcript. I've got a comment to make about a document I've received with regard to the recording later on. I'll come back to that in a minute. I also understand that the TV might appear at 11 o'clock, which is not most convenient. We're not going to let them in to disrupt proceedings at 11 o'clock, but if we take a short break after that, then I might allow them to start filming something. All I was told was that they're coming. I don't know why they haven't come for 10 o'clock for the opening as normal, but if they do come, does anyone object to appearing on television of the participants? If you do, you can opt out of that and I can tell them that you don't wish to be recorded. Okay, fine. Thank you. Right, can we just take appearances, please? And I'll start on my left with the Council, please.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. My name is Christopher Katkowski, Queen's Counsel, and I'm here for the Horsham District Council.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Childs. I'm Head of Strategic Planning and Sustainability at Horsham District Council.
Good morning. I'm Claire Tester. I'm the Head of Economic Promotion and Planning at Mid Sussex District Council.
Good morning. I'm Alice Henstock, Senior Planning Officer at Mid Sussex District Council.
Good morning, I'm Catherine Howe. I'm the Principal Planning Officer at Horsham District Council.
Good morning, I'm Caroline West, Principal Planning Officer at West Sussex County Council.
Good morning, sir. I'm Richard Turney. I'm here for Lambs.
Good morning, sir. Just to correct, Lambs are effectively supporters of the Council on this particular topic.
Well, in support of the policy, objecting to part of the supporting text. You'll recall, sir, from our objection, we're opposed to the inclusion of reference to a new market town.
Yes, okay. Well, I can almost take that as read, but the rest of your documentation has basically been in support of the council's case. Just to be clear, that the new market town is not part of the plan as it stands.
That's understood.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. I'm Nick Herbert. I'm the Member of Parliament for Arundel and South Downs.
Good morning, sir. I'm Nicholas Soames. I'm the Member of Parliament for Mid-Sussex.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. I'm Roger Smith for CPRE Sussex.
Morning, sir. Michael Grattan, Albourne Parish Council.
Good morning. Nikki Ernest, also from Albourne Parish Council. I also chair a group called the Inter-Parish Group, which is made up of 9 parish councils, 5 from Horsham and 4 from Mid-Sussex.
Thank you.
Annie Hurst, Twynham Parish Council, Chairman.
Good morning, sir. Charles Worsley, Twynham Parish Council.
Good morning. George Sallows from Rusper Parish Council.
Right. So, up to Mr. Sallows, I think you're all supporters of the plan. Is that correct? With regard to this topic? Yes? Just anyone disputing that? Mr. Smith?
Sir, our position has been to criticise aspects of the plan, including, you may recall, North Horsham on various grounds, and also Southwater and Billingshurst as well. So I would say that we are critics of the plan, sir.
Yes, but you're supporters of the council in that the Mayfield Market Town shouldn't be included, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Right, okay, thank you. That's just got that clear. Now, Rusper Parish Council actually aren't supporters of the plan. They think the plan is wrong in that they think possibly there should be a Mayfield Market Town, correct?
We think there should be a market town.
Microphone.
We think there should be a market town, not necessarily Mayfield Market Town, but we're in opposition to the fact that a market town has not been included.
Yes, okay, well, I think that's a legitimate locus there. And the same for the Horsham Society, who are represented by?
Yes, correct. David Moore, Horsham Society. You're correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, sir. My name's Tom Darwell-Smith from Maddox Associates, representing Mr. and Mrs. Fisher.
I thought aren't you along this afternoon? Are you programmed for this afternoon?
We are, but we are also down for Matter 16.
Are you? So are you objecting to the plan that the market town should be included in it? What's your position with regard to Mayfields?
Sorry, sir. Yes, we're not supportive of the Mayfield allocation.
You're not?
No.
Okay, so you're supporters of the council in this. I think we'll be hearing more from you this afternoon, I'm sure, but anyway. Okay, finally. And who's appearing for... it's Mr. Verster. You're in the same position, I think, aren't you?
That's correct, sir. We'll be more about this afternoon with North Horsham.
Yeah, okay, right. And who's appearing for Mayfields, please?
So John Rhodes from Quad. I'm a planning advisor for Mayfields. You can see colleagues around me who are more expert in some of the detailed issues that may arise. Perhaps they can introduce themselves now or later on.
Now, please, I think. And if there's anyone new who comes to a team, obviously, please introduce yourselves before your first contribution.
Lee Shostak, Mayfields. Morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Shostak. Yeah.
Kevin Kay from WSP, assisting Mayfields on transport matters.
Jonathan Cage of Great Consulting Engineers, assisting Mayfields on water, sewage treatment and flood.
Right, was it Gage?
Cage, C-A-G-E.
Right, thank you very much, everyone. As I said, there are some new people here, so please bear with me. I'm going to just go through my fairly full, normal opening announcements. As you all know, there was no pre-hearing meeting for this examination, but we did send out a comprehensive note explaining the procedures to be followed and the purpose of the hearings. Now, in summary, my role here is to assess the soundness of the Horsham District Planning Framework against the tests set out in the National Planning Policy Framework, which I shall call the NPPF. And those are that it should be positively prepared, justified, effective and consistent with national policy. The examination hearings don't really bear any resemblance to a planning appeal, nor are they like an inquiry into objections to the previous local plan system. As I said, the purpose of each hearing is to test the soundness of various parts of the framework, the Horsham framework, not to make minor improvements. So the agenda focuses on issues that I wish to hear more about, having read all the representations and responses. Where the parties have clearly stated their respective positions and I've got sufficient information, there may be no specific item on the agenda. Those making representations have a right to be heard, so I've got a catch-all point of any other points at the end, but I'm clearly keen. We've got a lot to discuss today, so I'd like to eliminate repetition, please, and you don't need to restate things. And as I've asked about supporters, supporters aren't normally heard unless they're called by the council in support of its case against the objection. In line with national policy, my starting point for the examination is the assumption that they've submitted what they consider to be a sound plan. Those seeking changes must demonstrate why it's unsound by reference to the tests set out in the National Planning Policy Framework, the NPPF, and the precise wording that's required in order to make it sound. Most changes will be limited to clarification or dealing with factual updating or correction. Where more significant changes are made or proposed, as in this case, I need to ensure the rights of third parties are not prejudiced by recommendations on matters which would take them by surprise. So, and that might mean that a major change would be called a main modification. That would have to be advertised, subject to public participation and consultation for 6 weeks. It might also need to be covered by a revised sustainability assessment. Finally, just on procedures, obviously I'll try and direct the discussion in accordance with the agenda on the points that we've raised, but it's a discussion. If you wish to speak, please put your nameplate up on end so that I can see that you wish to make a contribution. There's no formal cross-examination of witnesses, as happens at public inquiries, but I will allow questions to be asked of the opposing side. Does anyone have any questions about procedure? Good. I've just had a couple of things to make on documentation. The council submitted a revised schedule, HDC 27, of proposed modifications. I think I'm going to ask you to clarify this at some stage this morning, not right now, please, but whether these are major or minor modifications. I think there's one modification that's been proposed which relates to the wording for a market town, which I'm sure you would like to comment on from Mayfield's point of view, and also CPRE have also referred to that. So we'll deal with those later. I've had a letter from Montague Evans about something that I allegedly said on the first day about the duty to cooperate. I think I ought to, because of this, I need to make my position clear. We had a discussion there which was on two fronts. Firstly, the legal duty to cooperate, and then the other matter, which is a soundness test, because that reference to cooperation is also made within the NPPF. And there was some discussion about what happened at Mid-Sussex where the inspector wrote a letter to Mid-Sussex last December saying that he thought the plan didn't meet the duty to cooperate as far as soundness goes. And understanding there was an issue about legal. Now, apparently I said that was academic. If I did, I'm sorry, I certainly didn't mean that the point that I need to consider the soundness duty to cooperate wasn't before me for discussion, and that what happened in Mid-Sussex wasn't relevant from that point of view. I mean, I might have meant it's relevant in that has been and gone, and that now that we're in a new position with Mid-Sussex. But I recognise fully, and I would like to state publicly, I still recognise I've got a duty to assess whether the legal requirements with regard to that duty have been met here in this case, and I've also got a duty to test that position for soundness, and that relates to several of the matters that were discussed on housing numbers, and particularly the need to meet requirements of adjoining authorities within the same housing area. So that is still very much in my mind, believe me, and it's something that I should be considering in the light of all the representations I've had about housing. I know it's part of your case, Mr. Rhodes, about the housing numbers, but we've run through that both on the very first day and certainly in some detail on the housing session. So I'm not going to go into that in detail today, please, but obviously I'll bear that in mind. I've also had another email from Mr. Verster, which has got an attachment to it with a position statement. I haven't seen that yet. That wasn't printed off for me. I'll look at that over the lunch break before we come on to your session this afternoon. I've also had something from Thacombe Homes asking whether I'm going to carry forward the same position about alternative sites that fall beneath the 500 home threshold. And the answer to that is I am. I don't know if he's here or if he's going to come, but that shouldn't be of any surprise to those of you. Right, you'll be pleased to know that's all I've got to say in opening. So what on the agenda? I know that I thought it might be helpful in any event actually to just have a brief summary very brief summary of the objection from Mayfields as to why they think the plan's unsound with regard to this particular issue, and then I'll ask the council to respond. And I understand that both MPs we're going to be called to make that response on behalf of the council initially. Is that right?
Yes, sir. What I had in mind was that after the brief summary of the objector's position, I assume from Mr. Rhodes, when you then turn to the council, it would be sensible and courteous for us to ask the two local MPs to say what they wish to say at that point.
That's fine. Yeah.
And then after that, I will have on behalf of the council a pretty fundamental preliminary point which I need to flush out in open session before turning, as we go through each of the subtopics on your list, to the discussion on each issue. Right.
Okay. You're worrying me a bit there because I've got no idea what your fundamental point is, and I don't know whether Mr. Rhodes or Mayfields do, but we'll come to that when we come to it.
We will indeed, and it arises from the representations, the objections, and what it is they propose doing to the plan, and the legality of that. We'll come to it.
Okay, fine, right. Okay then, Mr. Rhodes, would you like to give us a very brief summary, please, of your position?
So, thank you very much. As you know, the plan will be unsound unless it proposes the most appropriate strategy, and briefly under three headings I wanted to explain why it doesn't currently do that, but would do that in our view if it incorporated Mayfields Market Town. So the first heading relates to the spatial distribution of development. And as you know, our case is that insufficient land has been allocated either for housing, both for housing and employment, and therefore there would be advantage and it would be a better strategy if the plan proposed a new market town in the south of the district to meet not only the needs of Horsham district but also to assist in meeting the documented needs of adjacent authorities. You'll be aware that the sustainability appraisal for the plan identifies that settlements in the south of the district have very limited capacity for further development, but you'll also be aware from the evidence that the immediate neighbours to the south and east are struggling to meet their own housing and employment needs, particularly Brighton, which has a documented unmet need of up to 13,000 dwellings. The Council's evidence update identifies similar concerns in relation to Ada and Worthing and recognises that those needs would most sustainably be met in the southern part of Horsham district. You'll know, sir, that Mid-Sussex has struggled to meet its own needs, and its emerging plan suggests that it's going to continue to do so. So you'll have heard the evidence so far, particularly last week, in relation to constraints at Horsham, Southwater, Billingshurst. And if more land is required, the option arises either to build further on those settlements, adding to the pressures and constraints that are already apparent, or to take the opportunity to provide for a new market town, to take the pressure off those settlements and to complement the strategy of the plan by enhancing Horsham's ability to deliver housing and employment. So, the principle of a new market town, as you know, is supported in principle by the National Planning Policy Framework, and it's not difficult to understand why the scale of planning a new market town allows a comprehensive sustainable development to be deliberately planned from scratch. As the Council's own sustainability appraisal accepts, if it's well designed, it would be a focus for investment and low transport nodes. It could be designed to a high standard of sustainability, including CHP, good cycling and walking, and limit carbon emissions. And it's our view that if the Council had undertaken its planning on the basis of seeking to find enough land for housing and employment, it would have looked at the principle of a new market town. We know the Council looked at that principle with its neighbours in 2010 and appears to have turned away from that in favour of a plan which doesn't allocate enough land for either housing or employment. So we have a number of concerns with the Council's sustainability appraisal, which we shall come to later in the day. But you will find, for instance, in relation to housing or employment, Mayfields did not score well on the basis that it was not immediately available for development. So if the view was taken that Mayfields is additional to, rather than instead of, the plan's strategy, then it clearly would helpfully supplement and complement the plan's provisions and provide a long-term and sustainable option to meet housing and economic needs, not just for Horsham, but for its neighbours, in direct accordance with the National Planning Policy Framework. So that, in principle, is our case.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, who would you like to call first then, Mr.
Well, it's, I think, really for the
which of the MPs
to decide between themselves who would like to speak first.
Right, thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you very much, sir. May I first of all thank you very much indeed for allowing me and my right honourable friend to address you this morning. I'm going first because the majority of the area that would be taken by a new town as proposed by Mayfield would be in my constituency. Some might fall in Nicholas Soames's constituency. My starting point is that I'm here to support Horsham District Council's proposed plan and to oppose very strongly the proposal for a new town. And I'd like to set out three principal concerns. One is in the whole question of the policy of localism. The second is in relation to sustainability. And the third relates to the approach of the developer itself. First of all, in localism, as a strong supporter of the Localism Act, passed only recently by Parliament, which intended to give power to local communities in the determination of local plans, an intention that was reiterated by the Housing and Planning Minister only this Sunday in a letter to the Sunday Times, where he says, I now quote, "We have shifted power from Whitehall and the Town Hall to local people, so councils can determine through local plans where new homes should and shouldn't go." That is a promise made to local people, a decision made by an Act of Parliament, which intention is clear, that wherever possible local communities should have the say. And in this case, The two principal district councils concerned, of which the relevant one here today is Horsham District Council, have decided that there should not be a market town, so-called, between Henfield and Sayers Common in my constituency. That is their decision, and I believe that that decision should be respected. And it's a decision based, of course, on an earlier report that was commissioned by Horsham District Council, Crawley Council and Mid-Sussex District Council, which ruled out a new town in this area as being unsustainable.
That's the Newmarket Town Study of August 2010. Is that what you're referring to there? CDH 11.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir. That is correct. So it is therefore entirely understandable and rational, having committed relatively recently a study into the feasibility of such a new town, that the council should decide that it was better to locate housing elsewhere. And I think it would run entirely contrary to, therefore, to this principle of localism, effectively to undermine the two local plans that are being put forward by the district councils, simply because a developer would prefer that the housing should go elsewhere. They have almost no support in relation to that proposal. They have not the support from the district councils, nor from any of the relevant parish councils, all of whom bitterly oppose this proposal. But because they wish, for commercial reasons, to develop a new town here, the effect of their proposal would be to undermine the very localism that was promised through this Act. I think that would be extremely unfortunate to the whole policy and to the principle that was promised to local people. There's a particular effect which this is having, which is that it's undermining the very powerful policy of neighbourhood planning that has been introduced by this government, where successful neighbourhood plans elsewhere in my constituency have gone through allocating a housing number that in excess of expectations, where it was done with local consent. But in this case, neighbourhood planning is very much undermined in this local area because public confidence in the process is demolished by the expectation that there may be a new town bombed upon people. Secondly, I want to come to the issue of sustainability. And the National Policy Planning Framework, which I support, does say that there should be an economic, a social and an environmental role to planning. That third aspect is, by clear implication, equally important. This is an area of open countryside occupied at the moment by villages. And the character of those villages would be entirely destroyed were a new town of 10,000 houses to be placed upon it and of 25,000 people. And what's more, in relation to sustainability, there are serious questions about whether there is sufficient infrastructure to support development in that area on this scale. I mean, for instance, in relation to transport, this proposed new town would be located nowhere near a railway station, and so the claim by the developer that the majority of people in this new town would work where they live, would leave their car at home, would run entirely contrary to the experience elsewhere in my constituency, where the vast majority of people have to travel to work by car and rely on their cars because they have to get to work in that means, even if they then drive to a railway station. There would be no railway station that they could use within this new town. And the idea that the majority of employment in this new town of 10,000 people would be local, would be sustained from within this community itself, I think is nonsensical. And indeed, the report to which I referred earlier said that it is clear that a development of 10,000 homes will not create a self-sufficient community. And there's no experience elsewhere that would suggest that it would. So on those second grounds of sustainability, we have serious concerns. It is also an area which is prone to flooding. And in the third...
It's okay. I mean, you'll see that that's certainly one of the topics that we're going to discuss in more depth.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And I won't therefore go into detail. The third area of concern that we have is about the behaviour of the developer in relation to this development. I have not experienced behaviour of this kind in relation to the rest of my constituency in the 9 years that I have been.
Careful here, I think.
I'm a member of Parliament.
We've got parliamentary
I will,
privilege
sir,
here,
be very careful indeed. And I appreciate that I do not have parliamentary privilege in this respect, a privilege which I will avail myself of elsewhere. That is that this developer has sought to give the impression to my constituents that the development is an inevitability, is approaching landowners on that basis, that it has high-level political support and therefore will go through. It did distribute 8,000 leaflets to the population in North Horsham, urging people in North Horsham not to support development there because an alternative was available elsewhere in that constituency. I don't know whether this is usual planning practice, but certainly as a Member of Parliament, I don't consider that this is acceptable behaviour.
Well, I wasn't aware of that. Thank you for bringing it up. That's something I'll ask Mr. Rhodes about.
I can assure you, sir, factually correct that they did so, and I'm sure we could produce the literature to show it.
For your information, I know. Just sorry to interrupt, but you weren't here last Tuesday, I think. So I've done quite a lot of these. So, Tuesday, I think we did have a lot of people from North Horsham, obviously opposing the council's proposals for that.
Yeah.
And some of the people here today, as you've already heard, are here today because they don't like what the council's proposing there, and they think this might be better. But I take the point. Yeah,
I appreciate that. So I have the leaflet here, in fact, and could pass it round to you. It says, "Are you worried about 4,000 new houses north of Horsham?" We are Mayfield Market Towns, and we are promoting one new settlement of 10,000 new homes. The problem is that if those 10,000 new homes are in fact neither deliverable nor sustainable, the only effect of this proposal is to undermine a local plan which will mean the early delivery of new housing, which is important to our constituents, when in fact this new town is a chimera. It is not supported by the local authorities, nor are there the landowners who are coming forward to enable that number of new houses to be built without compulsory purchase, which is not an option. And therefore, the people of North Horsham are being misled about the viability of a town elsewhere in the constituency. If I may conclude, sir, by saying that back on the 6th of March, as a result of points that were made by a number of members of Parliament to the government, new guidance was issued, new planning guidance. Amongst other things, that's pointed out that the duty to cooperate, which is clearly important and you referred to, sir, earlier, is not a duty to agree, and that there is no requirement, it is not necessary for a plan, as you know, sir, to reach its to be judged sound, and to identify specific sites in years 11 to 15 of the plan. Those were two specific items of guidance that were issued by ministers on the 6th of March, and we take those seriously. If ministers issue such guidance, then surely it is we should be able to rely on that. And therefore, when the representative of Mayfield criticises the Horsham's proposal for saying there is not enough land, it is not a requirement on Horsham to demonstrate that in years 11 to 15 they have specific sites. And so that criticism runs counter to the guidance that has been issued, in my understanding, by the Minister. We have grave concerns that this proposal is blighting the local area, is undermining support for neighbourhood planning, the provision on a sustainable basis of new housing, has no local support, and its only effect would be to undermine two important local plans that will lead to the early delivery of necessary new housing. And for all of those reasons, sir, we strongly oppose this proposed new town.
Okay, thank you very much. Very clearly put. Mr. Soames.
So thank you very much for allowing my right honourable friend and I to come to talk this morning to express the views on behalf of our constituents and our councils and parish councils. It's very good of you to allow us to do that. So can I start by saying that I don't intend to reiterate the points made by my right honourable friend, but I would like you to know
but you agree with them.
That I am in total agreement
okay. Yeah.
in every particular with what he says. So may I start for my own part by saying that I wholly support the National Planning Policy Framework. I support Horsham District Council's work and its position, and I support, especially for my own part, the work and the position of the Mid-Sussex District Council, and that I oppose very strongly the proposal for a new town. Now, so the proposals are not led by the local authority. They have literally no community support, and they are therefore quite outside government policy. And by no community support, if I may make the point that all the parish councils with whom are within my constituency and slightly wider, the district councils, the overwhelming number of local residents, and I have to say most landowners, are entirely opposed to what Mayfields suggest. And there are, and I would like to endorse these, constant complaints which are represented to us very regularly about Mayfield's misleading behaviour to local people. My right honourable friend has mentioned that already. I would also like to make it clear that we definitely believe that the proposals will undermine the long-established plans for Burgess Hill, for 5,000 new homes, the regeneration of the town centre and much else, which are supported locally and are being developed. And whilst the greater part of this disappointing proposal is in the constituency of my right honourable friend, the impact of it will wear very, very heavily on Mid-Sussex, in particular on Burgess Hill. This plan fails all the tests of sustainable development. It fails on economic, on social, and most especially, sir, on environmental roles. And I know that that will be something which will be dealt with in greater detail later in your hearing. I conclude by saying, sir, that the Mayfield proposal is not, I submit, in any way consistent with the guidance of government policy, and thus not one that the government encourages or would seek to support. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Just on the point of the relative impacts on your constituencies, I mean, my understanding of this is actually that there's I'm dealing with 5,000 home proposal for plus employment, etc., that lies within the Horsham district, but that is put forward as ideally, Mayfield say, a proposal for 10,000. What you really want is, I think, is the right approach. It would be to have a settlement of 10,000 homes, which would actually be equally in Mid-Sussex and Horsham across the boundary. And I mean, obviously, I take your point. There have been lots of points made about the impact because the main traffic access is going to come off the A23, so at Hickstead, I believe. But my understanding is I wouldn't necessarily say we don't know what's happening in Mid-Sussex. No doubt they're going to contribute to the discussion later, but that actually the impact could be pretty even-handed, I would have thought, in terms of both of your constituencies. That's the only point. That's my understanding. If anyone thinks that's wrong, Mr. Rhodes is saying yes, and maybe I'm... Yeah.
Thanks. If I could just answer that. Firstly, I should point out that the proposed development in North Horsham would not be in our constituencies. It would be in the constituency of Francis Maud.
Oh, right. Okay, sorry. I beg your pardon.
I think there are two substantive points I would like to make. Firstly, I think there is a difference between an urban extension in terms of sustainability and therefore, for instance, the likely provision of infrastructure and so on, and a new town which is located in open countryside. Without that infrastructure, we have a serious infrastructure deficit in my part of rural West Sussex. For instance, the village of Sayers Common has totally inadequate sewage now. There is congestion on the roads and so on.
I agree. We're going to come on to
so that's the first substantive point. I think there is a qualitative difference between a development which is added to an urban area. And the second point is that even if it were true that the impact would be, I think it's the force of your point that there would be an impact, but it would just be somewhere else.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry, you might have misunderstood me. I wasn't really decrying any of your points at all. All I was saying is my understanding is that it goes, the impact would be in both district councils.
Oh, I see.
Fairly equally. But, I mean, obviously, my remit is obviously to determine the soundness of this plan within Horsham. So I've got to take into account what might happen elsewhere, obviously, and the potential impacts elsewhere, which you quite rightly, legitimately pointed out that in your view there would be. And that's all I'm saying.
I understand. And actually, it's notable that Horsham District Council might have sought to mitigate the impact on them by going for a new town that would actually spread the load, as it were, with a neighbouring council, and chose not to do so because of their concerns about the sustainability of the approach. And in the end, who is best judged to make those decisions? Well, I suppose it's me standing in the shoes of Mr. So I would say that
the Secretary
the local
of State.
council is best placed to make the decisions, provided that they are sound.
Yes,
but they are entitled to make the decision about the appropriateness of the location.
You're quite right, and the Secretary of State is the sort of backstop, if you like, and to test that it is consistent with national policy. Right, as I said at the start, I'm not seeking undue grandeur here, believe me. But, that was the point. I take the point about localism. I've written it down, and I've tried to explain clearly in my opening what I consider my locus here to be. And I was just trying to clarify a point about what, in fact, from the developer's point of view, what they're seeking here. We're on the agenda, and I think that will come into sustainability and deliverability issues with regard to the proposal being on two sides of a boundary, and I'd like them to sort of explain about that. Okay, that's taken a bit longer than maybe I've meant to. I didn't mean to sort of be saying to you that you had not put a valid point. That wasn't what I was saying. I was just saying, I think from my point of view, I'm looking at 5,000 here, but there obviously are implications on the other side of the border. And we're going to go on to that. And I mean, one of the things you've both raised, sustainability, and that's a key point. I mean, that's the first point on the agenda of the bullet points. And I'd like to go into that, please. And thank you for your contributions. You're welcome to stay and make other contributions on behalf of the Council if you wish. And the way I'm going to deal with this in the normal way is for the objectors to put their point on these bullet points first, and then I'll ask the Council to respond. Mr.
Thank you very much for having us, and very kind of you to allow us to.
Pleasure.
And
thank you very much.
We have to go and participate in some
democratic process. Thank you very much. Okay, well, equally, the developers now can have their part of the development process. But first, Mr. Katkowski, you want to make a point.
I do, sir. I want to just flush out 2 points so that everyone, and most importantly you, sir, know quite what we're meant to be tackling at this session. The first point is a point of clarification, and the second point is, I would suggest, a more fundamental point. The first point is the point of clarification, and really one of the local MPs, well, both local MPs have raised this point. Now, so my understanding of the representation that's been made to you by the objectors, and I'm looking at document pro sub 2958, which is their representations on the submission document. Is that green one there?
I'm sure it is.
Do you have several green ones?
I've got lots of green ones.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, just okay. I've got.
Okay, lots of green ones.
I've got that somewhere else.
It's a popular colour, sir. Greenwash is a popular colour for these documents. Page 34 of that document proposes.
That is it.
Thank you. Page 34, at paragraph 5.13, proposes an amendment of one of the policies in the framework, the local plan, if I can call it that for shorthand, so that in addition, and this is the point, in addition to...
Yeah, doesn't matter. I've got the page, yeah.
In addition to 2,500 dwellings immediately to the north of Horsham and 500 dwellings west of Southwater, in addition to those, there should be 5,000 dwellings within a new market town between Sayers Common and Henfield. And so the first point is a point of clarification, really, because it is quite right, as the local MPs have drawn attention to, that the campaigning literature issued by the promoters of this, the objectors here, has indeed been on the basis in the recent past of saying, particularly to residents who live north of Horsham, that they are proposing this new settlement as an alternative to these add-ons, quote unquote. And I'm reading the same document that was referred to by Mr. Herbert just now. Horsham District Council is proposing, it said then, 4,000 more homes north of Horsham, but you may not be aware that there is an alternative. If you agree that residents of Horsham District should be given a choice between more development at Horsham and a new market town, then tell Horsham District Council, etc., etc. So I think we need some clarification of this at the outset, because Mr. Rhodes, in his presentation earlier on, when referring to deliverability, did say, and I noted it down, if the view is taken that Mayfield should be an addition to, rather than instead of, north of Horsham, etc., then it would provide a longer-term option to deal with some of these issues he's raised about the problems that neighbouring council areas have. So I think we need it to be clarified right at the outset of all of this. Are we talking here about the proposition put forward in the objections, which is that this is in addition to north of Horsham, etc.? Because I do think that, frankly, some of the people, well, at least one gentleman at this table, may well be under the misapprehension this is being put forward as some form of alternative to north of Horsham. So I do think we need to understand that first of all. I'll then come to
okay, it's a fair question to ask. I mean, Mr. Rose, I think my understanding from the evidence presented at the housing session and on the first day was that it is an addition to, and I don't think you've decried North Horsham as a site. That's not part of your case. That's not. In fact, I think you said it's a good site with some reservations, but this is as well. And your case is that the housing numbers are wrong, and that the housing numbers should be justified on the basis of a much higher number, which would accommodate both sites. Is that right?
So you've correctly understood our position. We are not objectors to North Horsham. We do believe that the plan needs to provide for more housing and employment, and in doing so should identify Mayfields in order to meet that additional need. So whether or not North Horsham goes ahead is a matter for you and the Council, not a matter for us.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you very much indeed. That's as I thought it would be from the representations made to you, and others around this table might wish to take note of that. The second point I wish to raise is, I think, more fundamental. Well, I know it's more fundamental. And so in the same document, and it's rather a shame that you can't lay your hand on it.
I'm sure I can.
Yeah. If I say it's green, that's not going to help you much.
Well,
it says...
no, this is it. Okay, represent...
Proposed submission.
Yeah. Okay, what page?
So if we do a little check, if you go to the bottom of page 37, do you have a paragraph 5.35?
Yes, I do. Overall Mayfields is shown by the support.
Thank you. So if you have that document open. So I don't know how good, bad or indifferent your library and filing system is. I can see an impressive array of boxes full of documents below your table. But so it would be helpful if you could have to hand...
Good in terms of volume. Maybe less so in terms of organisation.
So I've just put mine. I've got half of mine in a random pile on the floor here. But so it would be good if you could at least lay your hands on the local plan regulations, which is core document ND02.
I haven't got that with me.
Okay, well I'll give you the references.
Give me the references. That's on my laptop, which actually is outside, but I can fire it up.
That's
if
fine, but
it's necessary.
We'll need. Yes, I do. And so the point arises in this way, that the way that the proposition is put forward by the objectors, as I understand it, and all I'm doing is reading their representations, which are very clear, the proposal is put forward, as we've now established and clarified, as in addition to. And then one asks the question, well, where is the land that is going to be earmarked for this 5,000 new homes within Horsham? Because you understand the structure of the local plan for north of Horsham and indeed west of Southwater, the smaller allocation west of Southwater, is actually to identify an area of land. It's an allocation in the proper sense of the word, or they are allocations in the proper sense of that word. Now, the objectors put forward at paragraph 5.35 at the bottom of page 37 of their representations, the following policy should be inserted. And if you turn the page, at page 38, we get this, and it's important to understand this. But what they wish to insert into the plan are the following words. I'll read out only the key words at the top of the page. A broad area of search for a new market town in Horsham district is identified in the inset map, a broad area of search. The area of search will be on land within the boundary shown on the plan. A supporting supplementary planning document, or SPD in the terrible jargon, will be prepared that will set out the exact boundaries of the new market town within the area of search, include a master plan, and set out the detailed implementation and delivery of the new market town. It will set out the general principles and detail, etc., etc., etc. Now, so the way the proposition works is that according to the objectors, you should, or the council should, indicate a broad area of search and then in due course have a supplementary planning document, not another plan proper, but a supplementary planning document to actually mark out the exact area of the new market town, set out the master planning details, and set out everything, frankly, that one needs to bring forward a planning application, which is what's said there. Now, there's a fundamental problem with this, which is that it shows, the suggestion shows, a complete misunderstanding, I hesitate to say ignorance, but a complete misunderstanding of the legal structure for local plan making and supplementary planning documents. And when you do take to hand the local plan regulations, core document NDO2, so I'd ask you to look at the definition in regulation 2 sub 1 of local plan and the definition in the same regulation of supplementary planning document, and then at regulation 5 the detail of what are and what are not local plans on the one hand and supplementary planning documents on the other. The point put very shortly is that the proposition that's been put forward would quite literally be unlawful because one could not have a supplementary planning document doing the things which are suggested. It would have to be a local plan proper. And so it simply doesn't fit within the structure of our local plan to proceed in this way. And the proposition which has been put forward fails fundamentally because it simply doesn't fit within the correct legal structure which has to be followed. The point, but very shortly indeed, is that any question of allocations, any questions of detailed boundaries where one is to build, for example, houses, any question of setting out policies which will guide the bringing forward of a planning application in due course has to be, and by law can only be done in a local plan. It cannot be done, and by law cannot be done, in a supplementary planning document. There is an extremely limited role for SPDs, and that is, for your note, the only thing an SPD can do is set out in Regulation 5, Sub 1, Sub A, Sub 3. I'm sorry about the complexity of the reference, but that's the way the law works.
Just repeat that again.
5,
Sub 1.
Sub 1,
yeah.
Sub A, Sub 3. That is the only thing the supplementary planning document can do, and it's nothing to do with allocations and making policies. Guide.
Yeah.
So
you're not actually. I mean, okay, thank you. I haven't got the regulations, but I mean, Mr. Rose, I think you'll be aware. You know, I'm not hearing anything that I'm not already aware of there. Actually,
we just need to be
in
aware
terms of that.
that.
But in terms, obviously, you need to respond to this.
I'm making the point, sir, because the proposition that's been put forward simply doesn't fit within the legal framework, and we need to understand the ramifications of that. So, for example, if in due course you were to consider that Horsham, and I think with all respect, would have to be woefully short in its housing numbers to even begin to think of this sort of proposition that's been put forward here. But if you were of the view that there's a big problem at Horsham, and if you were of the view that there's something in the idea of looking for a new settlement, which is the language used in the framework, new settlement, then the point that I'm making is it simply could not be advanced in the way which is being put forward by the promoters of Mayfields here. There would have to be a new proper local plan document, which obviously would have to go through all the procedures, sustainability appraisal, etc. And none of this could be achieved by way of a main modification. It simply couldn't be done in that way. So there would have to be a complete new local plan to deal with this. It can't be done in the way being put forward by the objectors. And so that needs to be understood. It needs to be grappled with so that we can actually understand quite what it is that you're being asked to do. And if the promoters and the objectors here stand by their submissions, then frankly you will have no option at all other than to rule them out on legal grounds, because the proposition of having a supplementary planning document simply wouldn't work. It would literally be unlawful.
All right, Mr. Rhodes. Could you put your board down now that you can, so I can see you? It's a bit distracting. Thank you.
Sir, just to say that if that is the Council's fundamental point, then I think it's a bit disappointing. As you know, the NPPF wants planning to operate to encourage and not act as an impediment to growth. If Mayfield's Market Town is the right answer, then there are one or two ways in which it can be implemented, and the Council should be expected to act cooperatively to assist its implementation. And we touched on this to some extent in our representations to your matter one, in other words, what happens next. But there are, I think, at least two options that would allow Mayfield's Market Town to come forward. One is, as you know, it's our strong belief that the plan presented to you is unsound, and it is our case that you cannot, with respect, find it sound. That's a matter for you, but that gives you options, one of which is to advise the Council that that is the case and ask the Council to reconsider the plan and to bring forward modifications which would make the plan sound by ensuring, for instance, that it provides enough housing and employment land to do so. Through that process of modifications, it is entirely possible that if there is a proper spirit of joint working between the authorities and Mayfields, then a boundary can be identified which can form the basis of the modification to this plan. So secondly, if that's not the case, this plan would still identify the broad location of Mayfields and would, as other plans do, identify that its development should come forward through a subsequent DPD, either a site-specific DPD or a site allocations DPD. So here we're talking about the detail of process and procedure rather than the principles of whether or not this plan is sound, which is the issue for today. Precisely what we do about it is a matter to be worked out, but it is not a fundamental block to Mayfield's Market Town.
Yeah, okay, so thank you. A couple of points arise from that, I think. Yeah, of course you can, but just a minute. It sort of raises a question in my mind, actually, about something that's been running on for some time, and I haven't had a chance to see the revised HD 27. It was given to me at 10 to 10 this morning, so I haven't read it.
Suggested modification.
The suggested modification. Yeah. Now, one of those, the reason I'm asking this is about the SPD, because Mrs. Child said the other day that you were considering whether to make a modification to the plan to sort of specify how that SPD process might follow on from the plan. Just a minute, Mr. Rhodes, and then I'll...
And sorry, sir, just to say that we haven't seen the modifications. It's probably our fault, but we've not seen it.
Well, I think most of them are they're not new, most of them, but there's been an amendment to it. So we will take a break in a few minutes, and you can get a copy from the programme officer, please. Perhaps the council could just tell me which are the new ones this morning.
All of them. So the document that you were given this morning includes new modifications that are proposed, and they have come about in the light of comments made either during the statements or during the hearing sessions themselves. And the first modification, which we're calling Mod B Exam 1, to make it absolutely clear it has come up through the examination process, is the one that you were just referring to, about the review of the Horsham District Planning Framework and also the role of a site allocation document. So the fact that we are suggesting that we have some text as a new paragraph 3.26, that talks about delivery mechanisms in terms of a review, the timing of the review of a plan, but also the programming of a site allocation document.
Right, okay, that answers my question. Doesn't help Mr. Rhodes too much, and he hasn't seen it, but that is what it says. I've already got a question on that, really. In terms of, I think if you are going to say that, you maybe ought to put in a definition of what smaller scale housing sites means. Now, I mean, it means, as far as I'm aware, at the moment, it just means less than 500 homes. Because the whole point about this arose out of discussions about what happens with the sites in between the neighbourhood plans, where there's 1,500 homes, and you've put a change there for about 1,500 homes now. I see. Might even be better in English, I think. But anyway, rather than circa. But what is the gap between those sites, which we talked about as being possibly up to about 100 or so as a maximum coming forward from the parishes in neighbourhood plans, and 500 homes, which is your minimum for a strategic site included in the Horsham's framework. Right. Okay. That's one point. So I mean, you seem to be saying, Mr. Rhodes, that are you accepting Mr. Katkowski's point that you really can't do it through an SPD, and that some of the mechanisms I've got is make your plans unsound? So there are two ways to do. I mean, there's three actually. There's the first one you didn't really mention, which is just to send it back and say it's unsound, start all over again. The first one that you mentioned was to advise that the plan needs to be made sound through modifications. Now, that presumably would be quite extensive with regard to housing numbers, and then allocation of a site, you seem to be saying. Now, we can talk about that later on, possibly, as a means of sort of delivery and how the implication of that for delivery, etc. Or then you said, or a broad area of search, and then, referring to that and saying that a detailed site will be allocated in a subsequent DPD. So you are accepting the legal point, but saying whatever you've said in there are other ways of dealing with it. The mechanics and the lawful processes.
Yes, so just to be clear, as at today, an SPD would not follow from this plan as submitted to you. This plan needs to be modified in one of the ways that you've identified. There is no reason at all that it could not go through a modifications process, either, as you say, as a completely new plan, which is not our principal proposition, but as a set of main modifications which identify Mayfield sufficiently for it then to come forward through SPD. But at the moment... Well,
you're still saying SPD rather than... I've written down here a DPD.
But, so to be clear, I think the way you described my position was the way I understand my position to be as well.
DPD or SPD,
So it depends what happens with the plan. So if the plan is withdrawn and resubmitted as a plan which sufficiently identifies Mayfields, then SPD is fine. If the plan is modified through main modifications with sufficient detail to identify Mayfields, SPD is fine. If the plan is modified but without sufficient detail, then it may require a subsequent DPD, either as part of the site allocations DPD or a site-specific DPD. So the architecture of the way in which that works can be created depending on the nature of modifications that come forward to the plan.
In fairness, it may well be that Mr. Rhodes needs to. I mean, I did see on the list of people who are associated with Mayfields that the firm solicitors Berwin, Leighton, Paisner is in the list. It may very well be that someone on the line today, some reference back to them should be made. I'm trying to be fair here, but to be honest, one doesn't really need to be a lawyer, although the references are complicated because that's the way the regulations work. when you look at Regulation 5, sir, which I do invite you to do, and I invite Mr Rhodes to do it as well and his team, when you look at Regulation 5, in the list of everything set out in Regulation 5, the only thing that can be an SPD, is, do you remember that complicated reference, Reg 5, 1A, 3? And Mr Rhodes' point, just to be crystal clear about this, even if the plan was modified so as to bring in some reference to a new settlement, to use the jargon of the National Planning Policy Framework, a new settlement in this general area, that would still not make it lawful to have an SPD, because the role of supplementary planning documents is so narrow, remembering all the time that the public are allowed to have a say on SPDs, but there is no independent examination of them. So I would say quite rightly, these regulations have made the role of supplementary planning documents so narrow. Everything else and anything of any significance is to be done through a proper local plan process. Why is that? It's because we have someone like you independently then examining that and advising back to the council whether the objectors have got points about it. So the role for an SPD is so narrowly confined that it simply wouldn't work in any of the scenarios, the ones that have been put forward in the objections and also the ones referred to, if you like, on the hoof just now by Mr Rhodes. And I would suggest the regulations are looked at. And what I'd like to know really is whether the proposition put forward in the objections is being withdrawn or is it being pursued. Because if it's being pursued, so you've got it's a very easy paragraph for you to write in your report, to be honest, because the way the case is put in the objections simply doesn't hold water in legal terms. And I'd like to know, perhaps when we come back, or certainly during this morning, whether the way in which the point is put in the representations is being pursued or not, which is the SPD point.
So I think we need to remember that what we're doing is examining the soundness of this plan. There's absolutely no basis on which our objections are going to be withdrawn. What we're discussing is the mechanism that follows if we're right about Mayfield's market town. And so I won't want to go over the evidence again.
Well, we're going to deal with all that. We're still going to deal with all that issue.
Yes.
And it's a question of what might happen afterwards.
Yes, we're talking about the detailed architecture of what follows afterwards, and it remains my view that would depend on the nature of the detail of the modification that comes forward. But if it assists to cut forward this debate, I'm happy to discuss this with Mr Kurkowski outside the examination and perhaps produce a note jointly with the Council for you about the options available for Mayfields and for the Council in the event that the principle of the case we're making is found by you to be worthwhile.
Well, that might help. I'm going to take a short bit. I don't think you'll be able to do it in 10 minutes, will you? Just shortly, but I was going to come. I haven't. Well, I've sort of. Mentally, I was going to come onto this as sort of delivery, actually. I mean, the council saying that what's your position about mechanics then? And without prejudice, if I think they're right, and on the basis that they've argued that would mean a substantial uplift in housing numbers, that would certainly be a main modification. And if I thought the best way of meeting those numbers was to go for them. Could be either, couldn't it? It could be there would certainly need to be a normal 6 months minimum, I would have thought, suspension, or a 6 month suspension for the council to consider how to progress this. And would it be another line on the map? I mean, it could be in the form of an allocation, couldn't it?
Well, no allocation is put forward, and that's when we come.
That's your difficulty,
presumably because of land control issues and the reliance upon the council, as I understand it, to use compulsory purchase powers. But we'll talk about all that when we come to delivery. But meanwhile, my position, or the council's position, forgive me, my position on their behalf, can be put very, very shortly indeed. Were you to consider that this council has a major problem in housing numbers, and were you also to consider that there's some attraction, if you like, to the notion of a new settlement in this part of the district, then the ramifications of that for this local plan would be so fundamental that, in effect, the council would have to go back to the drawing board, then have to start all over again. Okay. Because the ramifications would be so major, you couldn't just tack it on by a main mod. And don't forget that main modifications have to actually be requested by the council. We have to actually formally request you to make modifications to make the plan sound. And you know the routine that if you consider that there are...
Yes, actually, that's a good point. You haven't yet, have you?
Well, that's yes. I mean, I don't know what's in
it's
this list. It's
normally a fairly standard
exactly.
thing.
Exactly.
Forgive me, maybe I should have picked that up. For those, this is getting a bit obtuse and legal for those of you that are listening. But
that's what I like best of all, though. So
no, it's necessary at times, and there's nothing wrong with that. But just the way that the process works is that the council have to ask me to make recommendations about main modifications. Now, what could happen is I could say to them, I'm minded to make some, and that then gives them the chance to say, OK, yes, please, let them make them, or no, thanks, we don't want main modifications. Effectively, then you'd have to withdraw. Effectively, I think.
If the plan is found
if I said that it was unsound without main modifications, they don't necessarily know what my main modifications might be before they request me to make them.
So in this scenario, where you have a situation where we're positing, just to try and understand it, that you consider there's a major problem in housing numbers, and that this idea of a new settlement, a new town in this part of the district has some attraction. What we're saying to you is that would be so fundamental that it couldn't just be worked through a main modification. It would have to be back to starting over again.
I mean, I understand that position. You might not agree with it, but I understand that position.
And we are, with all respect, this is where localism does come in, because we are actually in the driving seat on this, because we're the ones who decide in due course whether to ask you to make certain mods or not. So I just need to make that point.
Okay.
So our view is that Mayfields could be promoted as a main modification to the plan, not least because, as already discussed, it's not our case that the rest of the strategy of the plan should be dismantled. Mayfields would be an addition to the strategy of the plan, and there are, as you know, precedents around the country of inspectors suggesting to councils that they may want to do exactly that, which is to go back, increase housing numbers, find sites, consult on them and bring the plan back with modifications which promote more housing. So we see no difficulty with that. But equally, I suppose it's fair to say that we didn't really expect this discussion today, and there will be a number of potential mechanisms available to the Council. One of them might be a commitment to an early review, if it's not withdrawal of the plan. But the obligation falls on the Council to act positively in these matters. And so if it is your finding that the plan is unsound because it's not providing enough housing, then I am sure between us we can find an appropriate mechanism to take forward the right solution.
OK, I don't want to talk... I mean, you should have a response to that, but I'm not sure it needs one. I'm quite happy.
Just in a sentence, I mean, certainly the idea of, I think Mr. Rhodes hasn't seen, as he said, the modification that's been suggested about an early review, and certainly the idea of an early review mechanism, looking at this in due course, I would agree that one could do that, certainly. And if you look at our early review mechanism in the modification that's been put forward, that would be a way of, if you like, putting this debate off for 5 years. But otherwise, if it was to be written into this plan now, if you like, I've made our position clear. It would be fundamental. Can I just mention, so that you might or might not be aware of the legal basis for the modification that we've put forward there? And if I was to mention to you a case, a High Court case, GUI, Grand Union Investments, and Decorum, is that a case that you're... Yeah. Because that's where I unsuccessfully argue that it was unlawful to have early partial reviews where there are difficulties with housing land numbers in a local plan. The High Court ruled that if an inspector is concerned about numbers in a local plan, he can recommend an early part review.
Right. You might not have heard that. I'm aware of that case, ladies and gentlemen. OK.
So can I just make one more point?
Yeah.
Sorry. Consistent with what we said in response to your matter one, just to say that we are concerned about the idea of an early review if that's put forward as the solution. And the reason I say that is because in 2007 the inspector examining the core strategy called for an early review of the core strategy, and that is this plan 7 years later. This plan 7 years later still does not provide enough housing or employment land. And so the point we were making in response to matter one is it may be necessary, it would certainly be very helpful if, however you were to write your report or interim report, whatever it may be, makes it as clear as it can to the Council what it needs to do in order to meet its policy obligations. But simply putting it off to a review without any clear direction suggests that we're going to find ourselves back here with another unsound plan in 5 or 7 years' time. Meantime, the serial under-provision of housing and employment, which has characterised this part of Sussex, will have continued, contrary to national policy and contrary to the real interests of real people. So we need to find a mechanism
I've got
and sufficient encouragement for the process to work properly. So,
do you want to come back on that one?
No, sir. I think I just had a preliminary point on the legal structure, and I must admit I think we're in a position where the idea of doing this all via an SPD is acknowledged to be outside the regulations, which is the only thing which I needed to draw to your attention.
Okay, I'm going to take a very short break there. I think I can see a TV camera, but we've obviously got a lot to discuss today. But we'll try and do what we can. I hope we can. I mean, I was planning to try and hopefully deal with this by lunchtime. That might look a bit optimistic now, but for those of you waiting to hear other sites, I'm sorry, we'll just have to do what we can. I don't think, have we got any deadline for tonight? I don't want to sit very late again, but if...
No, sir, there are no deadlines.
Okay, all right, thanks. We'll take a short break and I'll resume at 11:30. Thanks. First, you've seen some of the objections that have been made against you, and to justify your position with regard to, for example, let's start with transport, location of the site, how you envisage it could be made sustainable using public transport services that you've talked about, etc.
So, thank you very much. Could I also just please pick up very briefly 3 short points that were raised by the MPs who spoke this morning on the subject of sustainability?
Yes.
Thank you. So the first related to what is required by the NPPF, so I won't go into the detail of that, but it related, as you'll recall, to the question of localism and the extent to which the NPPF allows or requires needs to go met or unmet. So to be absolutely clear about this, the NPPF is not and cannot be used as a licence to continually underprovide housing and employment land. So we have evidence before the examination that Crawley cannot meet its own housing or employment needs, that Brighton cannot meet its own housing or employment needs, and that other adjacent districts cannot do so either. But I, sir, have not heard a single word from the Council about how they intend to deal with that or respond to that, as they are required to do by the NPPF. So the second point about localism was to draw your attention to a document which is set out in our representation report number 5. Don't need to get it in front of you, sir, but just for your reference. Because of the point that we anticipated may be made, a poll was undertaken of over 1,000 local residents by Ipsos Mori on our behalf, and it identifies that only 22% of residents agree that there is enough affordable housing in Mid-Sussex or Horsham. 69% strongly agree that building new homes would help young people and families stay in the local area, and if new housing is preferred, the majority preferred a new market town rather than add-ons to existing settlements. So neither that nor what you heard about local opinion is decisive, but it does give you a flavour that there is more to localism than local objections. Localism includes meeting local needs as required by policy. So the third point I wanted to make by way of response was the reference to the New Market Town study of 2010. So it was asserted incorrectly that the New Market Town study found the principle of a new market town to be unsustainable. So the document is before the examination. That was not,
I've got it. Yeah,
that was not its conclusion. Its conclusion, as subsequently reported by the councils and recorded on both Crawley and Horsham's websites, is that the study concluded that a new market town was feasible and required further detailed work. So it's for the council to explain why they haven't undertaken the further detailed work. So the last point that was made was that the duty to cooperate isn't a duty to agree. I, of course, agree with that. But the NPPF sets out that the duty to cooperate does expect councils to work collaboratively together and effectively in order to meet and deliver housing and employment that is required, subject to the other tests of the NPPF. It was suggested that, if you like, there was a way out of this for the council because they don't have to identify sites for 10 to 15 years' time. So the council hasn't chosen to have a short-term plan. The council has chosen to have a plan that lasts to 2031. It follows that there's an obligation on the council to ensure that the plan provides sufficient housing and employment and demonstrates how that is developable and deliverable. So turning to the question of sustainability and the issues that you've just asked me to address, we will get later in the agenda the details in relation to transport and other matters, but in terms of transportation, for instance, one needs to start with understanding of where may be the best location in which to site a new centre of investment for housing and employment. I touched on this briefly in my first opening statement, but you've understood me to say so that the southern part of the district has particular attractions, not only to complement the provisions that are being made in the north and west of the district, but also to help to meet adjacent housing needs. And the SHMAR identifies, for instance, that this corner of the district also falls within the housing market area of Brighton and Hove, as well as northwest Sussex. It has the ability to deliver homes and employment into both housing market areas. So the New Market Towns study found, for the record, the reference is paragraph 4.113, this is a good spatial location to underpin the viability of bus services. It understood. It looked in detail at the settlement pattern locally, and it concluded that the settlement pattern would not be disturbed so long as the new market town was carefully planned, and that there would be benefit to surrounding communities through the provision of new facilities in this currently rural part of the district. And the sustainability appraisal itself of the local plan, the references are 728 and 730, found that if you were to provide for and plan for a new market town on a comprehensive basis so that you could deliberately provide for the housing and employment together and provide the services and utilities that that population and workforce requires, then of course you can generate sustainable outcomes. And that's why the NPPF specifically encourages us to look at this as an option. The principle of a new market town, which as the sustainability appraisal identifies, could, if properly planned, limit car travel and generate a range of sustainable solutions by providing, for instance, walkable neighbourhoods, deliberately planned proximity of the way people live and work, and the services and leisure facilities that they require. So I don't need to go into detail about the theory of market towns. It's fairly obvious that if you plan from scratch, you can deliver sustainable outcomes, not just for the new population, but also for the rural hinterland of Mayfields, which currently has to travel further distances to large-scale facilities.
Yeah, on that point, just have you got any target figure for either jobs or square metres of space? Or, I mean, any? I've just seen a couple of employment areas, I think, on your draft master plan in the Horsham side. Can you give any further information about what you think would be appropriate there in terms of employment growth?
Yes, sir. We have a detailed report, our report number 5, and also our report number 3, which deals more directly with employment issues, which sets out a clear schedule of our current thoughts for the scale and mix of floor space within the Newmarket town. So you also asked...
sorry, I must have missed that then, because where is it on... Can you just give me a broad overview on it? I looked at Employment 5 over the weekend.
So I don't have the employment report in front of me, but I recall that it's table 7.1 of that report.
That's in report 3.
In report 3, which sets out an indicative range of employment and other facilities for the Newmarket town.
Okay, thank you.
So I also understand that you asked for more information in relation to the employment proposals for Mayfields, and Mr. Shotstack can talk about that, but we can certainly provide you with the notes in relation to those proposals.
Table 7, yeah?
In report,
yes.
report 3. In report 3, page 50, table 7, sets out our total employment proposals, sir.
Okay, so in summary, that's campus office mid-Sussex, High Street, 52,000 square metres, sorry, 45,000 campus office, and then 11,000 in neighbourhoods in both districts. So it's,
yes.
So it's mainly High Street in the Horsham side.
It is, but if you look in report 5, you'll see an illustration on page 42 of one possible configuration of how we envisage the High Street could become a vibrant employment centre.
Okay. That documentation's been available. Had you finished
so just going to say
on sustainability, or we can continue?
One more thing, if I may, which was the point about proximity to a railway station. Just talk about the principle, because we will get into the detail of this later on. But the rail station, of course, is principally aimed at commuters. It isn't a requirement for a Newmarket town. There are three rail stations within a relatively easy reach of Mayfields, but we consider, sir, that a more sustainable transport strategy is based on a bus network being more flexible and has the ability to radiate from the Newmarket town towards centres of, for instance, employment or other services. We also consider, as you know, from our submission, that there is, in fact, a strategic potential in this location to provide a park and ride facility which would enable or encourage longer distance bus services, particularly on the access between Gatwick, Crawley and Brighton, Burgess Hill, Hayward Heath and Horsham, and that facilitating that kind of strategic bus network in this location would complement and in fact relieve pressure on the rail network locally. So those are principles. We're very happy to discuss the details of those later today.
Okay, how would the Council like to respond on that? There's a couple of... you can respond if you want on the first points, but I think they were for the MPs. I'm more interested in sort of the transportation and sustainability issues.
Maybe I could just very quickly mention the employment floor space. Just looking at the documents that Mr. Reid's taken us to, the document 3, employment growth, and their submission document, which was the green document you were looking at earlier. Under the submission document, which was page 38, that's the green document, which includes a proposed policy for the area's search for a new market town. A little F that talks about employment provision. The figures there don't actually marry up with the figures in the orange document that we were just referred to, which is document 3, table 7, which set out the development type and the floor space. So there are some small differences between those two.
So just, if it may help, that's the suggested policy in relation to the Horsham element of the proposal. Table 7 relates to the whole of the proposed new market town.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, even the bits that referred to Horsham were actually different. In terms of the more general points, in terms of accessibility, the sustainability of accessibility to rail stations and so on, and the emphasis that's being placed on using the bus network, I think I'll ask Mid Sussex to comment on that, because whilst I appreciate that the site that we're looking at today is entirely within Horsham District, the connectivity to the strategic road network and indeed the nearest rail stations, which presumably the buses would be linking into, are almost entirely within Mid Sussex District.
Okay, yes please.
Thank you, sir. If I can just give a little bit of background as to where we are in this process and how this proposal would affect the plan making in Mid-Sussex. You referred earlier to the fact that we were in examination this time last year, and that the inspector found that we had not met the legal test of duty to cooperate. We didn't, in fact, get on to the issue of soundness.
Well, we had a discussion about that on the first day, and that's what I thought the position was. But the letter, when you read it, was actually about the soundness test part of the duty to cooperate. So the letter was before me, and maybe that's what I referred to in opening as being academic, because whether it was a legal duty or the soundness duty, but in any event, the inspector said to you, well, you can't go forward on this basis, you need to stop. But that's why I'm picking you up on that, because that's what it was put to me that it wasn't necessarily the legal duty, it was the soundness point.
Certainly in the discussions with Mr Hogger, the inspector, and with subsequent discussions with PINS, they were clear it was the legal test that we had failed, and therefore the inspector had no choice but to halt the hearing at that stage.
Okay. Well, that's very clear evidence, thank you. So where are you now? Well,
okay, so since that time we've been working with PINS and DCLG to rectify that situation, and Council has now approved a consultation draft, Regulation 18 consultation, that will commence on Friday for 8 weeks. So in terms of the strategy behind that Regulation 18 consultation, that doesn't include a housing number at this stage, but in terms of what's in that plan, that is supported by a sustainability appraisal that demonstrates that the most sustainable strategy for Mid-Sussex is to allocate a significant proportion of the proposed development to Burgess Hill. And the appraisal rules out the option of a new settlement in preference for options that focus development within or adjacent to our 3 towns, that's Hayward Heath, Burgess Hill, East Grinstead, and encourages growth to meet local needs of the villages. There is a significant allocation proposed at Burgess Hill. There's been reference to between 3,500 to 4,000 homes to the north of Burgess Hill. There's a further 1,000 homes in 2 big sites within Burgess Hill, so that's a total of 5,000 homes. There's also a proposal for...
Sorry, just saying, you're rattling through this a bit quickly,
Sorry.
But I mean it's helpful for me just as a bit of background. Is that a public document already?
It is publicly on our website because it's been through our council process, so it will be formally published on Friday.
So 3,500 to 4,000 to the north of Burgess Hill, and what were the other key points?
There's a further 1,000 on 2 sites within Burgess Hill, which have already got outline permission.
How many thousand?
1,000. It's 2 sites of 500 each.
Yeah.
It's got a 30-hectare business park to the west of Burgess Hill, and also an identified potential location for a science park of a similar size on top of that.
Okay.
And the normal sort of community facilities, sports facilities, etc., going with that development. There's also policy support for a significant regeneration of the town centre.
You say there's no housing numbers. What are there? You've referred to those 3,500 to 4 in one site and then 1,000 in 2 sites. What other? Have you got any other figures? For example, Horsham have got their 1,500 in neighbourhood plans. Have you included anything like that in your plan?
Not at this stage, because we are still undertaking work on both our housing need. We're waiting for those latest DCLG projections to come out before we finalise our position on that. And we're also continuing to undertake work with our neighbours on assessing their unmet needs.
Okay, thank you.
But
not you've not excluded a market town.
That is the evidence that our sustainability appraisal at the moment is saying that our overall strategy should be to focus development at our 3 towns and the villages, and that would be the most sustainable approach to meeting our needs and whatever of our neighbours we can accommodate. And so our main point on this matter is our concerns over the impact that a new town would have on the ambitions for Burgess Hill. It's only 3 kilometres away. We're expecting this development to happen over our plan period, which is the same as Horsham's, up to 2031. And we are concerned about the impact of having another significant development so close to that growth area in our district.
Yeah, okay. What about, I understand that would be your point, but what about these points Mr. Rhodes has made about sustainability? Do you want to comment on those from your point of view? Because his proposed park and ride would be within your district, as I understand it, correct? At the Hickstead Junction, I think. Just yes or no for that?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Plus the bus services point and the impact on any rail services or buses to and from rail services. Do you want to comment on that from your district's point of view?
If I can comment just broadly at this stage, because you have got an item on your agenda further down on transport. But in our general point is that those measures haven't been assessed in combination with the significant growth of Burgess Hill. We've obviously done significant transport work on how that growth will be accommodated, what transport improvements are needed to accommodate that growth, and how the transport interchange will work within Burgess Hill. None of that takes into account the impact of this proposal on Burgess Hill itself or that transport network.
No, okay. We will come back to that on sustainability. Mr. Rhodes, do you want to comment on these responses?
If I may, just in relation to those points. I think it might be helpful if the submitted Mid-Sussex plan was a document available to you as a core document, as it's recently been submitted. But just to make, I think, 3 points.
Yeah, well, actually, I don't have any objection to that. I think providing we... Have you seen it?
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. So I'll take comments on it here today. Presumably Council don't have an objection to that?
Not at all, sir.
Okay. I'll get that. Thank you.
Just to make 3 points about it. One is we've been told it doesn't include housing numbers. It does in fact, you'll see at paragraph 3.11, suggest that the demographic need is 516 homes per annum, or 8,800 homes over the lifetime of the plan. And the plan's proposals as submitted are shaped around those figures. So the Burgess Hill proposal and then the estimate of what neighbourhood plans would generate, shaped around those figures. So,
what's the plan period? Is it 20 years or
2031?
So it's 17 because it goes up to 2031.
So what, starting now, 2014?
It's moved its start date to 2014, yes.
Okay, thanks. That's useful.
So the level of 516 homes per annum is lower than the level that was put forward in the plan that you just referred to, that the inspector found unsound. And so I like you, I read the inspector's report to rate to the planning test rather than the legal test. But as a matter of fact, the 516 around which the submitted plan is shaped is lower than the figure that was put forward in the previous plan. What the plan does say is the council can't put forward a housing figure because it's waiting for more work to be done, including a consideration of unmet needs from neighbouring authorities. So you might wonder, as I did, how you can produce a plan if you don't know what your housing requirement is. And it is very much a question of the cart before the horse. When the full scale of housing requirement is identified, both the demographic, the genuine demographic need, the other adjustments required by the PPG, and of course consideration of unmet needs, the council will find itself in a position of having to consider a much higher level of housing provision. The council has produced an environmental capacity assessment for the district. So you may or may not be aware that we were seeking to agree a statement of common ground before today with the council and with LAMS, and we had submitted as part of that statement of common ground extracts from the Mid-Sussex environmental capacity assessment, because that assessment spills over into our area of interest, including spilling over into parts of Horsham.
Well, no, I wasn't aware, and I haven't seen anything. I've seen a statement of common ground. I'm not sure it was signed, but it was between you and West Sussex as County Council as Highway Authority.
Yes,
that's the only document I've got.
So we were hoping to put forward a further statement of common ground to you. We were advised yesterday by LAMS and by the Council that there was in fact so little common ground between us that there was no point having a statement. So there is no document to be put forward to you. But that prompts me to suggest that Mid-Sussex Environmental Capacity Assessment should also become a core document for this examination. And so if it is, what it will identify are the relative lack of constraints in the immediate vicinity of Mayfields. In fact, the Environmental Capacity Assessment seeks to preclude Mayfields principally on the grounds that it's more than 3 or 5, I can't remember, kilometres from existing facilities and therefore not a sustainable location, which of course entirely misses the point that it would provide its own facilities and become a sustainable location. What the Environmental Capacity Assessment identifies is the severe nature of constraints affecting the majority of the remainder of Mid-Sussex, I think affecting 92% of the district, and the relative lack of constraints affecting Mayfields. So the point now relied upon by the Council relates to an assertion of unhelpful impact on Burgess Hill. So it follows if more housing or employment needs to be provided within the district, then there will be some relationship between that and Burgess Hill. But if you were to find against Mayfields on grounds of impact on Burgess Hill, so you'd need some evidence. So the only evidence in front of you is to draw your attention to the fact that this point has been assessed twice before. One in the Newmarket Town study of 2010, paragraph 6.107, which says, properly planned, a Newmarket Town would complement, not compete with Burgess Hill. And secondly, in this council, Horsham Council's own sustainability appraisal, paragraph 7.29, which says there's a small risk a small risk of competition with Burgess Hill if the new market town is properly planned. There's no reason to assume it wouldn't be properly planned. And so, sir, there is no evidence to support a concern that there's an unhelpful impact on Burgess Hill.
Okay. Council, make any other points about sustainability or come back on that?
No, thank you, sir. I think we'll come onto them on the more detailed bullet points that you have.
Right. I've got your supporters, aren't you, of the council?
One point I wanted to make that was brought up earlier, sir, was on the idea and the modification being proposed for an early review of the plan in 5 years. Here representing Albourne Parish Council, and as I said, I chair a group of 9 parish councils, 5 of which are in Horsham. I do not believe a review of the plan in 5 years without a significant reason for that review, such as the agreement to Gatwick expansion is valid. Residents in a wide swathe of area, I think, as highlighted by the gentleman next to you earlier, have suffered blight for a considerable number of years already from Mayfield's proposals. And I think the idea of an early review in 5 years will only continue that blight for some considerable time to come.
Okay, well, I might let you come back on that in a minute. Okay, lady, to your right. I mean,
thank you very much. I would just like to say that the Hickstead Junction is in the parish of Twynham, and it's extremely dangerous. It has a two-way section on it on the slip road, and there's already been the northbound slip road, and there has been a fatality on that.
Yes, all right, well,
we'll
come on to that. We will be coming on to that. I should have said, as I've said with others, I've had a look at the area, and I've come off the A23 there and driven, is it Bob's Lane? Goes through to Twynham and then on to Wynham. So I've had a quick look at the area, but I'm not saying I've done a comprehensive site inspection by any means, but I will be doing that at some stage before coming to any sort of conclusions on this. I will be going back. I'd like the ability to go on to some parts of the site if they're within your control. That's coming up. You better give me maybe think about a plan there, but I'm not sure that's necessary, to be honest. But if there's anything you want me to look at, let me know. We'll come on to the transport measures. I was more concerned. I mean, just sort of coming back to you, Mr. Rhodes, on this employment issue.
So might I? I'm sorry, sir. For lambs, might I be able to come back on the question of sustainability on behalf of the local residents? If the council would like you to.
I'm sure we would not only have no objection to that, but would be delighted. But I think you do just need to bear in mind, by the way, that Lambs does have a live objection to the sentence at the end of 3.25 in the plan that refers to, in the longer term, an innovative solution such as a step change to an existing settlement or a new settlement within our district may need to be considered. Now that, as you know, is a sentence that this council proposes should be removed, but it hasn't been removed yet. We await your report, and Lambs has an objection to that sentence. So it seems to me actually they're in effect wearing two hats here.
They are.
You know, we can call on them as part of our case to deal with some detailed issues that they have more detailed knowledge of than the district council does, but they are also objectors to a sentence in the plan that refers to the possibility of considering a new settlement in due course. So I think you should bear that in mind. So I'm more than happy to invite Mr. Turney, my learned friend, to say something in effect as part of the district council's case, but I think you should remember that they are also objectors to that part of the plan.
Yes, all right. Well, I will in a minute, because I was going to ask Mr. Rayner, what was I going to ask him? This issue of employment, I mean, you've made quite a big point of sustainability in terms of retention of prevention of out-commuting through retention of employment within provision of jobs within the settlement, which would retain jobs. Have you got, I mean, you do talk about a figure of up to 25%, I think. Is that right?
So can I let Mr. Kay answer that question in terms of internalisation of trips?
Yeah. And what sort of facilities I mean, I noticed that, the business park, I mean, the employment in the Market Town Centre itself, based on in the Horsham district, that presumably includes all service employment? Does it include, for example, employment in the school? Does it include retail employment? Does it include employment in community facilities and other services within the town centre?
Table 7 in Report 3 provides that overall breakdown, and we can provide you with further details about some further analysis of that if you'd like. Yes, it does.
Can you just answer my question?
Yes, sorry. Yes, the answer is the 52,500 is for B-class office development, and then the service employment is on top of that, some of which will be in the town centre. And it shows 2,000 service jobs overall spread across both districts.
Right, sorry, so just be clear, this table and what you've got in your submission is 52,500, very well. There's 52 or 50, I'm not going to quibble about 500
No, it's
square
not
metres.
500, sir, forgive me, it's not just the difference of 500, it's 52,000 plus 5,500, so a total of 57,500 in their representations on this plan. So I think this Table 7 in Report 3 is all very interesting, but it's not actually talking about what they're proposing in this district. The document, the green document, is telling us what they propose in this district, and it's 52,500 plus 5,500 in item F on page 38.
Mr. Shostak, is this you dealing with
Yes, I can help you a little bit with that. The 5,500 square meters refers to all of the neighbourhood centres across in both districts, I believe. But we will double check that. That's referring to the 5,500 on page 38 of our main representations.
Yeah.
Refers to the neighbourhood centres, and I will double check whether that refers to the neighbourhood centres across the entire scheme or just in Horsham.
The proposed policy to be written into the Horsham plan, so it can only be talking about Horsham.
Okay.
But if it's a mistake and it can be struck out, then that's a start.
Okay. I will check the calculations that we did for all the neighbourhood centres, whether that refers to the Horsham neighbourhood centres or all the neighbourhood centres.
Yeah, okay, but what you can see what I'm getting at is, how much of this is employment that will provide jobs for people who might otherwise commute out to Crawley and Brighton, presumably, and Gatwick, presumably. I mean, you're predicating this proposal on a need for housing and to sort of meet the needs in the sub-area and the Gatwick Diamond, and then also saying that rather than just expecting people to commute out to those settlements along that corridor, if you like, you're also going to provide, how can I put this, what I'd call is sort of self-sustaining employment development within your own settlement that doesn't just meet the needs of the town that you're providing for, but also, is new employers coming in providing new jobs that wouldn't otherwise be there in any event.
That's right.
Now, I'm trying to get a handle on how much of that there might be, and is that really all of this 52,000 square metres high-quality employment space as part of a high street market centre? So that's sort of like here, like where we are now in Horsham, as a sort of office centre, I assume. Is that what you're seeking to
Yes,
provide?
it is. And so we're assuming, looking at Table 7, of the 10,075 jobs in the whole scheme as a whole, some 4,300 of the 75 would be in the market town centre. And those would be new knowledge industry jobs. And then service employment would be on top of that.
And so just to be clear, we're not suggesting that the town would be entirely self-contained.
No, I appreciate that.
Mr. Kay, can we take it to one reference?
No, obviously, I understand that.
We've presented in our submission, sir, some statistics on how existing settlements in the area behave in terms of their level of self-containment. Some of the settlements are quite akin to the type of things that we'd be looking to establish within Mayfields, such as Henfield, in terms of its high street provision. And therefore, if I could just refer you to page 60 of the purple document, document number 5, which shows how existing towns, the level of internalisation that could be expected from the existing towns in the area, as a measure for how successful Mayfields could be in doing the same. So at the top of the tier, effectively Horsham and Crawley, you will see from the table that those settlements achieve a fairly high level of internalisation, to the extent where the majority of trips are not made externally. We would contend that with all the benefits of good planning and good design within Mayfields, that we could achieve in the order of quite a conservative estimate. When you look at some of these statistics, conservative estimates of around 30% internalisation, and if our ambitions to seek a larger settlement of 10,000 dwellings within the Mid-Sussex and Horsham districts were to be realised, we think that could increase to about 40%, and that would include trips not just to employment, but take account of trips for education, for retail, and for leisure.
Yes, okay. I'm glad you referred to that page. Actually, I've read this in more detail than some of the others, and that paragraph 3.3.15 there, actually got a question there, because you seem to have got 2 entries for two to three form entry primary schools. So you've got 1 academy secondary school, 2 3 form entry primary schools, secondary centre including local shops, and then you've got another 3 2 3 form entry primary schools. Is that right? And if it is, why didn't you just say 5 primary schools? Is it a mistake or what?
Sorry, it's not a mistake. It relates to the split between the 2 local authority areas.
Oh, right. Okay.
So we're imagining up to 5 2 to 3 form primary schools.
Okay, fine. That's my question. Plus 1 secondary school, academy secondary school. We'll come on to that in a minute. But while we're talking about it, how many forms of entry?
For the secondary schools, so I need to check. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay, we'll come back to that later. Right. Anything else, Mr. Kay?
Yeah, it does go back to
sustainability issue.
Yeah, it does go back to some of the points that others have raised in relation to the reliance of the existing area on car use. I think the quotation from the MP was that the area is characterised by high car use. The HDPF paragraph 5.81 does also refer to potential cuts in funding for public transport for the local area. And we believe that one of the sustainability case of Mayfields in this particular location is to provide facilities which are closer than other tier settlements in relation to how people in the area travel and how access to alternative modes of transport can be provided through new developments in the area to sustain the longer term vitality and viability of public transport in particular, sir.
Okay. Yes, okay. Do you want to come back on any of these points then about sustainability, Mr. Turney?
So yes, Mr. Turney. May I just say, just to introduce LAMS, as my friend Mr. Katkowski rightly points out, we do have an objection to the plan. We also, and I do emphasise this, represent 500 local residents. And I do think it's important that the examination hears that view rather than simply hearing from those perhaps who've taken a different position to the council on this point. I do think that's...
I'm going to stop you there. The whole point about this is that, there's an objection, the council defends its plan. You've got a very limited objection, in my view, about the future point. No, it's a sort of very specific objection. I've got it.
Yes.
I take it. If you want to... And actually, the council seems to have agreed with it, and so to overcome your objection. So I don't want to go into a long... It's for the council to defend its plan. If I decide that I think this should go ahead, there would still be yet another process to go through, including a process like this, where anyone who objected to it, who might or might not be here today anyway, would have a chance to oppose that modified proposal. So
quite understand that, and we're well aware of the process. It's simply a case of this, that there is a real risk of starting hares running, and there is a hare already running in this Mayfield proposal, and we need to explain to you why it is that you should stop that hare from running now rather than encourage it.
Well, it's for the council to do that, but if you think they've missed something, then...
I'm going to be quite straightforward about this. Mr Turney's explained that they do have an objection to pass the plan. You've said that you regard that as being a relatively modest point, in which case I invite Mr Turney to make these points about stopping hares running as part of the council's
that's
response.
fine. That's okay.
So
I'm allowing him to do that.
Thank you, sir. Far away, Mr Turney.
I'm allowing him to do it with sort of safeguards.
So that's it. I really just want to be clear for the examination to understand, for you to understand, so what our position is. I think we've made it quite clearly in our written representations. But it's an important voice in this process. I should say that we've done a lot of work on this. So we know a lot about the proposal and we know a lot about the background to it. We can assist the examination in that regard. So I've read
your statement. I've read it all.
I'm grateful. Can I just briefly pick up the questions of sustainability? First point, sustainability has the three elements that the MPs referred to, and we do emphasise those three elements. We say this fails on each of them. That's a very high-level generic point. So I come down to the next point, which is this. The entire sustainability model that is put forward by Mayfield is predicated on capturing employment in the market town. We say those assumptions are completely unrealistic, and they're not credible when you test it against the operation of any settlement of a similar size in Sussex or indeed in the southeast of England. The assumption is based on capturing a very large number of the residents in employment in the town. First of all, it ignores the effects of incremental development. So how will employment come first, or indeed in parallel with new housing? And it presumes that if new jobs are created, they are created for those residents of the new town. That might not be a fair assumption, in which case you have both out-commuting and in-commuting, even if you produce the jobs. The next point is, how do they deal with the transport impacts generally? Say they were right on the employment basis. The approach, we say, is entirely novel and entirely inconsistent with any sensible, sustainable transport planning. It is a reverse park and ride, encouraging people to drive out of a town centre and park in a car park next to the A23 and then get on a bus to use a main arterial route. So you'll know, park and rides conventionally operate the other way around. You leave the arterial route and you go into the town centre. So it works completely the other way around.
Well, actually, I suppose it could work the other way around as well. But
for in commuting, it may be that that is part of it
for
as well.
For in commuting.
So the additional point is this, in terms of vehicle movements. It's said that this is going to be a service centre, i.e. one which provides retail, leisure opportunities and so on. That means that there's additional transport generated into the settlement from the surrounding area if it's to function in the way it's said to function. In terms of the relationship to the train network, there is an extensive rail network in Sussex. This is the one proposal you have before you which doesn't have any sensible interaction with the rail network. There is no train station within a reasonable travel distance. So those people in Sussex that wish to travel further afield, and you'll remember the evidence that actually came from Mayfields on the housing day about out-commuting, the role of Horsham District in providing housing for the London commuter market. That all is suddenly ignored when it comes to the question of this proposal and its relationship to the transport network. And then we add to that the series of practical problems. I think they come more under deliverability. But if I can briefly summarise, you can't deliver the highway network improvements that are required. There are serious constraints on the highway, including the flood constraint, which is one of the generic issues which you want to address. On Mayfield's own plan, those highway contributions, including the park and ride, would come later on after one had started building the houses. So they don't come first, at least not in the manner in which they're required. In terms of park and ride, it's an assumption that it will be taken up. And we question the realism of someone driving from their house to the A23 and then boarding a bus to travel to another settlement. Once one's at the strategic road network, you take advantage of it. So those are the sustainable transport pattern generic issues we want to raise. The heart of it is poor connectivity to the rail network. And you'll see, sir, in any of the Garden City type proposals which come forward at the moment, in any of the ones that are being talked about by government as opposed to talked about by Mayfield, they are all centred on where can we get sustainable transport solutions. And they focus on the rail network for very good reason.
Okay, I'm going to allow further comments on this because I consider this to be an important issue.
Mm-hmm. Allow me to try and cover some of the points, and please let me know if I forget anyone. In relation to the...
well, we can come back to deliverability maybe later.
Yeah, there's points being made on...
principles of this.
Yeah, points made about employment and the level of self-containment that as a team Mayfields think is possible. I've already alluded to the potential internalisation rates that we think are achievable given the evidence available locally within the area. By and large, we're not talking about the majority of all employment trips will be within Mayfields. I made it quite clear that we think around 30 to 40% of all trips, not just employment trips, all trips, could be made internally within development, taking account of leisure, employment, education and so on. So, by inference, 70% of traffic is likely to be external to the development. And it does echo what the NPPF test when it refers to the severity of impacts and paragraph 32 of the NPPF, when it seeks to establish what the residual impact of development is. And residual, as far as we're concerned, is once you have taken every opportunity to maximise sustainable forms of transport, then you go through an assessment process, which we have undertaken and we can revisit on the infrastructure point later on today, about how you then test the impact of particularly car trips on the surrounding road network. And that assessment has included all three of the effects which were mentioned today, both the out-commuting, the residual impact of the out-commuting once you've taken account of anything that's internalised within the development, the attraction of Mayfield as a centre in itself, which could attract employment trips or education trips from the surrounding area into the High Street area, as well as the internal-to-internal trips, which then arises from co-locating employment and residential areas together. A point was also made about the role of the park and ride in the overall transport strategy. The park and ride is only one element of what we see as a multimodal transport interchange. So we have looked at how the development at Mayfields relate to its existing neighbours, and I think I could refer everyone to table 3.6 on page 63 of the purple document, number 5. So the table shows quite clearly how we think Mayfields will relate to its neighbours, and shows how it actually responds quite well to its regional neighbours in terms of where people might want to go, and therefore, by inference, on how the housing provision would relate to housing need across the sub-regional area. Going back to the park and ride site, we very much see it as a public transport interchange, as I said, being a point where local and more strategic bus services can connect. So it's not necessarily that you have to drive to the park and ride in order to enjoy that connectivity. But we do recognise that there are significant movements of traffic north and south on the A23, including destinations within Crawley and Brighton which don't necessarily have the level of public parking, or the charges are quite high, particularly in Brighton, where park and ride may be an attractive alternative for existing car drivers on the A23, and we would very much see that side roll effectively as an offset mechanism by which capacity on the A23 could be released in order to accommodate some of the additional traffic, some of the residual impacts arising from the element of out-commuting that may take place from Mayfields. Mentioned, we did hear today about the rail question. Rail is a constraint in the area in terms of capacity on the network. We've recognised that we have an ability to provide alternative through longer distance coach services to places which might not be served by rail, such as Manor Royal in Crawley and some of the outlying areas of Brighton. So we actually see a complement in being able to minimise the impact of development on the rail network. The public transport strategy in terms of bus service provision from Mayfields to Burgess Hill, we've put forward very, very high frequency services between Burgess Hill and Mayfields, but also recognise the role that other railway stations in the area, such as Hassocks and Wivelsfield, can play. And if you take the 3 railway stations together, they provide a similar level of service across the 3 stations to Haywards Heath, which is by far the best served station in the local area.
Okay, what about, you've referred to capacity issues on the railway. That's all what's the evidence there? Couldn't they increase capacity?
We've been in discussions with Network Rail about their future plans for the Brighton to London main line. They have identified themselves in terms of the capacity for trains, that there are particular constraints located further north of the area, within the actual Greater London conurbation, at a interchange or a railway junction called the Windmill Junction, which they are looking to unlock through further investment in order to provide further service.
Where's that?
Why is it a constraint?
Where is it?
I think it's...
I know the line, I'm just interested.
Yeah, I think it's around the Croydon area, sir. It's where there's
north of East Croydon.
It's where there's existing flyovers around the Croydon area, which represent, as far as Network Rail are concerned, a constraint to further increases in frequency along the Brighton to London main line.
What about increasing train length? Going from 8 to 12 coaches.
That's obviously a possibility that as the sub-regional plan for the area and the route utilisation study for the area takes place, that we're not here to make a specific point about this.
Not all stations can take those, but I mean, I know that Thameslink will form from the first Capital Connect. We're doing some work on that.
Yeah, the various changes have happened in the area, including running some of the Gatwick Express services from Brighton during the peak hours. So things are being done in the background to increase the capacity on the line, sufficient to support regional economic growth there.
Okay, all right, thanks. Does anyone else? Right. Take quick comment from you, Mr. Moore. You're an objector.
Yes, one of the problems I have at the moment is that we seem to be trying to look at the soundness of the Mayfield plan rather than trying to look at the soundness of the HDPF. And I think I'd just like to go back to what our position has been all the way through this, is the HDPF in its current form, to us, doesn't make a lot of sense. It's obvious if you look at the future that the demand for new homes in the southeast of the country will continue, whether we like it or not. And we have two choices facing us. One is we can continue as we're doing at the moment to bolt on or enlarge existing settlements. And the consequence of that eventually is that coalescence starts to occur. Or we can bite the bullet and build a new town somewhere in the south of the district. And to me it makes complete sense that should be included within the HDPF, that a new town should be there to try and avoid the other problems that not having one will give rise to.
Yeah, well, I'm aware of that problem. I mean, I'm still testing the soundness of the plan. I hope I am, but I'll allow you to come back in a minute. I'm just going to go around the table, please. Right, Mr. Sallows, that's your point, isn't it, from RUSPA's point of view?
Yeah, broadly, sir, yes. The RUSPA Parish Council has all along, in our proposals to Horsham District, encouraged them to think about alternative major settlements to the south of the district, and preferably along the A23 corridor. We don't, per se, support Mayfield development, and I think that we would probably be in agreement with the other parish councils here in terms of the sustainability and appropriateness of their proposals. But I think what's called into question here is the soundness of the HDC plan in terms of their requirement to consult with Mid-Sussex has obviously been a failure in the past. And whilst at one point there was no legal requirement to do that law did change within the course of this government, and pressure has been forthcoming from our own district councillor that was a reason to go back and properly negotiate the possibilities for a joint settlement along the A23 corridor, and that has patently failed to be a part of what the considerations were for this plan. So I think that aspect of the soundness is called into question. The other point I'd make is that there's been a lot of talk about localism this morning. And I think that it's fair to say that some districts are inevitably being NIMBY-ish about where the development might occur. And I represent a parish in the north of the district, and obviously there are concerns about the development that is focused very much in the plan around the north of the district. But that isn't purely on a NIMBYistic perspective. I think our view is that the plan clearly identifies policies that avoid coalescence of developments, and the coalescence between Crawley and Horsham seems to be the sole focus of this plan against its own policy. Because the plan, the recent development allowances from Horsham District has been the Kilnwood Vale site, which has been a major incursion on the location of two settlements, and the North Horsham site. And so our recommendation was that North Horsham should never have been a part of this plan, that there should have been proper consideration for an alternative settlement.
Well, yeah, I understand all that. We've had many hours of debate about that.
Yeah. But so from a localism perspective, there's been no local consultation on any of this, any of the plan, really. That the local consultation, all of the planning the planning meetings were all held in private.
I'm not. Listen, Mr. Sallows, come on. You've heard me say many times. I'm not going into that again.
I'm just raising the point because the question of localism was raised, but there's been no local debate. And I think that the soundness of the plan in terms of its application of localism and the soundness of the plan in terms of its the degree of consultation required with the neighbouring counties have all been missed.
Okay, so what do you think I should do then?
I think that the plan itself is unsound because what's been put
how
forward...
could it be made sound, do you think?
By asking them to go back and reconsider properly the alternatives for sites that don't cause the coalescence of...
So you're not quite the same as Mr. Rowe. He doesn't really want me to throw the whole plan out and start again.
They question the soundness of the plan itself. They did in the course.
They do, but they think of another solution.
Yeah.
But that's one. But one has to go further than that, doesn't one?
Yeah.
How are you suggesting the housing requirements should be met?
Well, you see, I take it, and the parish council takes a different view of the housing requirements, and that Horsham's housing requirements.
Are you saying there aren't any at all?
No, I agree that there are housing requirements, but I believe that the housing requirements are met by what Horsham is proposing at the moment. In fact, I believe they're more than met, because the 650 a year that Horsham is proposing in its plan, by their own admission on the actual number of houses that they require on an annual basis for their natural increase is 186. So they're trebling that number to allow for the other requirements of local district needs and the Crawley need and other overflows.
And employment needs. And to cater for migration projections, all the things we went into. You haven't given me a figure. I'm not going to revisit the housing number. I'm just trying to get a feel for what the parish council thinks is happening. Are you supporting a new market town in the south of the district as a possible way of meeting those needs?
We're supporting a major new development. We believe that a market town is an option for that, right. and so we think that the council has not properly investigated those options.
Okay. Well, you are on a... You are aligned with Mr. Rose there.
Well,
all right, thank you.
In terms of sustainability, that it should have been a part of this. So Horsham should have been identifying sites and properly evaluating their sustainability. So we had real.
Well, they have
real
done
options.
an essay. That's disputed. We're going to come on to that. Okay. The parish councils are supporters, effectively, of the council.
Could I just add a point of information?
What did you want to say about sustainability?
The sustainability of the rail network. I understand the Brighton and Hove Council have looked into this, that there is fundamental restriction due to Balcombe Viaduct and Balcombe Tunnel, which means that south of Three Bridges they would require enormous investment to increase capacity. And also there are fundamental overarching sustainability issues with the Mayfield employment scenario, which would undermine the west of Burgess Hill proposals for employment land, and also potentially the viability of the neighbourhood plan for Henfield, which would require further inward and outward commuting for any residents of Mayfield, and therefore would not make it sustainable.
Okay, there's a point for you to come back on there maybe, but sorry, ladies, Ms. Bratton, is it?
Nikki Ernest. The point I wanted to make on transport was I would encourage you, if you haven't done so already with your site visits, to try driving from this site to the railway stations. I think you'll find to travel to Hassocks you have to go through the High Street at Hurstpit Point, which in many points of the day is single carriageway due to parking and is regularly gridlocked. And even to Burgess Hill, the route would take you through some very residential, a substantial section of residential road. The station at Burgess Hill is to the east of the town.
Okay. Do the council want to come? Thank you. Do the council want to come back on any of the points raised by Mr. Kay and or Mr. Sallows, if necessary?
Yes, just from me, just very briefly, and then I'll see if Mrs. Charles has anything else to add. But in relation to the points made by RUSPA and the Horsham Society, so obviously when you come to deliverability later on, I imagine this afternoon, you need to bear in mind that their case does diverge from the objectors who are promoting the new market town or new settlement, because of course Rusper, for example, is seeing the idea of a new settlement as an alternative to allocating land to the north of Horsham, etc., etc. Whereas, as we flushed out this morning first thing, the promoters of the new town are seeing it in addition to. And there's a deliverability issue here, because there isn't there's no chance at all of the new town delivering over the early years of the plan. So
Will you say we're
that will be
come
discussed
on
later.
Yeah.
As for the points made in relation to sustainable transport by the objectors, in reference to the last bullet point of paragraph 32 of the framework, so I would suggest to you that at least as importantly, and I would have suggested more importantly, is the locational policy in paragraph 34 of the National Planning Policy Framework, which is that plans, which is what we're dealing with here, should ensure developments that generate significant movement, which is obviously what we're dealing with here, are located where the need to travel will be minimised, and it's the next few words, and the use of sustainable transport modes can be maximised. And I have to say that on the District Council's behalf, it's hard to imagine how one can maximise the use of sustainable transport modes when there are these acknowledged issues concerning proximity and accessibility to the rail network, to railway stations. And indeed, it's being said, possibly being said on behalf of the objectors promoting this concept, well, look, there are difficulties with the rail network and capacity on it, which tends to suggest this cannot be a location which meets the basic locational policy in paragraph 34 of the framework. I don't know whether Mrs. Charles wants to add anything on that.
Yes, thank you. That was more a procedural matter. My colleague from the County Council may want to comment on some of the assumptions that have been made by Mr. Kay in terms of the transport movements. But my point really comes back to Mr. Sallow's point from Rusper Parish Council about the assessment of a new settlement, and has that been incorporated properly within the process. And I would just remind you that the 2009 consultation, which is CDLP 18, included various spatial options for meeting the needs of the area, which included spread the development throughout the district, focus on the most sustainable existing settlements, concentrate development in a sub-region with a new settlement, or a combination of any or all of the above. So clearly it has been there from the absolute outset of our preparation, of our review of our core strategy, and is built into the sustainability appraisal process as well. And the other point I just wanted to correct, certainly from the District Council's perspective, is that the Morrie poll that was referred to earlier by Mayfields, where the outcome there was quoted as people were commenting that they thought a new settlement would be their preferred choice for the delivery of new homes. The outcome of our consultation, that does not marry up with the outcome of our consultation, where it concluded that a combination of spreading development throughout the district and focusing on the main sustainable settlements was favoured, and that indeed is what has carried through to the strategy that you have before you today.
Okay, I want to try and move on if we can. Anything on transportation, sustainability issues?
As I understand, so I think we'll come into transport in a little bit more detail, so I can probably cover all the comments then, but it is probably important for me to mention that we have had initial discussions with Mayfield Market Towns, but we haven't been supplied enough detail. It's a very early initial stage of transport work. We haven't been given enough detail and would not be able to support a local plan allocation at this time, but I can go into that and we can cover that in a little bit more detail. But it's probably worth making that point at this stage. It has been very high level early discussions. We've been happy with the level of work for that early initial stage, but not for a local plan or indeed a planning application stage at this point.
Okay, Mr. Shostak, do you want to comment on that?
Very briefly,
I'd like
sir.
to move on to, we're going to come back to this in some ways, and I'm getting worried about how we're going to have a good discussion on all this anyway.
Very briefly, sir. When we last looked at the Burgess Hill employment proposals, we didn't see any competition between that and what we're proposing at Mayfields, in that as we read the actual applications coming forward for land at Burgess Hill, it's primarily light industrial and warehouse use rather than primarily office use.
Okay, Mr. Rhodes.
So can I just pick up two short points in response to what's just been said on behalf of the Council. First, in relation to the principle required by the NPPF in terms of sustainable location. So it's simply too easy and actually wrong to suggest it's not next to a railway station. It can't be a sustainable location. The railway station, of course, is principally there to serve commuting trips. We'll get on to the detail of transport shortly, I hope, but so you'll find that travel patterns in this area feature relatively low out commuting to London. The transport requirement is for movement between the principal employment centres, and to this issue has been studied by the councils or on their behalf through the Newmarket Town study and the sustainability appraisal. The Newmarket Town study found, and I referenced this earlier, that this is a good location to underpin the viability of bus services, having regard to its position in the settlement hierarchy. And
okay, yeah, I've got that. You don't need to really repeat points. But
yeah. Thank you. Thank you. To the second point about this has been fully considered through the sustainability process, I understood that the point to be made. Interesting because what the 2009 first draft of the local, effectively the local plan did was identify the potential role for Newmarket Town. That led to the three authorities commissioning an independent study. The independent study was published. It reached the conclusion that Newmarket Town was feasible and recommended further work be undertaken. It did not dismiss the Newmarket Town. The further work has not been done. Then the more recent sustainability appraisals have not been done, certainly by the authorities. The more recent sustainability appraisal before this examination looks at two things. One is the settlement pattern and one is the specifics of individual strategic sites. On the settlement pattern, a Newmarket Town is considered as an alternative to the Council's strategy, not in addition to it, because of course the sustainability appraisal wasn't looking to provide enough housing or employment land. Then the new settlement was marked down because it could not deliver as early as other options, and so it scored virtually nothing in relation to housing or employment, which of course is bizarre given that that's its principal function. So we have submitted an alternative sustainability appraisal. It's one of our reports in our representations.
Yes, I've read it. Yep.
Which you won't be surprised to find comes to a different view. But the idea that the Council has fully assessed the sustainability of Newmarket Town
I can't remember what number it is. One of your documents, isn't it? Doc 4, is it? Anyway, I've read it. I've had a look at it. Okay. Council, do you want to come back on anything before I move on?
Yes, please, sir. The reference was made to the feasibility work which was undertaken some time ago now by GL Hearn on behalf of the three authorities, Crawley and Mid Sussex and ourselves. The point was made that that hasn't been followed up. That work had been done and was tested through the sustainability appraisal process, which concluded, in fact, both sustainability processes for both authorities have concluded that that was not the most sustainable option for this plan period. And so further feasibility work has not been necessary. If the sustainability appraisal had made a different conclusion, had come to a different conclusion, then clearly further work would need to be done. But I feel that it has been properly addressed, both through a consultation process and through the necessary sustainability process. But I'd like to bring my colleague from Mid Sussex in, because there was some specific reference there to Burgess Hill, which I'd like her to comment on.
Okay. Ms. Tester.
Just briefly, sir, in terms of the business park element of Burgess Hill, it may be helpful to say that about half of that 30 hectares that I referred to has actually got a resolution to grant permission on it. And it's a mixture of B1 light and office. with the element of B8 has been restricted. And that is because we are aiming at knowledge base type businesses, which does appear to conflict or compete with what's being suggested at the Mayfield development.
Yes, okay. Let's move. I'm going to move on. I've got some information on that. I mean, whether that's competition or supplement, might be something I'll consider. Right. I'm going to try and deal with one more topic before lunchtime, and because landscape impact I've got down next, maybe lead into biodiversity, but I've got comments on all of this. I've been to the site. I'll go again, as I've said. All the other sessions that you haven't been there, I think there's something for me to look at those representations and then come to my own view on it by looking at it in some detail. And a lengthy discussion on this isn't necessarily very fruitful, but are there any points you want to make on that, having seen some of the points made against you in statements?
So I'll try and be brief given your introduction. So as I said this morning, we did seek to agree a statement of common ground on these and other issues. So one of the appendices to that doesn't need to be submitted to you because it's already before the examination. It's page 22 of our report number 5, and it identifies environmental constraints, either landscape, ecological or otherwise. So it's reasonably self-explanatory, and it's consistent with the appendix which the Council attached to their own submission to Matter 3 on environment. Any assessment is also consistent with the environmental capacity assessment undertaken by Mid-Sussex. It identifies that this is a part of the world which is relatively unconstrained and is not handicapped by specific national or other landscape or ecological designations. And so I think it would be helpful for you to see the Mid-Sussex Environmental Capacity Assessment. So another reference I can give you without looking it up is our report number 1.
Yes, I'll take that as a document, please. Can someone arrange for that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So in our report number 1, Appendix 5, we identified that the Council did consider in 2012 the potential alternative strategic sites. It's Appendix 5 to our report number 1. It identifies at that time that the Council scored Mayfields better than North Horsham in terms of landscape impact. So the principle of the landscape impact was examined through the Newmarket Towns study. We know, first of all, that the area of search for the Newmarket Town was selected by the councils having regard to strategic constraints in the sub-region. So it was already directed to this general location because of those landscape and other constraints. That's paragraph 222. In paragraph 350, the report concluded a compact new town could be absorbed into this expansive mosaic of landscape without a significant visual impact on those using the South Downs National Park. That's paragraph 350. So we don't suggest that there wouldn't be landscape impacts. We accept that there would be landscape impacts. Landscape impacts will arise wherever the clear need for housing and employment is ultimately satisfied. But we do say that this is an area of relative lack of constraint. In fact, even Lamb's submission to this matter, paragraph 4.8, confirms that neither landscape or ecological quality are so high as to automatically rule out Mayfield's market town. And so we say that the answer to addressing landscape concerns relates to the detail of master planning for the area. And so we've set out our proposals in our report number 5 in particular. One of the appendices to the Statement of Common Ground was going to be an extract from that document, but if you look in report number 5, about 6 pages from the back of report number 5, it doesn't, I'm afraid, have a page number, but it's a copy of the Mayfields Master Plan, and it's a It's a page that we'll come back to in relation to flooding, because it identifies how the river corridors, which are subject to flood risk, have been excluded.
Sorry,
so it's a document. It's a page that looks like that.
This page?
Yeah.
This document?
In the back of number 5, yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Rhodes, is it in the appendices? Or
report number 5.
Appendices?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. You didn't...
It's to the back of the document.
That one?
Yeah. So the purpose of drawing it to your attention is to demonstrate what should be self-evident, that with careful master planning, a high-quality environment can be created which protects the river corridors, protects the woodland blocks, protects the mosaic of hedgerows, transforms what's currently arable land into, for instance, a large country park. You can see that in the northwest of the master plan. And so we don't say that the development has no landscape impacts. That's not our case. But relative to other locations, there is a significant opportunity here, and we've not seen evidence to the contrary that a compact market town of this scale could not be properly accommodated.
Thank you. Who's responding for the council on this, please?
Perhaps I could just start off, sir, and then hand over to Mrs. Howe. I think just taking that last point, I don't think the council necessarily takes issue with the possibility of mitigation measures taking place, albeit that we don't feel that we have enough evidence before us to be able to comment on whether they might be appropriate or not. But I just wanted, before I hand over to Mrs. Howe, I just wanted to take a point of principle, really, and just a point of clarification, that the Newmarket Town study that was undertaken by GL Hearn, and the paragraph number that was quoted, which was 3.50, the area that was considered as part of that study is not the same as the area of land that's been put forward by Mayfields. In fact, our estimate is that probably 3/4 of the land that was subject to the initial feasibility work by the GL Hearn joint study is actually outside of the piece of land that is currently being put forward by Mayfield within Horsham district. But that was just a sort of point of clarification. But let me hand over to Mrs. Howe.
I've looked at that, but there were 3 or 4 options, weren't there, on that? Do you want to give me a reference for that?
Yes. The reference is CDH11.
No, I've got sorry, the pages that you're talking about there. Then. Which, is there a map that shows that you particularly want to refer me to there?
Just trying to find it, sir.
Okay, we'll come back. Come back to it then. I mean, there's option 1. There's 3 options.
The options are set out on paragraph 8.2 on page 75, I think so. And there is a map then, isn't there? And then there are a series of maps, forgive me, which show location options from.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So
that's why I'm giving you the reference.
That's why this.
But all of those options there all lie within an area of study that was covered, an area of search, and it's that overall area of search which is the red triangular line that I'm referring to.
Oh, I see.
Which covered the entire
Well, that's what
study.
I wanted just to clarify. Yeah, okay. Well, mine's in black and white as usual. Triangle. I've got a triangular line. I think I can read it. Okay.
So we have copies of coloured maps for you which show the 2 relevant areas, if you'd like to see them.
What, from this study?
Yes, the W. Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'll take them after.
Okay, fine.
In the break for now. Let's move Miss Sam.
Yes, thank you. I think in terms of the landscape, I think it's quite helpful to go back to environmental capacity and how that's been approached. The definition of environmental capacity, something that perhaps there isn't necessarily defined very clearly within the studies by Mayfield, but the ones that sort of come up scientifically here say a property of the environment and its ability to accommodate a particular activity or rate of activity without an unacceptable impact. And really, so that the nub of the question here is to define what might be an unacceptable impact. And obviously, the process that has been gone through to date really has been to set out where the national park is, where the AONB is, and those sorts of designations. But what that doesn't necessarily do is to set out whether further development would have an unacceptable impact on those things or an unacceptable impact in itself. And fundamentally, at this point, we don't really feel that there's the level of detail available to really come to this decision. And then sort of drawing back into more detail about the landscape information that we've got already, which is referred to in their document number 2, which is the pink document. With relation to Horsham District, they certainly say that there's no sort of specific reference to the fact that large-scale change would be affected by development. Well, in terms of J3, the document quotes any large-scale development would be likely to damage character, and again for D2, any large-scale housing or industrial development would alter the mostly rural character of the area. So I think at this stage, we just don't have that degree of certainty that, A, there wouldn't be the impact on the designations themselves, and also that there would be a wider impact, not just within Horsham District, but in terms of the infrastructure provision within Mid-Sussex as well.
Okay, I think you better... Do you want to comment on that?
Firstly, so far as the boundary of the Newmarket Town study is concerned, the document confirms that longer leg of the triangle that cuts across the kind of general area of search is actually the former boundary of the Gatwick sub-area. In other words, it was a planning policy, economic policy designation, which has now passed. It wasn't defined by reference to, as far as we're aware, any other type of constraint. But what the Newmarket Town study does confirm at paragraph 360 is that differences in landscape character and quality are fairly fine-grained and subtle within their area and would not be strong factors in determining the final location of a Newmarket town. But an aim should be to make the town as compact as possible and protect the landscape setting of the existing villages in the area. So that's the process which we have gone through, which we've explained in the environmental capacity assessment. We submitted our report number 2 and in our master planning report in order to limit the landscape and other impacts, in order to iterate towards the best location for the market town, taking into account not just AONB and national park designations, but all constraints, including, as is explained, detailed site surveys. So we say we've arrived at what we think is the best general location within that broad area of search. So, and it's just interesting to hear the council say, well, they don't know whether the impacts are acceptable or not, when, of course, in their sustainability appraisal, they felt they had enough information to reach the conclusion that there were significant adverse landscape impacts based on an analysis which either doesn't exist or we have never seen. So we have undertaken the work, we've set out our proposals, and we believe, consistent with the Newmarket Town study, there will be landscape impacts. They can be mitigated to a substantial degree. The Newmarket Town can enhance green infrastructure, as you know, can produce a high-quality environment itself, and the principle of locating this and the lambs, a significant concern of lambs is the impact from the South Downs. So when you go on your visit, I'm sure you'll look at that location, ask yourself, can I see Burgess Hill? Can I see Henfield? To what extent do they detract from my appreciation of the South Downs? Where exactly is Mayfields in this landscape? And I think you'll come to the conclusion, as I have done standing in a location, that the consultants undertaking the Newmarket Town study were right. The landscape can absorb this scale of development, so long as it is well planned. And also consider this, that we're not talking about, if you like, a nil-sum game here. We're talking about having to provide more housing and more employment land. So, for instance, we know the unmet needs in Brighton arise after having done the further assessment of the rural fringe of Brighton, stretching themselves as the inspector required to leave no stone unturned
I'm aware of
as
that.
to whether there was any land that could be allocated. So if you apply the same mindset to this location, so with respect, I suggest you'll find that there are not landscape constraints which justify not identifying this location for development.
Okay, I've made a note to view from this. Well, I'd already done that. I haven't been back to the South Downs. Those of you that weren't here on the first day might recall I said I am aware of the area generally, but I was to look at the Shoreham Quarry site, and I was actually asked to go and look at that from a number of viewpoints, which was what I did, but I need to go back. The council response to that, please, and then I'm going to I might see what you say.
I think in short, really, it boils down to the fact that in terms of sustainability appraisal, it's very much what we've been talking about through these course of hearings, which is that we've obviously gone back to our precautionary principle approach that we've taken. And in terms of doing sustainability appraisal, it's obviously a snapshot in time. When it's undertaken, we have to go by what the evidence is in front of us, and obviously that may have been overtaken by events and where, but to this date we're still not in a position to be of the view, given that the scale of development crosses local authorities, it would change the settlement pattern of the wider region, not just the district itself, and therefore we're of the view that the impacts would be very significant.
Okay. Yes, okay. What's your point?
Very quick, thank you.
If it's something adding to what the council said?
I just wanted to re-emphasise the point that was made by the council earlier, that the GL Hearn report search area, much of the land that is referred to in SA 414, which I believe is the SHLA code for this search area that's been proposed, much of that land is outside that search area. So Mayfields continue to quote it as justification. I think that has to be taken in that light. I have a copy of the draft that was, or the document that was given to GL Hearn and the map for their study, which I'm happy to give to you. It shows the search area.
Well, I think I've got that, but if I can have a coloured version of what's in the report,
Certainly.
that might help me. There's no prejudice there. You're again? Yes, Mr. Sallows, what's your point?
I think in answer to a couple of quotes from the views of the public that were mentioned from both sides, and I think the real test of the views of the public, the only measurable one we have, I think agrees with what HTC said, that the vast majority of people were in favour of spreading the development across the district with the focus on
that's going back over something. This is not about landscaping.
Well, it relates to the public feeling about the impacts of these developments, and I think that has to be taken into account. That you can't just make these.
I've got the point, Mr. Sallows.
The point is that if you actually look at the responses that were made to the Horsham District Plan, the vast majority of those were opposed to what was the overall concept of the plan for the development in the north of Horsham. So, although you're rightly saying that they're in favour of it being spread and with a significant development in a sustainable site, and I think that's the key point, I think that the public is wholeheartedly behind that concept. But what we haven't established is where that sustainable site is, and they're certainly not in favour of any of the ones that have been so far proposed.
No, We don't really know what would happen here, do we, if we put this forward?
That's quite. It hasn't been put
I've
forward.
heard
so
evidence on both. I've heard
missed.
evidence on both sides.
That
so,
opportunity has been missed by
right,
the council in drafting its plan.
we've already. I'm sorry, I've already moved on from that, and I really do need to get on, Mr. Moore. Sorry, Mr. Smith.
So, reference biodiversity and landscape.
Landscape only.
In that case, I don't have a comment on that. Only on biodiversity.
Well, if you want to. Does anyone want a lunch break, or do you want to carry on with biodiversity? I think we'll have a lunch break, please.
So can I just...
We have got an awful lot to do, but we'll...
Sir, can we return to biodiversity immediately after lunch in that case, please?
Yeah, it's next on the list.
Thank you.
So
sorry, Mr. Rhodes, you've got...
landscape.
What do you want to say?
Something about landscape, sir.
So might I just say something on landscape from the perspective of the local residents?
Yes, OK. It just cuts down your landscape, your lunch break. Mr. Rhodes, I'll take you first.
Thank you, sir. So it relates to the Council's response in relation to the sustainability appraisal. So
OK.
I'll give you the reference. It's page 180 of the sustainability appraisal. Significant negative impact. And the explanation is sizable loss of greenfield land. So you may think if more housing or employment is to be met, that would apply to any option. And then the point that you've just heard made again, significantly alter the settlement pattern and cross boundaries, I think was said to. I don't understand how that relates to landscape impact. And then the point was we had to go on the evidence that was available before us, and we applied the precautionary approach. So one thing I think may be important to say is that Mayfield's evidence isn't new evidence. It was actually submitted in response to the preferred strategy. In 2013, it was available to the Council when the Council undertook the sustainability appraisal, but there is absolutely no indication that any notice was taken of it at all. And the dismissal of Mayfield through the sustainability appraisal is superficial at best. There is no evidence of any assessment undertaken by the Council on landscape grounds that would get close to the test at paragraph 14 of the NPPF, which I referred to in the first week of the examination.
OK. I've got those points, Mr. Rhodes. Mr.
Just
Turney?
make a point of clarification on that sustainability appraisal, though, is that the assessment of the new market town, which Mr. Rhodes was referring to on page 180, is the principle of a new market town and not the location-specific assessment of what that might be. You then need to turn to page 199, which then starts to look at the more specific issues about what might happen with the various relevant issues to do with sustainability on that site.
OK. Mr. Turney, quick point, please.
So, landscape impacts, views from the National Park. You've seen in our evidence there is a significant viewpoint in the National Park from the Devil's Dyke. There's almost 1.5 miles of walking distance across the Fulking Escarpment from where you can see this site. And you'll note, of course, in the plan quite properly, paragraph 9.26 and policy 29 of the plan protects not just the National Park, but makes reference to development adjacent to it. This is development adjacent to the National Park. It's a significant constraint on development in this location, and we say landscape impacts are unacceptable.
OK. I need to go and look. I'll go and look. OK, thanks everybody. Well, we'll resume at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, please, and we're going to biodiversity impacts. I'll try and hopefully we can complete this by a break mid-afternoon. Biodiversity impact, any key points you want to make on that, Mr. Rhodes, please?
Sir, I can be very short. The documents I referred to earlier, the environmental capacity assessment for Mid-Sussex and the Council's appendix to its Matter 3 submission to this examination, together with page 22 of our Report 5, record the ecological designations. So there are no designations of international, national or even local importance. There are 5 small groups of ancient woodland on the site, and there are important river courses that go through the proposed site, and they are the most promising areas of habitat. What the proposal provides is an opportunity to enhance, to protect the best of that habitat and to enhance the remainder by converting large areas of farmland, for instance, to ecologically rich, a country park, for instance. And you'll see from the master plan that I draw your attention to this morning how we've tried to focus the development by concentrating the built development and providing the opportunity to enhance particularly the river corridors. So I don't think the lack of designated ecological constraint is in issue, but the sustainability appraisal found significant negative impact from Mayfields. That's page 202, and it went so far as to suggest that there's a risk that the ecosystem services that the area provides could be lost, which would have a significant impact on the wider area. So we have absolutely no idea where that comes from, and we haven't seen any evidence to suggest that there would be significant adverse net ecological impacts from the development.
Okay, thanks. How did the council respond? Why do you think there might be? Or have you got any evidence to think that there will be?
Certainly. I think, obviously, there's the point about the designations, but that clearly isn't all there is to it there. Just as a point of clarification, ancient woodland is a national designation and actually is a very significant resource in West Sussex as a whole. Moving on from that, we obviously have information that is provided to us from the Sussex Biodiversity Records Centre, and that provides us with records of protected species in particular. We have records in certainly the Horsham district side of the area, which is where the information that we have, which shows records of pipistrelle bats and long-eared bats as well as waterfoals. So we are not in a position at this stage to say that there won't be impacts on these species because we haven't seen any information, certainly no ecological surveys more detailed have been provided to us at this point. And in terms of the ecosystem services, this goes back sort of a higher level. It goes back to the Green Infrastructure Strategy, which talks about the wider role that green space can provide in terms of it's not just protected species or sites, but obviously to support them you need the wider green corridors and that kind of thing. And obviously significant development has the potential to adversely impact that wider integrity of those sites. And without that level of detail, we are not in a position, going back to the precautionary principle, of being able to say that those significant impacts won't arise.
So is this different to North Horsham then, when you were designating? I mean, presumably the same principles applied there, but then the same arguments applied there for you, that the hedgerows can be protected and ancient woodlands can be protected.
Yes, that's certainly the case, as well as mitigation measures. But the difference there is that we have been working up a master plan, so we know the precise details of those hedgerows, the green corridors. We have been able to include those as linkages, as green linkages through the proposed allocation, and also there was a lot of detailed work done in terms of ecological studies so that we understood the biodiversity impact of any development of that area and what mitigation measures would be necessary, if any. So it's really the level of detail. So exactly the same tests applied, went through the same process, but there were far more detail for land north of Horsham that we were able to more accurately appraise any mitigation measures.
Mr. Rhodes? come back on that?
Well, sir, if the same consideration had been given to Mayfields with the benefit of the information that we did submit in 2013, I think that a different assessment would have been reached, at least in the sustainability appraisal. But the same principles apply. The 5 areas of ancient woodland, I'm not at all suggesting they're not important. They're relatively small. The master plan protects and seeks to enhance each of them. They're not currently managed. There's the opportunity to enhance that. We've met with the Woodland Trust to discuss how we may achieve that. And similarly, the master plan, which the Council's had for some time, demonstrates the intention to protect woodland clusters, to enhance and in fact celebrate the river corridors and to retain the principal hedgerow pattern through the development. And we'll all know through careful master planning of an area like that that those sorts of protections can be achieved and that opportunities can be taken to not just mitigate but to enhance green infrastructure, and that's certainly an important part of our intention.
Okay.
So I'd like to bring Richard Tenney in to this discussion, because there's certainly, from the local perspective, I think there's some further information they'd like to give.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. On ecology, LAMS has carried out quite a lot of ecological survey work. I'll start firstly with the proposals that Mayfield put forward. They focus on the river corridor and on the country park proposal. Our evidence shows, and it's in our submission, that the river corridor is not the exclusive area of biodiversity interest. It is the entire area of the site which is of importance in biodiversity terms. This is an area which we'll come on to in flooding. It's an area which has a large amount of surface water there. So when one is considering species such as water voles, you don't just look to the River Ada, you'll also look to all the ditches and streams that run into the Ada. In terms of general habitat types, what we note is that the proposal is to preserve the river corridor and create a country park. Country park inevitably is going to require some drainage to operate as a park. That will fundamentally change the habitat that's there. Ancient woodland, we think that Mayfield have underestimated the amount of ancient woodland on the site. There are 6 areas of designated ancient woodland, and in addition there are a number of tracts of remnant ancient woodland. I think we get to 12 in total. In terms of particular species, I won't deal with all the different habitat types that we address in our report, but you have it to consider. In terms of particular species, can I just pick up a few? I've talked about water vole. We think this is underestimated and underassessed. The same would go for otter, European protected species. In terms of bats, extensive bat habitat that goes well beyond the River Ada corridor. The foraging habitat includes the surrounding fields, the hedgerows and so on. And so it's a very extensive area, again, European protected species. Great-crested newts, another European protected species, is there's a meta-population of great-crested newts. Newts don't just need water habitat, they need areas for foraging as well. So it's the mix of habitats that is of importance for those species. In terms of birds, obviously they are protected at population levels only at European law, but barn owls use the site and they will use not just the river corridor. Nightingales, we think there are at least, on our understanding of the latest survey data, at least 24 territories in 2012 and 12 territories in 2013. This is an extremely vulnerable species, and I think Mayfield have only identified 3 potential territories. Reptiles as well, we've identified in our report, reptile habitats, and then general invertebrate habitats. I think we note that Mayfield failed to identify at all the existence of brown hair streak butterflies. They are a invertebrate species of some considerable significance at national and international level. So there are a large variety of habitats, and the focus of Mayfield on the River Ada and the country park proposal is in fact completely misleading. That will not save the biodiversity of the site. The proposals as they currently stand will lead to a significant loss of biodiversity, which is contrary to the MPPF.
Have you seen Lamb's documentation?
So I'm not going to be able to help you a great detail. We did try and agree a statement of common ground with Lambs and the Council, which covered ecological issues, so it's kind of disappointing to be given evidence verbally at the examination.
So the evidence is in our report. In terms of the statement of common ground, I'm afraid to say the data that's provided in it on ecological matters is so far removed from reality that we'd simply have to completely rewrite the statement of common ground to even start agreeing it. We can do that. We can try to seek agreement after the hearing, but in the time available to us, it would simply involve rewriting it from scratch.
You can't. That's not really of much use. I've got your statement. I've just mislaid it actually, but anyway, I've got yours somewhere.
So can I just say briefly, well, we're not going to be able to help you a great deal, I suspect, here. Without detail, we would be happy outside the examination to try and agree a statement of common ground. But our draft was prepared by our ecological consultants based on survey work which they had undertaken. To respond just very briefly to some of the points, ancient woodland is mapped and known. If there are additional remnant ancient woodlands which are not designated in the normal database, then I'm sure the nature of the master plan is that we can accommodate those. It's no surprise that there are some protected species in the site. It would be unusual to find any part of Sussex in which there aren't some protected species. Of course, the relevant approach is to protect and enhance their habitat through the development, through positive management of the development. And you've seen from the draft master plan that we prepared already a clear statement of intent to do that. Detailed surveys would be undertaken going forward, particularly in support of a planning application when detailed mitigation measures can be put in place. But there's no evidence that there's anything unusual about this part of the district. The evidence, in fact, suggests that it's one of the relatively least constrained parts of the district in which to seek to shape development in a way which enhances green infrastructure, and that is our intention.
Okay, one more from the Council, and then we'll move on to another topic.
I think just one further point really to make is that obviously as part of the submissions we've had from Mayfield to date, it has been an area of search with a number of different possible scenarios, and in terms of sort of determining what specific effects that might be, they may vary depending on the precise sort of location of that development. So from our perspective, it's been very difficult to pin that down.
Okay, well, I'm not going back into that. Okay, I've got some evidence there that I can look at, and I'll go back to that. Flood risk.
Sir, may I just make a comment on biodiversity, please? Very short comment.
Okay, yes, sorry. If this is in support of the Council, isn't it?
It's a general comment. It's for you to decide whether it's in support of the Council or not, sir. Very quickly, Mr. Rose has advised you that there is nothing unusual in the way of wildlife on that site, but I would suggest that, well, in fact, I would more than suggest, I know that nightingales and barn owls, particularly breeding pairs of nightingales and barn owls, and also yellowhammer there, That's fairly unusual. I know I'm familiar with quite wide tracts of the countryside around Horsham district. Very unusual now to either hear or see nightingales. Barn owls are becoming rarer, and yellowhammers are certainly diminishing, at least in terms of the overall impression I have and what I've read about yellowhammer populations in general. So I would suggest that there is something there of biodiversity importance of which account should be taken. And one last comment. MPPF paragraph 165 stipulates that planning policies and decisions should be based on up-to-date information about the natural environment. I think it's essential that from your point of view, forgive me for this if I don't wish to be impertinent, but for you to make a decision taking into account the importance of the natural environment, and the natural environment is one of the 3 pillars of sustainability, then it will be helpful to you to have up-to-date information. And my understanding is that LAMS is producing that, and that Horsham District Council has also indicated that up-to-date information is also needed, sir. Thank you.
Yes, but I'm not running an open-ended examination here. I mean, it's for objectors to make their points and the council to respond. I mean, I'll take the most up-to-date information I've got. I've got some information from LAMS and I've got some information from the objectors, so I'll just have to go and weigh that up. I mean, out of interest, where are the nightingales? Because they're as much of an urban species or found it. I mean, I know we've had quite an issue with nightingales in Kent, wasn't it?
Yes.
On an old barracks.
Yes, I have to be a bit careful what I say about that one because I'm involved there. But as you know, there's a population of about 70 nightingale breeding territories at the Lodge Hill, and it's sufficient to designate the site as a triple SI.
Yeah, but that's a different sort of area to this, isn't it?
It is precisely. Here we have records which show, as I understand it, 12 breeding pairs in the most recent survey, 2013 survey. And just to say that they don't move around so much. They are actually fiercely territorial, the males, and therefore you can identify the territories by listening out for them, and that's the basis on which the survey is carried out. But I can't, sorry, I'm being a bit slow, can't immediately find the reference to it in our ecology report, but you have it in our appendix.
Is that in your statement for the hearings?
It is. It's in...
Okay, well, just give me the reference and then I'll look it up
Appendix
later.
5A.
Yeah, okay. I'm not quite sure what I've done with that, but it must be there somewhere. It's in the
Sorry. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the reference. Where is that document?
Okay, it doesn't matter. I've got the reference, 5A. I remember reading something about it, but I didn't recall seeing any maps or anything, but I just wondered where they were, out of interest. Can we move on to flooding, please? And I've put those 3 headings under sort of water, flood risk, water services, waste treatment. There's some zone 2 and 3, is there, through where the rivers are? Your point is that the design can avoid those areas. LAMS and the council seem to be worried that I don't know. I'll ask them to explain in a minute, but the flood risk areas might be wider than feared. Based on some records they sent through last year. Do you want to, what's your sort of main point on that, and how do you think this is going to be affected?
So I'd like to ask Mr. Cage to respond principally on our behalf, but you've understood our case, except it goes, I think, a bit further than that. By proper management, we expect to be able to enhance both water quality and flood risk issues, but Mr. Cage can explain.
Okay, thank you.
As you quite rightly pointed out, sir, we've obviously tried to locate the development areas outside of the flood zones 3 and 2, and all the built development is shown in flood zone 1. The various photographs that have been submitted showing areas of flooding in the site, we've shown that they're actually located on either road crossings or in areas that we anticipated there would be flooding inside the river floodplains. And I think the thing too important to notice is that the plans that we've submitted is sometimes the floodplains shown in the plans are showing 150 to 200 metre wide floodplains, so we are aware that they are significant. None of the major access routes from the east, where there are some minor flooding around the Reeds Lane and Hempfield Road, we believe that can be dealt with improvements to the existing culverts in the area, because they actually are fairly poor underneath the road. But that's outside of our master plan area. The benefit of what we do have here is...
But you've got to do it. I mean, even if it's outside of this district council area, you've got to deal with that to make the development viable or deliverable, haven't you?
Well, all would be within highway boundary, so that there would all be no requirement for third-party land on it. What we do have the benefit here, obviously, is at the moment is the catchment is what you call very flashy, because it's underlying clay. And one of the benefits that we do have when we introducing development is the attenuation features that we will introduce throughout the development areas, such as attenuation ponds, swales. We can't use soakage because of clay, like I mentioned before, but there are opportunities, especially in the built-up areas, to use permeable paving with storage underneath. All these add up to a range of features which will slow down the flow of water into the actual river corridors, which is actually an ambition of the Environment Agency in this area. We're also going to restrict the runoff into each of the watercourses to the equivalent greenfield runoff, so in theory there will be no additional runoff into the scheme as naturally occurring. The difference is we'll be able to control the time of that a lot better than what the natural situation is. In addition, we obviously have the benefit with all them various different attenuation devices such as swales is to improve the water quality as well, because these will act as first flush pollution control devices, which at the moment you don't get in this catchment.
Okay, thank you. That's a good summary. Who's dealing with this for the council?
I'd like to start off, and then Richard Tanney, I'm sure, will add from the local knowledge of the area. We've been working with the Environment Agency, looking at this site along with all the other sites that were allocated, and indeed all the other alternatives. We have looked at the master plan map and seen that the proposals, the built development, are outside the flood zone 3. The Environment Agency's flood maps refer to the risk from rivers and from the sea only, and obviously there are other areas of flooding such as surface water, and I'm sure that's what Mr Turney would like to speak further about. I think really what the Council would say is that clearly a flood risk assessment is going to be necessary to support any development proposals. It would need to demonstrate that all sources of flood risk are suitably managed on the site, and that the development would not increase risk to third parties, which was the point that you just touched on there, sir. So that assessment has not yet been done, and clearly is an important piece of evidence in order to be able to allocate a site such as this for development.
Well, yeah, but my understanding, the EA's not raised any in-principle objection to this, have they?
No, they haven't. No, not at this as you say, principal stage. There is a lot of other work that needs to be done. They confirmed the flood risk from rivers and the sea, but as I say, there are other areas that are subject to flooding, particularly with the flashy nature that has been referred to, with the underlying geology of the area. So in terms of an in principle, there's no objection with the Environment Agency, but obviously that is subject to a lot more further work that would need to be done before an allocation could be made.
Okay, well, I'll come back to that. Mr. Turney?
So just briefly, this site, as I think has already been observed, this area is covered in wheeled clays, and as a result, one of the key issues is surface water drainage and surface water flooding. The difficulty with limiting oneself to the Environment Agency flood maps is you only look at the functional floodplains of the main rivers, and you don't consider the wider implications of flooding. And I think we've set this out in quite a bit of detail, Appendix 5B, and then Appendix 6 of our statement, providing some photographs of flooding, which I think primarily will be flooding from surface water failing to drain off from ditches and so on. And one of the points...
Well, river flooding surface water, isn't it?
It is.
But anyway, yeah. Why do you think that this couldn't be dealt with by a sustainable drainage solution?
Because it's a much broader problem than the one that's been assessed. The issue is that this is just a wet, low-lying area, and it's as simple as that. The Environment Agency flood maps don't capture that. So if one plans on the basis of the flood maps, rather than planning on the basis of the actual effects of flooding in the area, you're going to miss the significance of the point. And it has implications for the deliverability of the scheme. A much broader strategy would be required, a much broader assessment would be required. Significant changes to surface water drainage, as I've alluded to already, are going to significantly impact upon the ecology of the area. Indeed, one of the reasons that this area has its current characteristics, as you'll see from our Appendix 5B, is because of the ecological measures that have been carried out to stop drainage in the Ada, stop dredging, in the Ada. Different strategy to preserve the ecology of the area and the river basin has meant that there is more flooding than there would have been, say, 50 years ago. So this requires a much more detailed assessment. It may be that there are solutions that can be offered, but at the moment, the Mayfields actually simply fail to identify the locations of flooding of, for example, roadways. They don't accurately identify those. And those would need to be addressed to avoid those fundamental infrastructure constraints. So really, again, it's a point that this hasn't properly been assessed, and it may be a showstopper, but the assessment would have to be carried out.
Okay, how could it be a showstopper? Do you agree?
No, sir, not at all. The EA flood maps, which the master plan partially was based on, it was also based on other information, flood information. Not only did that dealt with river flows, but it also dealt with tidal reaches, it also dealt with groundwater, and it also dealt with surface water flooding. So I could list all the documents that were referred to in the development of that plan, and none of them identified significant surface water flooding inside our development areas. They are actually all noted in Note 3 on Plan 050048, which is in your documents there. Mm-hmm. In addition, it's very difficult...
Sorry, what was the reference again?
Sorry,
your reference there?
It's our plan number, which is 442/05004.
Sorry, which document?
Oh, it's in appendix of document number 5. The other thing to note, sir, is that same plan, although very faint, shows the contours of the land area. And although these are what they call LiDAR mapping, at a strategic level, this is the best that you would normally work with. It is relatively accurate, but when you get down to a site development planning application, then you would probably move to a slightly more accurate form of topographical survey. What these contours clearly show, though, is that whilst the flood areas associated with the river corridors are very flat, there is a clear sort of stepping up away from them flood corridors where we're actually showing the development to be located. And if it would help, there is a plan in there which...
yeah, the pagination on this is not fantastic, is it? But okay, I'll have a look at that.
The problem is they're shown as A3, obviously for issuing, but that plan is actually an AO drawing in reality, which we could obtain and get a copy for you.
No, well, I'll look at this. If I need it, I'll ask for it. Thank you. I've got enough. Anything else on that then?
And in terms of the, we have actually picked up the stream, so it's not just the EA flood map that's been associated with this mapping.
Yeah. Sorry, how have you done that?
It's been, extracted from, there's about 3 or 4 different strategic flood risk assessments available, which we've used as well. So that, coupled with LiDAR data, has enabled us to sort of earmark the exact extent of flooding as known.
Okay, any other comments?
So, could I just say on the assessment of surface water impacts, we've produced evidence just last week. Large areas of this development site were underwater, as was Twynham Lane, where there was significant surface water flooding on the lane. And these are all matters which we don't consider have been properly taken into account in that assessment. Indeed, when that information was put to back to us in a statement of common ground, the suggestion was the areas of flooding were in fact in completely different locations. So we've got the photographic evidence in our statement. There's recent evidence from last week that confirms the position. There's a significant surface water drainage issue here which hasn't been taken into account.
When was it last week?
Sorry?
When was it last week?
The photographs I've got are from the 14th, flooding on Twynham Lane, Morley Farm, Grendon House Stud.
Yeah, well, that was the rain overnight, wasn't it? Because I was there on Thursday afternoon, and it wasn't flooded then.
I think there was
a lot of rain on Friday night. Have you got any comment on that and what recent events?
The plan that the development plan that we worked on actually indicates there's flooding on various locations of roads. We're not denying that isn't happening, especially where the main river corridors cross. And a lot of the photographs, oddly, because of accessibility, are looking up watercourses. So inevitably they look like big areas of flooding. But when we're already demonstrating there's a 150 to 200 metre wide floodplain, then that could easily be the case.
Okay. I'm going to move on. Mrs. Charles, you wanted to say something, but
I've just simply to say, sir, that the sequential test has not been carried out for Mayfields, whereas of course it has for North Horsham, and I think it's just an area we would argue that it's a known unknown, but we think that further modelling needs to be done to understand.
Hang on, I mean that's the sequential test has been done, isn't it? If they've used the EA's flood risk map.
Well, it hasn't been tested by this council in the same way as we have been through the process for our allocated sites. And whilst our strategic flood risk assessment is possibly one of the strategic assessments referred to, obviously that wasn't looking at Mayfields in any detail in terms of a development proposal in that location. So my point really is that I still think that further modelling needs to be done to understand all the risks of flooding, including obviously groundwater.
Well, one would anyway, wouldn't one? But and obviously I understand, it's an iterative process. So if you allocate a site, you do more work, or you check it. But okay, I don't think I can take that any further. I think I've got both sides of the story. Excuse me. In terms of looking at the principle of development here, this is what we're discussing. So let's move on to. I don't think I put down water services. I'm not sure anyone was making a point about. Was the council saying it was going to be an issue with water services provision?
It's an unknown, sir, that there are no outstanding issues in principle, but clearly, again, it's the detail that is not yet known.
Yeah. Well, one can say that about anything, I suppose. But I've got to come to a view on all of these things as an in-principle reason. Is there any, is there a showstopper? effectively for any real reason with any of these factors, based on the sort of broad in principle level of risk that there might be. So, I mean, you seem to be saying that there isn't, from your, as far as you know, for water services.
Not as far as we're aware, sir, no.
Yeah? Someone else seems to be
Sorry,
disagreeing with you, Mrs.
if I
Charles.
could just add from the County Council as well. As the, by the time an application came in, as the SUDS approving body would be the County Council, that we have given comments, that we were asked for comments, and this will come, I'll discuss also when we get into transport and other areas further down the agenda, but we did supply some comments, but only when we were asked in around June this year, and it had quite extensive detail around the drainage issues and things that might need to be considered. And as a county council, we haven't had any more input than that at this stage. So we would want to be involved in those sort of investigations and those discussions as well in the future on this. But we've only had a very small input so far, and we would want to be involved in those discussions as well.
Well, you would be if it went further, wouldn't you? But what I'm asking is about evidence of, you know, are there any problems with providing proper water at this site? Are you aware of any?
We haven't, and that's what I'm saying, we haven't been provided anything. We gave some comments, and I don't know whether those have been taken into account in June, but we haven't been provided with anything.
No, that's, yeah, but that, with respect, that didn't answer my question, which was put the other way round. Are you aware at the moment of any potential real problems with water? You've just said you don't seem to know.
No, we have identified issues around the Ada and the Chest Stream and areas that would need to be taken into account, but we would need to be provided with the modelling and the detail to be able to...
Well, that's back to flooding. So, that's back to flood risk. I'm talking about water services.
And I'm happy to provide you with that note that we gave to the proposers in June, which details all the sort of areas that would need to be considered. But I just thought it was best for me to say that we haven't been asked to be involved apart from that one request that we responded to in June this year.
Yeah, I've got that point. But you still haven't answered my question. If you don't want to, that's fine.
But what we're given at that time, we're just saying there are areas that you'd need to consider.
There are, and I'm trying to consider them on the basis of the best information I've got at the moment, which is why I'm asking you the question. Are you aware of any, potential serious problems that would prevent this site from being developed in principle on grounds of water services not being able to be provided in terms of supply from Southern Water? Or whoever it is. I'm sorry if it's not Southern Water, but I think it is.
Sorry, that was a different... This is literally the SUDS system, and saying that we haven't identified anything, but what we're saying is we would need to be involved, and we haven't identified, but we're saying that we have not been contacted. There's one request for information. We've provided that information.
You've said that 3 times, Ms West.
Yes.
That's not... I've got the point. I'm going to move on. Mr Turney.
Yes,
do you allege that there's a serious problem with water services to this site?
Our Appendix 5B...
that could not be overcome on current information?
No, sir, we don't allege that, but that's not the test, of course. The question comes down to the deliverability of the site. There would have to be significant infrastructure enhancement in terms of wastewater treatment to facilitate this site.
Well, we haven't come on to that yet.
Well, sir,
there would be, yeah, OK, so let's come on to that. But there would be, yes, I think,
sir, I'm sorry.
The developers are saying that they would put that investment in, but that's obvious.
Well, sir, it may be obvious, but there is an issue with wastewater treatment. It will need to be addressed. It represents a constraint on the delivery of the site.
We've moved on to something else, which is, that's point 3 of this, but that's fine. So...
Can I make a point, sir?
No, just a minute. I'll hear you. I'll hear what Mr. Turney has to say.
So it's in our Appendix 5B.
Yeah, I've seen that. So, what are you alleging? That it's too expensive to be done?
No, but it is another thing that would have to be delivered for this new town that makes its delivery so improbable that it should not be considered for planning purposes at this time, and that would be my fundamental submission on the deliverability of the site. But I can come on to that in detail. If you'd like me to move on to it, I'm happy to do so. It's one of the factors.
Well, let's hear what the developers say about wastewater then, please.
Before I do so, can I just finish off the water supply one for you? Because you asked a question, you didn't really get an answer. We've actually been in touch with South East Water, who gave us a quotation for providing water for up to 2,000 dwellings as the first phase. They had no problems in supplying more water. So, in answer to your question, there is no issue with respect to bringing water supply to the site.
Right. Would you like to respond to the issue about wastewater and foul water, dealing with all sewage?
Regard wastewater, so we're obviously aware, very initial stages, that there was constraints in the area. We had some discussions with both the Environment Agency and Southern Water. We were advised by the EA to discuss a current capacity with Southern Water, which is the strategic way that you're directed in these things. Southern Water advised ourselves that there was some potential capacity in the Sayers Common System and a potential to upgrade the Hemfield wastewater treatment works. We were well aware that this would not provide the full treatment capacity required for development the size of Mayfields, and we've advised the client that a new wastewater treatment plant is required. The EA have confirmed to us that there is no environmental constraints that would prevent this from coming forward. In addition, due to the scale of the development, the new works would be brought on in phases. We think this is a real opportunity for the area because there are some existing sewage treatment works within the master plan area, which are fairly old and will probably be struggling to achieve their discharge consents.
I mean, these are all, I've sort of driven past one or two, I think, but one at least. But these are relatively small-scale facilities.
They are, yes.
Put it like that.
And often it's the small-scale facilities that cause pollution events because of the lack of maintenance and somebody looking after them. This new works will be designed to the latest treatment technology that is available. It will meet the water framework, the discharge consent will meet the water framework directive required for the water courses in the area. And we think this is a real opportunity to provide a facility that will allow the Mayfields development to grow, but also improve potential water quality to the existing water courses. There's an issue with the nearest strategic sewage treatment works. It's Goddard's Green, which is to the north of Burgess Hill, which has been expanded recently by Southern Water, and I think they are of the opinion that it can be expanded no more. It's got to the point where it just can't be taken any further, even though it's been designed to take some additional capacity. I think it's struggling to achieve the full Burgess Hill application. Hence, that's why.
So how is that going to be? Well, how's the Burgess Hill? Well, anyway, but that's not your.
No. I'm just giving you context of why.
It's not really to do. You're not saying that's a constraint here.
No.
You wouldn't pump it to Burgess Hill, would you?
No. This is why we're proposing a new work. So.
Well, okay, that might be something that anyone. That's for the Mid-Sussex examination, I think, how you deal with that. Does the council or its supporters want to comment on this, that there's, the evidence that there's no in-principle reason why wastewater can't be dealt with here by, in the first instance, using potential capacity existing works and then building a new works?
No, sir. In principle, there is no objection in that particular regard. We know that they're preparing the Asset Management Plan 6 for 2015, and so really it's a case of timing in terms of delivery for those necessary improvements. Sorry, my colleague from Mid-Sussex, I think, would like to add to that from her perspective.
Yeah.
Yes, I can just confirm that the Environment Agency and Southern Water are able to accommodate the discharge from the proposed developments at Burgess Hill that were discharged to Goddard's Green wastewater treatment works. Another point to note is that Goddard's Green wastewater treatment works will discharge into the same watercourse, the River Ada, that any new proposed works within the Newmarket Town area would also discharge into the River Ada.
Yeah, but well, okay. Question for you, Mr. Cage: were the EA aware of that proposal when they said to you that there's no objection in principle to a new works discharging into the Ada?
Yes, sir. They saw a wastewater strategy which had a new works in, and as far as they were concerned, they didn't have any concerns with the constraints. We've actually
the other one as well. So I'm talking about cumulative impact. So they were aware of the potential cumulative impact when they said to you.
They're well aware of the Goddard's Green works at the top.
I've not seen anything from them to suggest that there is a problem here in principle. Mr. Turney?
Again, it's more the timing of this, and I think in your summary you said use existing and then upgrade. It's actually, we say, you need to upgrade first. So if you're going to deliver a significant number of...
Well, the EA don't say that. So what's your professional evidence that is
it's our
for saying
Appendix
that?
5B, paragraph 3.
Well, so why should I prefer your evidence to the EA's evidence?
Well, so you've got evidence. It's from Mr. John Donaldson. He is an expert in surface water drainage and foul drainage. He's here to give evidence. I'm sure he can answer your questions if you have them. No one from the EA is here to support the position which is being reported, that they say that the existing infrastructure has capacity. Our understanding is that it doesn't have capacity and that upgrade works be required. And in fact, I'm not sure whether Mayfield disagree with that. I think they might agree that you would need to, before you built out any number of houses, you would have to upgrade the existing wastewater facilities.
Yeah, that's a comment.
We think that, well, we've been advised by Southern Water there is about a capacity for 500 to 1,000 units in the Sayers Common area, which we could pump to. The Henfield works would need upgrading, but the choice was that would be an easy ability to upgrade that works rather than starting to build a whole new works immediately. But our whole strategy is premised on two options. One is actually either using some of this early capacity or actually starting and building our new works as soon as we possibly can. I take the comment about the AMP period. We're not necessarily dependent on the AMP period because we're aware of the process that Southern Water would have to go through, and we're proposing that this initial works is developer funded.
So, if the objectors are right and the capacity is not, well, it depends what EA and Southern Water say, you would bring forward the waste treatment works.
That's right. So it would normally take between 12 and 24 months to establish a new works and get it up and running, which is easily in line with the rest of the infrastructure provision that we would have to be developing on site. So.
Okay, I'm still not hearing that it's, an in-principle problem.
So I have to be very clear on this. We don't say it's an in-principle problem, but it's a serious constraint on delivery because these works will need to be done and will need to be funded before you can start building houses.
Well,
on the
okay,
site. We'll
come on to that in delivery then. And I'll ask the objectors to deal with that point. Right. Transport infrastructure now. People had various comments about that.
So are we going to cover air quality?
Oh, sorry. I've put a line through it by mistake, through flood risk as well. Okay. Any in-principle issue with air quality? The Council's raised a potential problem at Cowfold.
So there is an air quality management area declared at Cowfold. It is likely that we would have an impact on Cowfold. That impact would fall to be addressed through detailed assessment with the benefit of a planning application. So far as one can tell from the Council's air quality management plan for Cowfold, there are two initiatives proposed to assist with the air quality issue there, which is caused by traffic at the crossroads in the centre of the village. And the first, which the Air Quality Management Plan suggests, are district-wide actions. So rather than specific local actions, district-wide actions, for instance, to encourage mode shift, potentially to encourage changes in energy procurement, those sorts of things, the general high-level actions that may be taken. And the second thing, which the Air Quality Management Plan says, is if your development has an impact and you cannot directly mitigate it, then you would be expected to make financial contributions to the Council's wider air quality management issues or initiatives. So the transport modelling work which we have done suggests that the Cowfold junction is one of what we call the candidate junctions agreed with the County Council that would require attention as a result of Mayfield's development. And it is possible, based on that modelling so far, that we would be expected to contribute towards an improvement to that junction. The improvement to that junction may assist with air quality. If not...
Yeah, this is the sort of staggered mini roundabout junction, is it?
Yes, sir.
Is it? I drove through it a couple of ways, but anyway, it's like a sort of slightly staggered crossroads. Yeah.
And so that we would be expected to do two things, I think, as a result. One is to enhance our provision of other modes, which we're seeking to do through our public transport strategy, and the other is to contribute towards wider air quality initiatives, which we're happy to do in principle through a 106 agreement or through SIL. On that basis, we're not aware that there is as you say, a showstopper. There is an issue of detail to be addressed.
Yeah, it wasn't me that you weren't here. It wasn't me that coined that phrase, but anyway. I mean, that's... Yeah, I'm looking at, just to be clear, I'm looking at all these things firstly from that point of view, and then, as you'll be aware, obviously there are other weightings to be applied as to what the potential problems might be. If, something might not be a showstopper, but there might be. I've got to make some sort of cumulative assessment of the impacts of this proposal and its sustainability, bearing in mind all of these factors that I've listed out. So that's what I'm doing here. First of all, I'm looking at the in-principle issues, and then when I've got all that evidence, I'll take it away and come to some view about the overall relative merits of this scheme compared to some others. And also, as I said earlier, in looking at the constraints argument that the Council's applied to the amount of housing that should be developed within the district as a whole. So that's what we're about. Air quality then, the developers, objectors say that they can meet your requirements.
So my colleague from Mid-Sussex would like to comment on their particular area.
There's also, just bring to your attention, there's also an air quality management area within Mid-Sussex. This is at a location known as the Stonepound Crossroads, which is a junction of 4 roads in Mid-Sussex: Keema Road, Brighton Road, London Road and Hurst Road. This junction is on the outskirts...
Where's that?
In the outskirts of Hassocks, which is a village to the south of
Yeah, I know where Hassocks. I haven't heard of... What's the name of the junction again?
Stonepound Crossroads.
Yep.
And just so if you were to access, as referred to earlier, potential access to Hassocks train station, you'd need to cross through those crossroads from the west if you were to access Hassocks train station. Interestingly, in their transport submission, in terms of the junctions that were being looked at, there's no reference to that junction in terms of the strategic modelling summary of the junctions that would be looked at. That were referred to in the Cowfold situation. There's no indication that any potential problem at those junctions has been identified for the work that's been undertaken so far by Mayfields.
Okay, is that anyone want to come? Mr. Kay, that's your area, isn't it?
Yes, sir. We refer to on page 59 to what John has referred to. Sorry, my colleague, Mr. Rose, has referred to the candidate junctions. I think it's page...
Of which document?
The purple number 5 document, sir.
The main document.
The main document. I'm just looking for the page, sir. Page 73, table 3.7, refers to the outcome of strategic modelling carried out using the county-wide model. A modelling specification note has been included within the statement of common ground between ourselves and West Sussex County Council. The outcome of the modelling, as far as Mayfield is concerned, has led to the production of this list of all the junctions where we think capacity will be affected by the development and how those capacity issues can be sufficiently mitigated through the suggestion of potential improvement schemes. Now, those haven't necessarily gone through the whole process of going down the operational assessment route. This is just a high-level assessment of the type that has been submitted as evidenced by Horsham supporting their local plan. So we're talking about a similar level of modelling at the strategic stage using the modelling tools available. Now, to answer the point about air quality, this list of junctions has been developed primarily with a capacity mindset, not necessarily an air quality mindset, and we would have expected this list to either be expanded or contracted through the process of pre-application discussions with the county, specifically when it comes to air quality. As I believe from previous discussions about air quality management in the area, they're not necessarily so associated with high volumes of traffic. They're primarily associated with the proximity of dwellings to those existing junctions themselves. So it's not necessarily a question of volume, it's a question of proximity of dwellings, and therefore how you're able to respond to that through proposed junction improvements could actually have quite a big impact on delivering an improvement in air quality in those areas. So it's not a volume issue, it's a local management of traffic issue on those junctions.
Isn't it both?
Sorry?
Isn't it both?
There's an element to both.
If you put more traffic into a bad air quality area, then the air quality is not going to get better.
Yeah, I'll take the point, sir. The reference I made previously to the relationship of Mayfields as a development with its neighbours does show a range of distribution patterns that we would anticipate with the development. So we're not reliant on any one corridor in terms of managing the increases in traffic that might be expected as a result of Mayfields. So there's a fairly broad geographical spread in terms of traffic, so that the impact of Mayfields on any one location wouldn't necessarily be as significant.
Or presumably certainly Hassocks, which is further away, that's not the station most likely to be accessed.
Yes, so some of the improvements.
But the point is, so that there would be some. It's not coming out on here as one of the worst effective from a traffic point of view, but there could be some. You'd have to model it. There could be some increased traffic at those locations.
There could well be so, yes.
But then possibly if one improves the flow of traffic, maybe. I mean, you get air pollution where there's a lot of traffic just sitting there and for several seconds rather than just moving through. So if you can improve the flow, you might be able to get some improvement. But at the moment, we don't. There's no work's been done, presumably, at this stage.
Well, the work that we've done to date uses the strategic model. Therefore, it's of its purpose in terms of modelling the strategic impact of development. As we drill down
for traffic, you said,
for traffic,
but not for air quality.
Not for air quality. No, but this would constitute EIA development. So air quality would be one of the many facets of environmental impact assessment that gets submitted alongside a planning application. So that would be the logical step to look at how to manage those effects there.
So I think the other thing to say is that the declaration of air quality management area and the preparation of a plan obliges the council to have proposals to enhance air quality in those locations through a series of actions. The plans that I've looked at are not particularly specific, but if the council has, it would be interesting to know whether the council does have plans to address air quality in those locations, and of course it would be our intention to contribute to the works which the Council identify are necessary, and we can provide the investment necessary to do that if it's lacking through Section 106 obligations.
Okay. Any comments on that? I mean, and is this potential, is it an insurmountable problem?
Yes, if I could just clarify, in the environmental capacity study that's been referred to earlier, there's some further wording about the issues at Stonetown Crossroads. In particular, it says the main reason for the crossroads being affected by air pollution are the volumes of traffic and the stop-start routine of the driving conditions at peak times caused by the queuing traffic at the traffic lights.
Yeah, well, that's what I just
So
referred to, I think.
Yes,
Yeah.
so in the areas that are brow of a hill and lined by trees, it's a very constrained area in terms of what can actually be done to mitigate the impacts in terms of air pollution, because of there's not much space in terms of being able to phase the traffic lights any differently to ease the congestion at all, which is, we know from correspondence we've had with the County Council in the course of considering planning applications within the Hassocks area.
It seems likely, for instance, in relation to Hassocks, that the expansion of Burgess Hill is more likely to have an impact. So it would be helpful to understand what the Council itself is doing about these issues.
Well, it might be, but does anyone want to comment?
Yes, just to say that the transport work to support the allocation at Burgess Hill actually demonstrates existing traffic being diverted away from that crossroads. That's through improved connectivity between the allocation and the A23.
Okay. Is the Council saying to me this is a potentially insurmountable problem?
No, sir. Our theme seems to be a sort of quite a common one, that there isn't an in-principle objection. It will be a matter of further detail which will come out that needs to be demonstrated. So there isn't sufficient evidence to comment.
Okay. Anything further, Mr. Kay? I was going to move on.
I was just going to refer to some of the principles that we'd, as a team, looked into when completing the modelling. We actually looked at the opportunities to address the access onto the A23. I don't know if this is the right time, but the whole principle of a potential new junction on the A23 at Aldbourne Street, just to the west of Hassocks, does afford the opportunity for changes in local movements, which could explain why that particular junction hasn't been picked up in terms of the list of candidate junctions, because there's an ability for different traffic movements to take account and advantage of better connectivity with the A23, sir. Okay, well, we're moving on to transport infrastructure, I think, so that's a point to make. I think, Mr. Rhodes, you've sort of set out your case on that, actually, in response to the MPs before the break. But is there
I'm not
quite sure where... So that's in sustainability, but not in terms of highways planning, traffic flows, highway safety concerns. Who's dealing with that?
Yes, I was just going to say I'm not quite sure where we've left it on air quality, so I wasn't quite sure the effect of the Council's answer to your question, but our approach would be to address these issues at the detailed stage of an application, and to apply the Council's own policy, so its own policy for its air quality management plan.
Yeah, I've got that. That's where I'd left it, I think.
Fine. Okay. Thank you, sir. In terms of transport, I was going to ask Mr. Kay to lead off.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Kay, please.
I think probably the best way to tackle this is if we've moved down the hierarchy of transport in terms of the highway infrastructure in particular. At the highest level, we have the A23, which is a road controlled by the Highways Agency. We have met with the Highways Agency some time ago to discuss their concerns about one thing in particular, the proximity between the Sayers Common and the Hickstead junctions. They're both grade separated junctions, but the Sayers Common has slip roads facing to the north, so it has a northbound on-slip and a southbound off-slip. And Hickstead Junction is an all-movement grade separated junction, of which the northbound on-slip actually takes place some way north of the junction. I think that was highlighted by one of the lady here today, sir. Against the Highways Agency standards, you may want to take note, it's TD 2206. They have a standard that consecutive on-slips and off-slips in an ideal world, sir, should be no less than 2 kilometres apart. The example here between what we call the taper, so it's the point at which the on-slip joins with the main carriageway and the point at which the off-slip at Hickstead diverges off the carriageway, is only 750 metres. So against all reasonable design guidance, the actual separation distance between the two junctions is substandard.
Mm-hmm.
So in the discussions that we've had with them, they have looked favourably at a potential suggestion of the Mayfields Consortium, which would be to create a new all-movement grade separated junction at Allbourne Street. So that is a location where the road crosses the A23, and a corollary to that would be the eventual closure of the Sayers Common Junction. So that would then establish separation distances between a new grade separated junction at Allbourne Street and the Hickstead Junction, which would actually meet the design standards. Now, during those discussions with the Housing Agency, they also suggested that because they take a graduated approach, particularly to the creation of new junctions on the strategic road network, they actually raised the possibility also of it as an agency wishing to look at a little bit more detail about the potential closure of Muddleswood, which is located further south in Allbourne. That is currently not a proposal by Mayfields, but we do accept that the creation of a new junction at Allbourne Street does offer the Housing Agency to look at how they manage other parts of their network to deal with perceived or actual safety problems, which is what they raised during that meeting. So at the high level, which is the access to the strategic road network, we see there to be an opportunity to improve access to the A23 for both the benefits of providing access to the Mayfield development, but also to deal with the way other villages in the area access the network, such as Hassocks, which currently rely on access through either rural lanes to the east of the A23 to access Hickstead, or routes through Burgess Hill. So there's an opportunity there to manage the way movement is dealt with across the area. Moving down from the strategic road network, we've issued a statement of common ground that was signed. It was actually signed, sir, by West Sussex County Council.
Okay, maybe I haven't had a scene. I can't remember.
That's fine. Yeah, it was submitted back in June. It only received the actual signatures on the 16th of October, so it was a day before before you requested the submission of the documents. But it is there nonetheless. I'll just try and I'll refer to that if I may. Got it.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Yeah, mine is signed, actually.
That's okay.
By you and Mr. Parfect.
That's correct. I think it might have been Ms. West who signed it on Mr. Parfect's behalf. In paragraph 1.1.6, it's clear for everyone to see that there is broad agreement about the transport modelling work completed. We do recognise in 1.1.3 that there are clearly a number of limitations to the modelling that we've explored in other sessions during this examination, including it being only an AM peak model. But it does provide, as the statement in 1.16 states, of broad directions to the effects of Mayfields on the highway network and where priorities for investment would lie and it's therefore an appropriate assessment for the initial high-level assessment of the site at the local plan stage. In 1.1.4, we refer to the outputs of the modelling, which has been to develop the list of candidate junctions. So we call them candidate junctions because we feel that these are the junctions where further scrutiny would be applied through the process of a transport assessment, refinements to the modelling basis to account for more disaggregation in terms of the local zoning, further network details in terms of incorporating all the lower order roads that are in the area. But this provides an indication as to where the traffic impact for Mayfields may be felt, and we've suggested in the last two columns of table 3.7 on page 73 what the next logical upgrade could be in terms of highway infrastructure. Now, they're not necessarily how it might develop, but it gives us an indication which then feeds into to some of the work on deliverability and viability that Mr. Rhodes will take you through later on today.
Okay.
Moving down from that level again.
Yeah, if you can.
Yeah. To the issue of local roads, which I think was raised on
it's been highlighted, the lane from Hixton.
Yeah, sure. So we've done extensive work on this, sir. Page 81 of our Deliverability 5 report, the purple report, presents an assessment of carriageway width in particular. Carriageway width, as we see it, has a relationship with link capacity. So beyond the work we've done identifying where junction improvements might be required to accommodate the effects for Mayfields, we've outlined quite a comprehensive study of lane widths in the area. Through the master planning principles that we've engaged with in the production of this document, we've recommended to Mayfields that they should look to concentrate the centre of the development, effectively the high street with all its uses, if at all possible, towards the south of the area, to make best use of the existing through traffic that currently uses the B2116 Henfield Road. It does allow, by having through traffic through an emerging high street and local centre, it does allow for facilities to be introduced much early on in the process to support the sustainability of the development. But we've also recognised that the Henfield Road has the greatest amount of capacity to accommodate the traffic that would be generated by Mayfields. If you can turn the page over to page 82, it's not just a question of what the road's going to look like, it's a question of how to potentially upgrade some of the sections of roads, particularly if there are any constraints to carriageway widths. So we've presented there 8 cross-sections for pretty much all the roads in the local area, showing where the carriageway width is, what the verge space might be on either side, what the vegetation might be or is, whether they're hedges or trees at various points. And the next step in that logical sequence would be to collect the data on the extent of the adopted highway to see how improvements could be made within the extent of highway to improve the link capacity where any of those pinch points have been identified. So that's the logical process of going through the further level of detail that would be expected at the planning application stage, sir.
Okay. So you're saying you can provide and fund any necessary infrastructure at all levels from the strategic road network at junction A23 junction down through to the local level.
Questions of phasing will inevitably arise in relation to the use of the existing size common grade separated junction for a period of time until which a new grade separated junction at Albourne Street can be created. We've looked extensively at around 4 or 5 different options for providing grade separation at Holborn Street. Some of them to the north of the bridge, some of them to the south, some of them make use of both sides of the road. That was just as part of our proving work to demonstrate that there was sufficient flexibility for us to deliver that junction at the appropriate time in the future, sir.
Okay. Council first. Any principal issues about highways infrastructure, transport infrastructure?
Yes, thank you, sir. If I can go through, there was a few items I would like to approach first. Regarding the Highways Agency, we are aware that there have been discussions. We haven't been involved in those discussions, so we are unable to comment on that. What we can comment on is Mr Kay then referred to this being the same as the evidence work done on transport that the local council has done in support of the 2 strategic allocations identified in the Horsham District Planning Framework. This is not at the same level as that work as yet. The County Council has not been provided with the same level of information and can therefore not make the judgment and accept the proposal with regard to a local plan allocation at this stage. Mr Kay also referred in our statement of common ground, which is signed between the 2 parties, and we agree with everything that is in that document. However, when he referred you to paragraph 1.16, he did say at the end, the high-level assessment of the site at this local plan stage. It does not say local plan stage. It says high-level assessment of this site at this early stage. When we responded between ourselves regarding the statement of common ground, we made it very clear that this is a high-level work. We attach no status to the indication of appropriate mitigation at the candidate junctions. We haven't been provided with detailed plans or ownership of land. We cannot be happy that improvements at those candidate junctions that we were talking about that are listed in the back of that statement of common ground, which we've agreed, yes, are areas potentially that will need improvements, that need further work done on them before we can then look at those proposals and agree them. So it is not at the same level as the WSP study, and we do not agree that it's done to the same level as the study that has been completed, the high-level study for a local plan allocation. But we do agree the methodology and the work that has been undertaken so far. We agree with what has been done for an early stage indicative transport work. So I just wanted to make that clear. Obviously, as a county council, we would want to work closely with any developer putting forward application or a local plan allocation. We have done that, and we would seek to work with the proposer through pre-application advice. They haven't entered into pre-application advice. It hasn't been taken up as yet. We have had some discussions and forms have been completed, but the fees have not been passed to us as yet. So we are at the early stages of that. We are not in detailed pre-application advice.
I'm not concerned with an application. I'm concerned with an allocation in principle here.
So what we have in front of us at the moment, as a Highways Transport Authority, we would be unable to support something at a local plan allocation stage. There is still further detail that we would require.
Well, I've got that.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. I mean, just to clarify, sir, when I meant the same level of modelling, I meant that the same tools have been used in the assessment. Therefore, by corollary, then a similar level of assessment has been completed. Whether or not the same amount of scrutiny is being applied by the County Council on information is a different matter. In relation to the discussions with the Highways Agency, we've included minutes of our meeting with the Highways Agency in Appendix B of the purple document number 5, which clearly states the position of Mayfields and that of the HA.
All right, Mr. Turney.
So it comes down to the deliverability of this transport infrastructure and what Mayfield themselves propose. So you would have seen all of this, but if you look at page 46 onwards of Mayfield's purple document we've been looking a lot at, in fact, the proposals for a link road to the Hickstead Junction and for upgrade works to the Hickstead Junction and for the potential closure of Sayers Common and the Albourne Junction, they come a long way down the process of building out this new settlement. It's proposed that before the link road is put in place, there will be up to 1,800 homes across both districts. And before any works are undertaken at the Hickstead Junction, including the park and ride, there will be over 5,000 homes across the two districts in this settlement. So the type of transport infrastructure that Mayfield are trying to sell to you is in fact stuff which just isn't going to come forward until way beyond the initial phases that we're concerned with in the plan period. So it is infrastructure which is not realistic in this plan period. And to the extent they say this is giving you some strategic highway improvement, it doesn't at all, because it doesn't come in the plan period. There are many points of detail, but you would have seen the road network in the surrounding area. It is highly constrained. It's constrained by road widths. And road widths in these sort of areas have ecological implications as well, because they're often constrained by long-established hedgerows, trees, and so on. So widening roads is going to be a difficult process. On the Hickstead Link Road, which is central to drawing traffic away in the later phases from the south end of the proposed site, that link road, the ownership is not willing to sell to the link road. The people who own the land surrounding it, at least in large parcels. So that is not a deliverable piece of infrastructure. We haven't carried out a similar assessment of the deliverability in ownership terms of large-scale new junctions at Aldbourne or elsewhere, but there are serious potential deliverability issues there.
Well, we're moving into a different area in a way there, but I'd like a response. That's right. I'd like a response to it.
I perhaps went a bit too far in the last line, but the key point is about phasing, that on their own assessment they're not going to deliver this in the early stages.
Okay, there's a few points to raise there, and that the A23 junction allegedly won't be done within the planned period.
So I was just going to say that we have a separate agenda item for deliverability. I don't suggest it's not important, but it would be helpful to understand if there are objections to the principle of the transport strategy which we've set out to deliver in a sustainable way the Mayfields Market Town, as you've heard.
Well, we've dealt with this. I'm not going to go back on the access to trains and the buses. I think we've dealt with some of that, but I've noted Ms West's comment. She can't support an allocation at this stage. I didn't hear her say she would object to an allocation at this stage. Any comment from anyone else on the council side before I go to Mr Turney again? Mr Turney?
We do object to it in terms of the transport infrastructure which is envisaged. So when you read the document which we've been referring to, particularly the transport section, it's plain that a large focus of the attention of the developers is on, for example, upgrade works at Burgess Hill. It supports our fundamental point that this is not a sustainable location for transport. If one has to be installing a bus rapid transport system on the A2300 between Hickstead and Burgess Hill, it rather emphasises that people from this settlement are travelling to Burgess Hill and aren't staying there or being distributed onto the strategic road network. So the kind of infrastructure that's envisaged emphasises the point this isn't a sustainable location. And you can't make it sustainable by providing a BRT.
I've got that point. We're going back on that. That wasn't the point, really. It's whether the transport infrastructure, strategy. I'm going to weigh up the sustainability arguments. We've got delivery points to come on to. I mean, I'm quite happy to come on to those, Mr Rhodes, really, and try and deal with this and then take a break because we've still got other people to be heard. But the council's not saying anything else.
The Mid-Sussex perspective onto that. Mayfield's submissions quite clearly state that this 5,000 homes could be developed as a standalone settlement, but it's quite clear from the transport submissions that their transport key elements of their transport mitigation and their transport delivery plans rely on land and provision of infrastructure within Mid-Sussex. I'd like to suggest that if Horsham were proposing to allocate this site in their plan, wholly relying on the delivery of infrastructure to support this allocation within another district, would they be able to demonstrate that they are able to deliver that 5,000 homes? Making some further comments on the A2300, that's a strategic link between the A23 and Burgess Hill. And the transport submission says that the Burgess Hill Town Councils have identified a requirement to upgrade the 2300. That upgrade is to a dual carriageway, and that dual carriageway is required to support the delivery of the 5,000 homes that will be allocated at Burgess Hill. So, yes, Burgess Hill Town Council is saying that road needs to be upgraded, but that's to facilitate the delivery of Mid-Sussex district plan, and will have to happen irrespective of the Mayfield proposals. To then presume that they can piggyback on that upgrade with their bus routes without any reference in their submissions to how that relates to the delivery of the strategic development in Burgess Hill is questionable. Again, there's no evidence that they've had any conversations with the developers at Burgess Hill in terms of how the two are going to link together. The other point I'd like to make is, although there's references to the Horsham transport study within their submissions, there's no reference to the Mid-Sussex transport study, which looks at the capacity and the ability of the junctions on the A23 corridor to accommodate Mid-Sussex development, and obviously identifies areas for improvement there without taking into account Mayfield. So we just want to make sure from a Mid-Sussex perspective that the issues already identified in evidence prepared to support the Mid-Sussex district plan have been taken into account in these Mayfield proposals.
Yes, okay. I mean, thanks. Well, I'm going to just carry on, I think, because I think these are more, delivery points as well. I mean, the fact, and I'd like you to address that, please, Mr. Rose or Mr. Cahill, both of you. Firstly, is it really deliverable, and is it viable? I presume your viability evidence is based on a 10,000 home settlement, and that's therefore developing funding that would pay for obviously what would be substantial and expensive works to the A23 junction. And can you deliver those improvements on a 5,000 dwelling settlement, and is that still viable? And what about delivery of parts for the 5,000 within Mid-Sussex District Council? So there's a few points for you to raise there, to deal with, please.
Yes, specifically in relation to transport, or generally in terms
well, start off with transport and then we'll go on to general delivery, I think.
So it's absolutely true that a number of the transport improvements which we suggest are necessary and desirable fall in Mid-Sussex. So I thought it was interesting in the sustainability appraisal that the cross-boundary nature of the site is listed as a criticism of the development, and it scores against the development in terms of sustainability, which so you might think is exactly the opposite of what the duty to cooperate may expect. Duty to cooperate asks specifically authorities to work together so that cross-boundary issues are not issues, that they are addressed. And so I don't think it's being said to us that Mid-Sussex would actively oppose the implementation of infrastructure necessary for a Horsham-based allocation. If it is, that would be a remarkable thing to say. So the question of delivery, I think, exists with or without, and is not significantly changed by the cross-boundary issue. So if you were to determine that a new settlement of 5,000 homes was the best strategy, most appropriate strategy for Horsham, we would expect the planning and highway authorities to work with us in order to deliver that strategy. In terms of viability, so we've submitted a letter from Savills. It's appended to our Matter 16 submission. So to be absolutely clear, that relates to a 5,000 home settlement. It's based on a cost plan for a 5,000 home settlement, and it confirms the viability of the project, which perhaps isn't surprising given the pent-up demand for housing and employment and the high values that you might expect to achieve through a well-planned new community. It's important to say that the cost plan on which the advice is based takes full account of the transport strategy you've heard explained, also the drainage and wastewater strategy, issues which Mr Turney identified would require significant investment, so we know they require significant investment. That's why we did the work to identify what was necessary. That's why we have an infrastructure delivery plan appended to our report 5, and that's why the infrastructure required for the development, we do not in any way suggest that it's not required. In fact, we suggest not only is it necessary, but a lot of it would produce benefit not just for the development but for the wider area, is necessary, is fundable and would be funded as part of the Mayfields development.
Okay, so this, what about the grade separated junction then? If it's just 5,000 dwellings, is that required?
I'll ask Mr Kay to respond to that first. So.
As I mentioned a little earlier, we have considered the issue of phasing, in particular related to the use of the Sayers Common grade separated junction against the standards which I alluded to, being the separation distance and the configuration of the slip roads. That initial assessment suggests to us, from the data that we have available for the A23, that the current Sayers Common junction would be able to accommodate the traffic associated with approximately 2,000 dwellings as an initial phase, beyond which you are into the realm of delivering the grade separated junction at Holborn Street or delivering a link to Higsted, whichever needs to come first. But primarily we've focused on the delivery of the new junction in favour of either closing the slip roads at Sayers Common completely, offering further benefits to the village in terms of traffic routing through the Sayers Common village, or potentially even incorporating bus-only access to those slip roads.
Okay. Any comments from the council about all of this? You know, the delivery side of it and the only 5,000, not 10.
Yes, sir. I think it's helpful clarification that the Savills comments which were appended to the Mayfield rep are talking about just the 5,000 because there are sort of a number of issues there. For us, reference, for example, to 30% affordable housing, which we were puzzled about because that's not policy compliant. I believe that was the position of Mid-Sussex, but isn't the position of Horsham District. The HDPF refers to 35% affordable housing. I think the issue that's been raised time and time again is that although we're looking at the moment at a site within Horsham District, it clearly can't be brought forward without joint working with Mid-Sussex in terms of important infrastructure linkages. And so looking at only half a new settlement is obviously particularly difficult to do. We've referred to a series of further information that would be needed even to get to a land allocation situation from a number of stakeholders, including the Environment Agency and others. But I think the key point here is about timing and delivery. Considerable amount of further work would need to be done in terms of a cumulative transport assessment, looking at the proposals both at Mid-Sussex as well as Horsham District, as this is going to be in addition, not instead of, the proposals in both of those local authority areas. In order to get to that point, there will be a very significant timescale issue. There will need to be a delay for that evidence to be adequately prepared, as well as the delay for the infrastructure once it has been established exactly what infrastructure is needed in order for that to be the timing of that to come forward. And I think the point that was made with reference to the sustainability appraisal and that there was a question on the scoring there in terms of joint working. Clearly, the authorities want to work together. We have done historically. We are continuing to do so. The issue there isn't about duty to cooperate. That's not part of the sustainability appraisal. The issue with the scoring of the sustainability appraisal was making reference simply to the timing that's needed for those joint working arrangements to be established and for the appropriate mechanisms to be put into place. We have done that before with Crawley Borough Council, so it's something we're familiar with, but nevertheless, having been through that example, we also know the timescales that are involved in making sure the appropriate mechanisms are put in place for the assessment of an allocation such as this.
Okay. A couple of other questions from me. I mean, what about this? Other we've sort of. I've missed out, actually, other social infrastructure. I mean, I haven't got too many comments on that, but, I mean, usually these things, can be provided. They have to be, that affects viability. The thing that occurs to me particularly on that, though, is what about the secondary school? I mean, primary schools, you've said, in response to my earlier question, there might be different ones in different parts of the development, but the secondary school presumably is the academy. Well, it doesn't have to be an academy, does it? But it could be, a secondary school would be required, you say, and you would expect to help provide that. How many forms of entry? And if there's only 5,000 dwellings, what about the viability, deliverability of that?
So we've had quite a lot of discussion with the County Education Department about the secondary school. There is to be fair, there's a tension between us and the County Council in that it's our aspiration to bring forward the secondary school sooner than the County Council may ideally wish. We've shown it in the second phase of development in our report number 5 from year 4 onwards. I think that's years 4 to 8, where it falls.
Sorry, just say that again. The secondary school in year 5
is from year 4 onwards. It's in the second phase of development. The precise timing, given that we're not yet, obviously, at an application stage, the precise timing is to be resolved. But it's our ambition to bring the secondary school forward as soon as it can be, because it's important to the community that we're seeking to build, and we want a limited time during which secondary school children establish themselves at other schools. We want them to establish themselves at the Mayfields Secondary School. It's
well, but how many? That would surely affect. Well, certainly would affect the initial need. If it's only 5,000, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir. It would. What we've been discussing with the County Council is whether the full development of 10,000 units would require a 10 form of entry secondary school or 2 smaller secondary schools. There's no difficulty with the viability of a secondary school for a 5,000 settlement. We want to bring it forward as soon as we can.
So what, that would be a 5 form entry or a 6 form entry? A standard 6 form, I heard the other day.
So I think that's right, yes. And the one of the factors which may stimulate that is that there is relatively limited capacity in the other secondary schools in the catchment area. And that's encouraging us to think that we can programme the secondary school early in the life of the 5,000 home community. And I'm told that's the assumption that's been made within the cost plan, that it would come at the beginning of the second phase of development after year 4.
Okay, so that's pro rata on development. One other question before I allow the council to come back on anyone else. Mr. Turney made a point about deliverability for the grade separated junction in terms of land ownerships. Do you shed any light on that from your perspective?
Yes, sir. As Mr. Kay said, we've looked at several different designs for the grade separated junction, and we have a design for the grade separated junction that can be achieved within land that we control. We have not agreed the detail of the grade separated junction with the Highways Agency.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, that's okay, but does it work?
Oh, we're sure.
You say it does work.
Yeah, we're sure it works in technical terms. So whether it's the ideal way of achieving the grade separated junction, sorry, Mr. Kay ought to speak rather than me.
No, I think Mr. Rose summarised the position quite well. We have developed 4 or 5 different options for grade separated junction, each achieving different things in terms of both land control and the way the slip roads arrangements work. There are still some checks that we would need to go through relating to the structural integrity of understanding the structural integrity of the Holborn Street Bridge and the space that's beneath it, which could influence one or the other option in terms of where the slip road joining or the slip roads facing south would join the mainline carriageway. So they're the things that we're seeking to go through and would do as part of any planning application and further liaison with the Highways Agency, sir.
Okay, and what about other land ownerships? Now, I gather Lambs you've sent me a plan. The programme officer said you wanted to send in something else, or there's been updated information, but I'd like you to comment first. I've only seen one more recent plan. I think it was Appendix B, you said, but they allege that you can't control enough land to do this, basically.
So, yes. Can I answer that question under 3 short headings? Excuse me. The first is to clarify what we do control. So far, excuse me.
Take a moment if you want.
Thank you. Mayfields has assembled 188 hectares of land in Horsham district.
Say that again, please. Sorry.
Mayfields has assembled 188 hectares of land, has a formal agreements in relation to 188 hectares of land in Horsham district, and a further 59.5 hectares in mid-Sussex. We also expect within the next 6 months to
What's
sign...
this, control, or, well, it doesn't matter really, control?
Yes. So
through options or not necessarily ownership?
Signed options or agreements, yes, sir.
Yeah.
We also expect to achieve control over a further 40 or 50 hectares in the next 6 months because we're in active negotiations. And we are in regular conversation with landowners who control a further 200 hectares of land, who've asked to be kept in touch and who are interested in the result of this examination. So the plan that you've seen submitted by Lambs does identify, if you look at it in the negative, a white area which broadly corresponds with the land which we control, which is physically large enough to build the new community, but isn't the shape of the master plan that we think is the optimum shape. There are some errors on the Lambs statement amounting to approximately 80 acres. Sorry, I only have it in acres. There are 5 ownerships shown green where actually we have agreements. But more importantly, I think, is an understanding of the nature of the green plan, which is the evidence you have from Lambs. So we are close to a number of the landowners, and there are some who've taken offence to their land being shown green. One of them provided us with an email from Lambs, which is the email seeking to reach agreement with people that their land can be shown green on the plan. So what that email says is, you will see the green area covers all those landowners who are not prepared to give Mayfields options on their land, which are underpriced and blight your property. I am sure most of us will consider a sale if they were to offer enough money, but not accept what has become known as the greasy option. You have not signed up to join the vast majority of landowners in the target area, which means that the map, which is now in the public domain, highlights those who may still be open to an option, result in you being pestered in the future. Rather than take up more of your time, I wanted to make sure you understand that allowing your fields to be coloured in does not mean that you would not sell if the price was right, as is the case with most of the rest of us, but you are not willing to give them a cheap and easy way in. So that corresponds with our understanding of what the green area means, and it corresponds with our discussions with landowners that Mayfields has already assembled a substantial portion of the necessary land. It's confident of assembling a substantial further portion of the necessary land. So what I can't say to you, because I don't know, is whether Mayfields will be successful in acquiring every single piece of land that is necessary for the new market town. So we're making good progress. We don't know whether we'll be able to or not. But this is where I think potentially your recommendation to the Council may be important. And remembering also what the councils were advised in the Newmarket Town study, which is that if the Newmarket Town is to be delivered, then it may be necessary for there to be compulsory purchase powers exercised by the authorities. Now, so the authorities may say to you, we don't want to do that. We're not prepared to exercise our compulsory powers.
Well, they have so far.
So I've heard that. So if you were to identify that a new market town in this location is the preferred strategy, is the best way of meeting housing and employment needs, not just for this district but for adjacent districts, then are the authorities really going to say to you that they are not going to cooperate in delivering that strategy, bearing in mind the requirements on them imposed by the duty to cooperate set out very clearly in the NPPF, which is to work together not just to identify but to meet and deliver needs. So we don't think it's unreasonable to expect, for instance, the highways authorities to work with us to deliver what we firmly believe to be the best strategy. Neither do we expect it unreasonable to expect the planning authorities to do that if they fully understood the extent of housing and employment needs that they need to meet in order to meet their obligations as a result of national policy. If the authorities still don't want to do that, so we will continue with our process of land acquisition. The evidence that I've just read out to you from LAMS themselves is that most owners are willing to sell at the right price. So what we've been careful to do, and what the letter submitted by Savills explains, is that we are conscious of the fact that a criticism can be that a new market town can't provide infrastructure or can't provide affordable housing because it has to pay too much money for the land. So the Savills letter directly addresses that on page 3. It explains, as Mayfields have been explaining to landowners in the area, that Mayfields is not willing to pay the sort of money that might be expected, for instance, for allocated land on the edge of Southwater or Horsham or Burgess Hill, because of the expected and desired obligations to provide infrastructure and affordable housing. And so the land is being acquired, and Savills advise you, sir, through this letter, at an aggregate price in the region of £50,000 to £70,000 per acre, which if you then net off the ability to resell farmhouses that are being acquired, relates to prices in the region of £30,000 to £40,000 per acre. And it's on that basis that the scale of land that I've identified has already been assembled, and we are confident of assembling a substantial further addition to that land control. Whether or not that ends up being every piece of land, I don't know. We don't want to be ransomed by individual landowners because that would impact on everybody. But we've very good progress, and we would expect, if this is identified as the best option for the area, we would expect the public authorities to help us with that.
Okay, there's quite a lot for the council to respond to there. I'll start with you, Ms Charles.
Thank you, sir. I think I made the council's position clear when we were talking about North Horsham, that where the council has an agreed position, it is an agreed council objective to bring a site forward. If necessary, it would be prepared to use its compulsory purchase powers, and indeed we have had council agreement to use them in the past on other schemes, but as it happens have not had to use that because negotiation has continued and we've been able to reach a successful agreement. But in order to use the council's compulsory purchase powers, there does need to be an allocation of land. There needs to be a clear policy, an agreed policy position in which to be able to pursue that process. And I would have thought that in order to bring forward all of the land that is necessary, it would need, bearing in mind the discussions that we've had about connectivity from the land that's identified in Horsham District but through to the strategic road network, it is likely to include land that is outside our administrative area. So I come back to the point that the two councils would need to work together with the proper processes put in place to allow us to do that in order to have a joint agreed position, an allocation of land, a policy position that we would then use compulsory purchase powers. We are a very long way off that agreement, and in fact both of the council's sustainability appraisals have identified options for development for the future of our areas that do not include a new settlement. So I fail to understand how the council is to use its CPO powers, without a very substantive change. And we've talked about the level of evidence that would be needed in order to be able to allocate. We've also looked at the implications in terms of land values, which Mr. Rhodes has referred to there. That the values are an enhancement on agricultural value, but clearly they don't reflect an allocation of land value, which would be, I would suggest, very much higher. And therefore, this brings into another unknown in terms of the deliverability of the site and the viability of the site, depending on how much land would need to be achieved. So the council's position remains that if this were considered to be the best option, which it clearly isn't at the moment, but if it were, then it would go through a procedure of setting up the processes for joint working, looking at sustainability appraisal again, not just in all probability of the just two local authorities. We would want to look at a wider area if we were looking at a potential solution of a new settlement to meet the needs of the wider area, and we're talking with our neighbours, and you know that we've been involved in the Planning Advisory Service workshops, and we have regular meetings with neighbouring authorities in Surrey and obviously at the coast as well. So there is a much wider issue at stake here, and we are simply so far away from that point at the moment that I fail to see how a modification to the Horsham District Planning Framework could help bring forward this particular proposal.
Yeah, okay. I'll allow you to come back, but Ms Tester, do you want to add anything to that from Mid-Sussex's perspective?
Just to say I support what Mrs Charles has said. I don't think that... I think you've got a difficult task in front of you, sir, in the sense that you're dealing with half a new settlement here, and the back half at that, in terms of the connectivity to the strategic network. I'd just like to pick up a point that Mr Rhodes made, that your decision will affect what happens in both districts. I don't see how that can be the case. I don't see how you can make a decision on the Horsham plan that effectively predetermines the Mid-Sussex plan.
Well, I'm not sure he's asking me to do that, but I take the point, but you might have another point to make on that.
So I just wanted to say that say thank you for what's just been said. That we welcome what the councils have just said, that if this was identified as the right strategy, the councils would assist with its delivery. And to say that we want to enter into that process of joint working as soon as we can. And we're a great deal more optimistic than has just been suggested in terms of the timing of what can be achieved, given the scale of resources available to Mayfield's, the work which has already been done. And so just to say that perhaps one detail on viability, which is, as you know, if the land was compulsory purchased, and we're not asking for compulsory purchase powers to be exercised now, but if it became necessary for residual land interest to be compulsory purchased, it would not impact on the viability, because, as you know, compulsory purchase would take place in a no scheme world, and it wouldn't add to.
For those of you that I have done CPOs, and there is a different. That's the regime. But anyway,
so as a last resort mechanism, it's helpful to have heard what was said, and what was said will actually assist us in the process of land assembly. But so the point I particularly wanted to make, with the greatest respect to you, is that it's very important to us what your report says. I mean, it's obviously important to everybody in this room what your report says, but so, I mean,
no pressure there then.
No.
I think I'm aware of that. But carry on.
I wasn't going to.
You obviously got a point to make here.
Well, I wasn't going to bang on long about it, sir. But we've had years and years and years where full housing needs have not been faced up to. So we think we can turn up at plan examination after plan examination, as we did at Mid-Sussex, as we have here, and argue that the plan isn't sound because it doesn't meet enough housing need. We think we can say to the authorities, what on earth are you doing about unmet needs of your neighbours, and still not understand the answer. All that happens is that plans don't get made, and that means that there is no delivery. So between us, and particularly, sir, unfortunately the burden is on you to find a way of helping us to get to a place where needs can be met. And with respect, we don't think that early review is the answer, because early review seems to take a very long time. As I said, from 2007 till now. Similarly, the long grass of the Council's proposed modification, which is we'll think of starting a review within the next 5 years. So that doesn't do anything at all to. I don't understand how that could even be suggested based on the evidence of unmet needs, which must be addressed. So there needs to be a mechanism.
Well, hang on. I understand your point. You've already made it.
Yep.
But I don't think that's really what they're saying. I mean, I think that, the Council's case is that they are meeting the needs as they see them. Now, you don't agree with those needs.
So
a lot of people don't agree with them in various ways. Parish Council think they're too high. Others, more people think they're too low. You think they're higher than most, but I think. But I've got a range of solutions there. But that's
well. So without wanting to be too controversial about this. We know as a fact that the unmet needs are far greater than are being planned for. The unmet needs. There may or may not be some headway in the Council's plan, even if we accepted it at face value. But we know that headway doesn't get anywhere close to meeting the needs of the neighbours. So, for instance, the documented need of Brighton.
I'm not
to this
going back over that.
And we know that what the MPPF requires to be done then is to consider whether those unmet needs can be met up to the point identified in paragraph 14 of the MPPF, so that we know that the Council hasn't gone through that process, given the discussion we had about the sustainability appraisal and the so-called limit of 730 per annum. So the Council's in a position, we say, where it must urgently consider how to address its obligations under the NPPF. And it's not sufficient to say we will think about starting a review within 5 years. So either the answer is an urgent review, but if it is an urgent review, it needs, please, sir, to have the benefit of a report from you which identifies what the actual requirements and burdens on the Council are, because otherwise we'll be back in 5 or 7 years to find another unsound plan that doesn't meet housing or employment needs. Or it requires a suspension so that a modification can be moved in relation to a new market town. That needs to be properly tested, it needs to be consulted on, so there is no reason why that work cannot be done within a 6-month period and form part of this plan. But, sir, either way...
Okay. I mean, I'm going to allow the Council to respond to that. I think Mr Turney can have a very quick comment, but then a response from the Council. I've got that. Anything else? That's your sort of conclusion, isn't it, I think? Yep. All right. Mr Turney.
So I want to address deliverability. I'm afraid it won't be a quick word. Is this the right time to address deliverability?
Well, yeah.
Thank you. First of all, can I just pick up a few points of detail? Mr Rhodes quoted from an email. That's not a LAMS email, just to be clear. I think it's an email from some landowners to other landowners. It's not from the organisation I represent, but there's probably not a particular point of significance in that. This issue about land ownership really goes to the heart of our reason for being here. And it's this. We say this is not deliverable because the local people, including the landowners, don't want it. And paragraph 52 of the NPPF, which is the hook upon which Mayfield hang their case, emphasises the need for new towns only where communities are involved, local authorities are involved, and it results in sustainable development. And we say this new town falls down on all of those. So that's our starting point and why the community side matters. Talk like Mr Rhodes's talk of compulsory purchase is divisive, and it emphasises the threat when a well-funded developer comes to a local community and says, I'm going to find a way to build on your land. That's why it's a particular problem. We've got the NPPF paragraph 47 makes clear that those sites that should be allocated are those that are deliverable in the 1 to 5 year period, and thereafter those that are developable, and that needs a reasonable prospect of delivery. It's clear from the information we've provided to you that a very large quantity of the land concerned is not available. It's not available because the owners don't wish to sell it. And Mr Rhodes gave us various figures about the amount of land in control. I think it would be helpful if he can clarify that those areas referred to are all within his development site. Is that correct?
I'll ask him to comment on your submissions. Anything else? I've got your submissions on this.
There will be more, I say, but I just wonder if that can be clarified. If the 188 hectares and 59.5 hectares in MSDC, whether those were areas within the development site shown on the proposals.
They're all within or overlap with the master plan area that we've identified, or they're related to access proposals to give effect to the master plan.
Right. So within the master plan area, I think it's considerably less, considerably lower figure than the figure we were given. Is that correct?
The easiest way of explaining it to the Inspector is it's larger than the area that is not coloured green on your plan, because there are 5 areas coloured green on your plan over which we have control.
I see.
Sorry, do you want to submit an alternative plan? I mean, I think...
That would be helpful.
Well, I think an agreed plan would be helpful, and that, if at all possible, I mean, that can just come in afterwards. Without the need for further comment on it.
That would be helpful. Thank you, sir.
Right. So just if you please try and wrap up quickly. I've got lots of.
Well, sir, I will do, but I do emphasise that there are 500 local residents behind me who fund this campaign in the face of some very serious opposition, which have been able to have support right the way through these examination processes to promote a new town slap bang on top of where they live in the countryside. And it's very important that they have a chance to make these points.
Well, they are. It is in the right form and in the right way, as I've said right at the start. So I'm fully aware of all that.
Yes.
And this isn't actually, they haven't got that proposal to fight at the moment.
But so there's evidence that there is...
It's not there.
It's
not in the plan.
There is already blight being caused by the airtime that's given to it. So that's why it's important that it's rebutted at every opportunity.
Well, I can't not deal with a valid objection to the plan.
Sir, I'm sorry. It is for you to deal with it, quite right. But it's also, there must be an opportunity for those local residents who are directly affected by the fact that there is a lot of drum banging.
There is, but not actually, unless requested to do so by the council in support.
Well, sir, as you know, we disagree on that, but I can...
I don't care whether you disagree or not. I know I'm right. So, sorry, that sounds very arrogant, but that's just the fact of the matter. Well, you're here in support of the council.
Well, sir,
there is nothing for you to object to.
So there is.
There isn't. What is there in the plan that you object to, apart from the words about the long-term aspect? I've got that.
Yes.
The council's actually agreed to deal with that. So I don't need any more on that objection.
Well, sir, as long as that is going to be... The position when it comes to examination is that if the council proposes a modification before the examination starts, it's still in the plan. But if your position is, I accept that that's a valid modification and I will be recommending it, then we don't need to say anything more on it. But otherwise we still do, because it's still in the plan.
Well, yes,
but
you've said plenty that you don't agree that it should be in there.
Yes, I'm trying to explain to you.
And I'm clear about I'm clear about your objection. I mean, it's for me to deal with matters in dispute. I understand all that. There's no point in you talking for another hour telling me that. I understand your point. I've got all your written representations.
Well, sir, with respect, I've tried to be incredibly economical with what is a very substantial submission made on behalf of my clients.
About one sentence. About one sentence.
So can I just finish on deliverability, because it is critically important.
If you do it very quickly.
First of all, the values quoted in the Savills report are not values representing development value for the land. If the site is to be allocated, those are the prices that will have to be paid. That is the case even if there is a compulsory purchase order. Mr. Rhodes is simply wrong to say it would be a no-scheme world valuation, because any landowner would be entitled to apply for a certificate of alternative development. They would therefore be entitled to have the full residential land value. That is critically important to the viability of the scheme, because the Savills report is entirely predicated on achieving these very low land acquisition costs. They don't own the land. They have to acquire it. People are not willing to sell it. They will charge a premium. If it's necessary to compulsorily purchase, it will be at residential land values. Those are the basic facts, and it completely undermines the Savills assessment, and it goes to the heart of deliverability.
I'll ask Mr. Rose to comment on that in a minute. Okay, I understand there is a comment to be made there. Anything else on that?
Yes, sir. The next point is timing and deliverability. In the timescales that you have in the representations, there is no timescale for a compulsory purchase acquisition. It would take at least a year to promote and examine a compulsory purchase order. It is likely to take very much longer, in my experience. In terms of compulsory purchase, so far as it's relied on, it is not enough to say for a compulsory purchase order that there is an allocation in the plan. There needs to be a compelling case in the public interest, including no alternatives. That is, no alternatives, not ones which we might not prefer, but no alternatives to housing delivery. So that means when you are looking at a site which is dependent on compulsory purchase, you have to bear in mind that that site will only be deliverable if the other site simply cannot be delivered. That's the position in CPO law. So if the housing need can be met elsewhere...
Well, I'm not running a CPO inquiry here, but there's depends on what's required to be delivered, doesn't it?
It does, absolutely. But if new housing is the driving force, you have to be, if a site is promoted that would be dependent on compulsory purchase, for it to be deliverable, it would have to be shown at that CPO inquiry that there were no other alternatives for housing delivery. There quite plainly are.
Well, that's where I might disagree with you. And I'm just saying that outright in public because I'm not quite sure that's necessarily the case. It depends on what the scheme is. Well, and the scheme, if the scheme is for a new market town of 10,000 houses, and that's decided as the best planning issue, I'll make no comment about that at all, it's all hypothetical, then what is the alternative to that? There might well not be another alternative. Well, and that would be the scheme that's being determined.
I disagree on that, but it's enough that you've got our submissions on it, which is that this is being promoted as a solution to housing need. If that housing need can be met elsewhere, then those would be a reasonable alternative.
Well, that's a different point. That's a different point, which obviously I'm taking on board because I've got lots of representations about the best way to meet the housing need, and I've not said any way at all which way I might think about that. Well, I was talking about the CPO world and what the scheme is.
Yes, and it comes down to the fundamental point that because CPO powers are required for this site, they are required for this site, you know they would be required to deliver the scheme.
That's you say, yes, that's contested, but anyway, yeah.
Well, was there
okay, yeah, all right, carry on.
The information, we might be able to agree a more detailed plan, but the information you have is on the evidence we've submitted several months ago. When one then looks at the question of CPO, in the question of is it a site which is developable, there isn't a reasonable prospect that this site will become available within the period that's put forward. And therefore, regardless of any questions of housing need, it is not this site which can come forward to address that need because it cannot be developed.
Okay, no, I've got that as a point, no reasonable prospect. Okay, Mr. Rhodes, you really ought to have a chance to respond to that, and then I'm going to ask the Council to respond and wrap up. And then I'm going to decide what on earth I'm going to do about the rest of the programme. But Mr. Rhodes, that's for you next.
So I can be very short in response to those points. Thank you. So the answer to most of Mr. Turney's concerns is the plan. In other words, his clients, as you know, would have the opportunity to fully object to this proposal if it was to form part of a plan through a modification or a review of the plan.
I've tried to say that on more than one occasion, and that's why I've been tough with supporters, because that's the whole basis of what I've said. I understand.
That would be the opportunity, but it also helps in relation to his point on CPO. So if the plan was to be adopted, a plan was to be adopted which determined that this was the appropriate solution to meeting housing and employment needs, then there would be no difficulty moving a CPO for it. It's also wrong to suggest that CPO would make the land unviable, because it would be necessary to pay allocated land prices, because of course the allocation would identify all of the planning obligations which the development would have to carry in terms of affordable housing and infrastructure, and it's those obligations which drive down the value of the land. So the land would have to be acquired, even if it was acquired in a scheme rather than a no-scheme world. For these purposes it wouldn't make that much difference, because the price agreed through CPO, if CPO was necessary, would have to reflect all of the planning obligations that policy would impose on the land, which is why new market towns can be deliverable through the planning system, can and must be deliverable through the planning system. So I don't think it's necessary for me to respond to any other points. I'll only say things which you're expecting me to say already. So that is my response.
Okay, thanks very much. It's Charles and Ms. Tester, I think, as well, if both of you. To summarise, please.
Yeah, certainly. I'll also keep mine very brief. it is this council's submission to you that we are meeting our needs, and I share Mr Rhodes' view in terms of we do want to get on. I think was the expression that he used. We do want to get on. We have worked hard to get to this point. We do have a plan which we want to be able to allocate land to be able to meet our needs. From the preferred strategy to now has only taken some 18 months. And I know that Mr Rose referred to the requirement from the core strategy to undertake a early review and reference between the time taken to get on and do that. I think we are in a different situation now to how we were then. The inspector's report, so that's Mr Forster and Mr Vickery's report in January 2007, made specific reference right from the introduction of their report to us, and it said that the Council is fully committed to undertaking a review of the core strategy once the South East Plan has been finally published, and that our local development scheme confirms this commitment. I think what we are suggesting this time, sir, is that we give a sort of a smart requirement within the plan itself, which talks about when a review will take place. It gives a specific timescale, and it is built into the plan rather than it being part of a secondary document, which it was last time in terms of the local development scheme. So I think there is a commitment which we're suggesting is actually built into the fabric of the adopted plan.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah. Ms Tester, do you want to comment on anything from Mid-Sussex's point of view?
Just really to summarise the Mid-Sussex position is that the new settlement in this location has been assessed through our own processes for our own sustainability appraisal, and it's not the most sustainable strategy for our district. That is to focus development at Burgess Hill, and we are concerned that a new settlement in this area would actually damage our major development at Burgess Hill, which has full community support.
Okay, thanks very much. What do you want to say?
I had some time ago wanted to make some comments on transport, but I think I've missed that opportunity. But I think this might be a good opportunity to almost go back to the beginning of this session with the MP speaking, and the fact that you have parish councils here, district councils here. We had the MPs here earlier, none of whom support the Mayfields proposal. I think this scheme is unique in the fact that not even landowners support this proposal.
It's not a scheme.
And it is a scheme. It's a notion.
This is the whole point.
So can I just finish? I will be 2 minutes.
Yeah, but it's just under a misapprehension. I don't seem to have got through, but never mind.
I would just like to say that I think it's unique that even landowners don't support this proposal. And the last discussion that the only way this proposal is viable is through compulsory purchase because landowners are not prepared to sell astounds me.
Well, okay. I've got to allow Mr Rhodes to comment on that if he wants to.
So, no, thank you.
Okay, thanks. And the council?
No, thank you, sir.
All right. I mean, I've got the council's defence of its plan without this proposal, which is one of the alternatives. I've got another one. Or another 3 to consider after a break. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to deal with that. We might be able to try and do what we can without sitting right into the night, which I don't want to do. Are you due back tomorrow for the infrastructure session or not?
So, yes, we're due back, or I am due back.
Okay. I was addressing that to you, Mr Rhodes. Quad, I should. Okay, we'll break for 10 minutes, and then we'll start. I think there are certainly some general points to make about these other Horsham sites. whether we complete all of the business on that, we'll have to sort of take a view on that once we get going. But I'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you for Mayfields and their representations and those of the rest of you that have come and support for the council on that. And we'll come back in a few minutes. Sorry, can we resume, please? I have just been talking to the council there. I think there's been a few mixed messages about programming, and I'm sorry that it's worked out like this, but I'm not going to sort of stop other objectors having a fair say if they want to. Can we just have a couple of introductions, please? Who's new at the table? And I'll start on my right this time, because we've got there's 4 sites. One, Lions Farm, Slinfold. Who's that, please? Would you like to introduce yourselves to the hearing, please?
So, yes, thank you. Good afternoon. So, yes, we represent the owner of the Lions Farm site, which is Prime Land UK. And you'll have the details, sir, in our submissions. My name is Philip Villas. That's VILLARS, from Indigo Planning.
Yeah.
And then I'm joined by 2 colleagues. To my right is David Andrews from LSI Architects. And to my left, Mike Foster from LDA Design. That's Landscape Architects, Master Planners.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Andy Wilford from Barton Wilmore. I was here on day 3 for the housing session.
Yeah, what's your site?
So my site is Land North of Broadbridge Heath, SA072.
Yeah, I've not had any further statement from you. Are you on behalf of Gleeson Home?
I am, yes. I'm also here on south of Horsham, west of Worthing Road, standing in for a colleague who couldn't make it today, which is for Thakenham. So we've got 2 sites.
This is site SA072. Yeah,
that's correct.
Right. I've not even the only plan I've got of that. All I've got is your representation of it, which is. I mean, we might be able to deal with this fairly discreetly. Some of these other sites can quickly. That's your pro sub number 2864, which is mainly about housing need, and it's got part your OAN assessment, which I think I've seen as well from you were acting for Mayfield as well, weren't you? Or your company was.
Our company was, yes. So I would say we were
2 Barton Wilmore assessments.
Yeah. Well, the section 4 talks about the suitability of Broadbridge Heath as a settlement to accommodate development, which we touched on briefly on matter 3, on the third day, sorry, for matter 6 on housing. And I made a point towards the end of the day there that the council's approach to the distribution to neighbourhood plans of the 1,500 dwellings it meant that category 1 settlements such as Broadbridge Heath that weren't proposing neighbourhood plans were effectively left out of the planning system, so to speak, in terms of future allocations.
Yeah. Okay. Now, have you seen Okay, well, we'll come back to that.
Yeah.
Okay, so the site is as shown on the council's alternative sites diagram, SA072, right?
That's correct, yes.
Right, okay. And who else is here, please? Mr. Verster, would you like to reintroduce? You've already been introduced.
That's fine.
Right.
Mr. Verster, Vale Williams, on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Fisher.
Yeah. And Mr. Is it Down and Smith? How's your first name?
It's Darwood Smith.
Darwood Smith.
D-A-R-W-A
Darwood. Yeah.
double L hyphen Smith.
Have we got the other? Your SA386, right?
Yes, so that's SA 435. I'm just standing in for a colleague who unfortunately couldn't make.
Oh, so you're doubling up?
I am doubling up, sir, but I'll be brief on.
Right. Okay.
I'm stepping
Sorry,
into the breach.
you said SA. You said north of Broadbury Heath. Right, that's fine. And so 466 Kingsfold. I've had another statement from someone who's not here. There are two representations on this, aren't there?
Yes, sir. There is actually. We will do a clarification just to explain the context of site 466, the larger site, and 459.
Okay. Can we deal with that? Can we deal with that last? There's a reason for me saying that.
That's no
problem.
Malcolm Kernock.
Hello, Mr. Kernock. What are you doing here?
What am I doing here?
Yeah. What's your objection to the local plan with regard to sites around Horsham? Do you think there should be some allocated?
Yes. There was some, or shall we say, we had a proposal within our plan that the large strategic sites were a high-risk strategy, and that more smaller sites should be included within the plan to provide some headroom to make sure that we have a 5-year land supply.
Okay. Are you specifically supporting any of these sites?
I'm specifically supporting the south of Horsham, west of Worthing Road.
Okay, fine. That's fine. Thanks very much. That's clarified it for me. Mr. Mail, yeah.
Yes, sir. That.
Are you not working?
Not working, no.
Could you?
Is it working? Yes. Yes, right. So yes, I'm supporting SA 435, land south of Horsham and west of Worthing Road. And historically,
a wider area though than SA 435, isn't it?
Yes.
On your plan.
Yeah. Well, I'm basically asking you to look at the wider area. I've historically, for about 40 odd years, acted for W.T. Lamb, who've owned land at within that area, and I've acted in the past for various other owners. And I feel it's an omission that the council should have looked more closely at this particular site.
Yeah, okay.
So I don't know whether your list of documents, whether you have ever seen this core strategy review consultation document of September 2009, because it lists the various sites with the sort of advantages and disadvantages of each site. And it seems to me that they've totally omitted to look at land southwest of Horsham. They've looked south of Horsham with all its potential problems, but they've never looked at this particular segment, which is quite a large area of land.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Mrs. Charles, would you like to explain the council's position on all of these sites in brief as a matter of principle, except, I assume, for site SA 466?
Yes, sir. Sorry, can I just talk, please? Yes, sir. The position of the District Council is that the Horsham District Planning Framework has identified strategic sites for development, which we have looked at areas that are in the region of 500 homes or more. Other sites are identified within the policy, the housing policy, which I've got that in front of me, policy 14 on page 50. in terms of little a, which are housing completions in the period 2011 to 2014, and b, homes that are already completed, permitted or agreed for a lease. And those include sites of varying sizes, all under the 500 ballpark figure that we've looked at for strategic development. In addition, at point D of that strategic policy for housing provision, we have included reference to the provision of, and we're now suggesting an amendment so that it says around 1,500 homes throughout the district in accordance with the settlement hierarchy. So in other words, we're looking at those to come forward through neighbourhood planning, and there's also reference to windfall sites. So the Council's position on smaller sites that are not, in our view, strategic in nature would be that they would come forward either through a neighbourhood plan or through a site allocation document which we have programmed to begin in 2016.
Yeah, okay, and the problem we've had, well, this is, I haven't really had a chance to look at this, I will do, is the dealing with these sites either through neighbourhood plan sites, as I don't know if you were here in the audience when I mentioned this earlier on about, we've sort of been talking about up to about 100 for neighbourhood plan sites out of the 15 on any one site, and anything, I mean, theoretically, Mrs. Chard, so anything other up to 499, all right, 450 we said there was just like a 10% leeway. And that's now, I think, you've changed the glossary, haven't you?
I omitted to put that one in the glossary, so you had asked for it, and I have made a note that we will action it. We make reference to circa 500
plus or minus 10%,
to Southwater. We make reference to plus or minus 50% there. But I think your point is a bit more general, wasn't it? That if it's around, then it means a plus or minus. So we will have another look at that.
Yeah, on a very picky, limited point, I'd much prefer English than Latin. But, that's what we're supposed to do in plain English in the inspectorate. So your site is sort of falls between really the neighbour. You wouldn't expect that to come forward. How many houses are you talking about?
So
it's not 500.
Well, it is actually the information that we've submitted to you does, and there's been quite a lot of work done on this, and we would like to talk that through as to how we've arrived at these figures in terms of deliverability. But we are proposing approximately 525 houses on this site.
Okay.
So I would like to talk that through, sir, but when you're ready.
Well, that's. Sorry, I thought it was a bit smaller than that. As I said, I've sort of had a quick look at the site, but I've certainly not done a full site inspection. I know where it is and I know roughly what it's like. Okay, Mrs. Charles, so that's a potential strategic site that I think we'd need to discuss. The south of Horsham site, one of your sites, or both of them, are either neighbourhood plan or sites allocations DPD, the council say. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, sir. I think just picking up on a point of your potential actions as a consequence of the discussions on overall housing numbers, and I think we'd look for some clarity from you, sir, as to whether you consider the benchmark of 500 dwellings as necessary or appropriate in terms of strategic scale site and actual allocations in the local plan. And if you find, sir, that there is in fact a requirement to increase the housing figure for the district in your conclusions, you are going to have to fall upon sites that have been put forward as emission sites, of which a series of these in discussions today, and I'm sure there are in other areas, fall below that 500 threshold. So I suppose I'm just looking for some clarity from you, sir, that you would indeed consider sites of this scale that sit below 500 to be allocated, and there's nothing to actually stop you doing that. So if you indeed find that further allocations are necessary.
No, there isn't. But I mean, that would be. Well, not Mr. Charles' comments, but that, to my mind, there would be at least two main modifications there. The first one would be with regard to the strategy and what was strategic or not, and that would be quite a change to almost the LDF scheme, but rather the strategy of the plan. And the second one would obviously have to be a main modification if I felt another site should be allocated, or it would be a suspension for the council to come back and say how they felt that shortfall should be met, whether it's through smaller allocated sites or the substitution of another larger site.
Well, quite, and I think that historically having such large-scale strategic sites has had a slightly negative impact on the ability for houses to be delivered and maintain a 5-year supply of land in the district. And it's disappointing that the council hasn't taken the opportunity at this moment in time for this local plan in order to allocate some of those smaller sites that are oven ready and can hit the ground pretty quickly in order to rectify the existing shortfall, maintain the 5-year supply in the short term whilst some of the larger strategic sites deliver all their infrastructure and get up and running. And we heard on day 3 Savills exploring why it took so long for the strategic site to come forward that's now being delivered, and that was down to not the market, as we heard, but down to some planning constraints and the need to go through development briefs. So
that's what they said.
Well,
I mean, other people said
I would trust
there was
but I think the point,
a market issue as well. I think there was
the point
maybe
is,
an unhappy conjunction of circumstances.
I think it's well known that small to medium sized sites can hit the ground quicker, and I think that's an important factor to consider when reviewing A, the emission sites, and B, this 500 threshold, if you feel, sir, that you need to find additional sites in order to meet a higher housing requirement, if that's the way that you think this plan needs to go.
Okay, well, it's certainly an option that needs to be explored. I haven't made any conclusions about that at the moment until I've heard the evidence, and one of the factors in that was constraints within the district, which is why we've been hearing from Mayfield. So, Mrs. Charles, if you want to comment on that, that you should have had another strategy, or should have had less reliance on larger sites, or that maybe included within the framework review smaller ones.
Yes, sir. We certainly found from our experience last time of relying on 2 strategic developments that did indeed leave us exposed when the market turned, because even in the depths of the recession, some smaller sites were coming forward, albeit not many. So this strategy actually deliberately takes a different tack. 58% of the total requirement of the plan already has the benefit of planning permission. That includes smaller sites that are right across the district, as well as the 2 strategic sites, which, as you've just said, are now on stream and coming forward. So this strategy looks at sites that are right across the district, puts an emphasis on neighbourhood planning, albeit not in a burdensome way. We've tried to be reasonably conservative in our estimates as to what might come forward through neighbourhood planning, but we have indeed identified 2 strategic sites, one very large one, as you know, and one smaller one, which is more of the sort of oven ready, as it was just referred to, and indeed there's a planning application that has already been submitted on that particular site on land west of Southwater.
I mean, I know what you mean, but that sort of implies that it's all okay to go, rather than whether there's any problems with it, which I don't know whether we really want to get into any details about any of that. Are you
No, so my general point is that I think I mentioned before to you that we've got over 700, according to the trajectory, we have over 750 homes on average coming forward year on year for the first 15 years of the planned period. And therefore, identifying smaller sites now is not the priority because we have sufficient in the pipeline to come forward. What we do need to do, as we've said, is to look at a review of the plan, and also we have already programmed a site allocation document to sort of capture those sites that are not going to be included in the neighbourhood planning, either because the site hasn't been, a parish has not been designated as a neighbourhood plan area, or for whatever reason, we will include that in a site allocation. So there are mechanisms which we are suggesting in our proposed change to the plan can be built into the fabric of our work as we move forward.
Yeah, there's no... we talked about this briefly, and you said you were going to go away and have a look at it, and you come back with this, but there's no sort of mechanism, is there, in terms of timescale here, or even a reference to the local development scheme. You're talking about production of this site's allocations plan in 2016, are you?
Yes, we talk about the review of the plan, which will commence within the first 5 years from the adoption of the Horsham District Planning Framework. And we also talk about the fact that we have programmed a site allocation document, which is included in our local development scheme.
Excuse me. Mr. Wilford?
So
and Mr. Mail.
I just find it,
as well.
Whilst, yes, it's good that further clarity is being provided as a modification, and I'd like to see reference to a site allocation DPD, I don't like the idea that it's not until 2016 that things really start kicking off. If I've understood that correctly, is that when that process is going to start? Or is that when anticipated adoption is?
That's when consultation would begin.
So that is, could effectively be 2 years away. And I just don't understand why there's such a significant delay to commencing that document. It's further delay. It's not necessarily boosting significantly the supply of land as per the MPPF.
Yeah, okay, that's a fair. What's the problem with moving ahead with that quickly? I mean, okay, you've got 750 homes per annum, but actually, is there a problem with having 800 homes per annum or 850 even?
The trajectory...
Front loading, bearing in mind the MPPF.
Yeah, the trajectory is actually over 700. I've always rounded it down in our discussions, but it's actually over 750 homes per year, which I think is a step change. And but nevertheless, we are confident of that coming forward because of the permissions that have already been given. The reason for the timing of the site allocation document was to enable our communities to move forward with their neighbourhood plans and for them to be able to take the lead. So that was really giving them the opportunity, using the localism, to plan to meet their own needs.
Okay. Yep.
Sorry, I don't want to drag this out, but and this goes to the heart of my point that I was making on the third day, was that in those areas that aren't or don't have a neighbourhood plan that's been proposed, we have effectively got to wait in limbo for everywhere else to sort out what their housing is going to be, and then it gets scooped up at the end to see what's left over and picking up the pieces. And I just don't think that's a fair way forward for sustainable locations that have good sites ready to go, especially in an authority that doesn't have a 5-year supply of land, that has historically planned by appeal over the last few years.
Well, yes, but go back into that. I mean, if the plan's approved as it is, they will have a 5-year supply of land, fairly quickly. But they say, well, but that's what the figures show. Mr. Mail, do you want to make a sort of point of principle about this in the way that the site you're putting forward would come forward?
Yeah, if for any reason you find the framework unsound, or you think there's a need to allocate additional sites, or you find the two chosen strategic sites have got their constraints which you're not happy with, then I think that if the local authority go back to square one, that they certainly need to look at the land south of Horsham, because it's probably the most sustainable site. It's got easy access. It doesn't have to cross the main road as North Horsham does. It's well connected, and it doesn't require enormous infrastructure, so that it could come on stream fairly rapidly. And I'm surprised that this site has never ever apparently been looked at as part of the district framework.
Do you want to comment on the merits of the site?
So this site and land in the region of Tower Hill has been discussed on many occasions before through the preparation of our core strategy and our site allocation document, and indeed documents before then. And we maintain that we still feel that those sort of smaller sites should come forward through neighbourhood planning. In terms of the overall view of the council of land to the south of the town, we have done assessment work in the past looking at land on all sides of the town, looking at the constraints, obviously, the high wheeled area of outstanding natural beauty. Land, as you know, is already allocated to the north, or hopefully will be allocated to the north, and is allocated to the west. The southern boundary of the town is marked quite clearly by the railway line and by the rising land of Den Hill, which is a particularly sensitive area, coupled with another area called Chesworth Farm, which is again undulating land rising to the south of the town. And it is that very rural aspect of the town as you approach it from the south that the council is keen to retain, and to retain the firm boundary which currently exists, which is the railway line in the most part and the landscape in the other.
So could I come back on that and just say that the southern Horsham bypass forms the boundary, and the park and ride scheme that forms a perfectly good boundary to the land to the south, and the site is far preferable, I would suggest, than the site at Southwater, which is building out into open countryside.
Yes, the area you've sort of drawn a line around is bigger than your Mr. Wilford's other site. Have you given me any capacity figure, Mr. Murray?
No, I haven't. So, sir, I accept that some of the land is such that it ought to be retained in open space, or, as Mrs. Childs said, Den Park, etc., do require some careful development proposals. But the area generally is worth looking at, because some of the fields have got no particular landscape merit. And as I say, it's got very good connectivity with the town centre. It's just that I'm not satisfied that the area...
Some of it's already got...
Yes, you've got Salisbury Road. The
semi-rural housing, I suppose one would say. I don't know how it would be. I did go there. How would classify it? And then there's some other sites.
But the area generally needs to be looked at. Even if the whole area wasn't developed, it certainly needs to be looked at in terms of sustainability.
Yes, the land, sir, that you're referring to, is Salisbury Road and Tower Road, is exactly as you say, sort of semi-rural, and from that small area, the land slopes quite steeply down to the railway line. So that's the land there that's immediately adjacent to the Worthing Road is quite exposed, and certainly is on a steep gradient.
Okay, is there anything else either of you want to say about the sort of site specifics?
I'd just like to point of clarification for what Fakenham Homes' interests are, which does relate to SA 435 boundary as indicated. So I just want to make that point clear of our interest compared to the chap's interest for the wider area.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
You're to the north of Tower Hill.
That's it, and we've done some recent landscape work just to understand, that's it, to understand the capacity of the site and where most appropriate location of development should sit within the site, and what's been concluded in. Apologies that you don't have anything in front of you, but it is quite a late instruction for the process of this exercise. It was only 3 or 4 months ago that we were instructed, but effectively we're looking to locate all the development in the northeast corner of the site, and that is due to landscape reasons, because that's where the land actually lies at a similar level to the existing town of Horsham, which it butts the boundary to. So there are proposals coming forward, and that I think that they can and will be coming in to discuss that with the council at some point in the future. But in terms of sensitivity, further testing from a landscape point of view, it's looking at 70 dwellings located in the northeast most corner of that overall site. So the site that accommodates SA 435 is the developable area is significantly less than what's been shown.
Okay, I'll allow you to come back if you want. Mr. Kernack, do you want to talk about these two sites?
Yes, please. I made the statement earlier that I was objecting to the plan because we felt that the South of Horsham and West of Worthing Road should be included, basically because of the reasons that have been already said here, that it's within what we see as the defensible boundaries of the urban area of Horsham Town, which is the A24 and the Worthing Road. I take the point about Den Hill and that, but what we're looking at here is the section of land between Worthing Road, Hop House Roundabout and the A24. As far as retaining, shall we say, or preventing coalescence, when the West of Horsham plan was approved, it was accepted that the A24 was a suitable marker to prevent coalescence between Broadbridge Heath Village and the Horsham urban area. So I don't think that there is any reason why this particular land to the south of Horsham should not be included within the urban area of Horsham Town. And conversely to that...
well, hang on a minute. I mean, just for my benefit, sorry. If you did that, then there wouldn't really be much of a gap, would there, between Horsham and, unless only half of that area was developed, say. I mean, you've got the park and ride, and then, to the south of the roundabout, you're almost straight into development, aren't you? So wouldn't you sort of have a blurring of the distinction between Horsham and South Horsham? I mean, the boundary would be the road, but effectively development would be almost contiguous.
I hear what you're saying, and that is exactly the argument that was put up by Broadbridge Heath Parish at the time of West of Horsham, that the A24 wasn't a significant enough boundary to prevent coalition between the two communities, two settlements. But that argument was, shall we say, not accepted, and the converse was taken, that the A24 was a sufficient boundary to separate the two communities.
Well, I suppose it would, in terms of, I can understand, okay, right, I'm trying to understand the point, that's all. I mean, in terms of community feeling cohesion, if you like, I can understand that. One community would be on one side of the road and the other would be on the other, but in terms of physical development, they would be closely adjoined.
That is correct.
But you don't have a problem with that? You think that would be all right?
Well, I feel that as it is a principle that has already been accepted, then that should continue.
Okay.
When we consider this land to the south of Horsham using the A24 as the boundary.
Yeah, okay.
But what I was coming on to say is that you asked me what I was doing at the table, and I said obviously I was supporting.
I didn't mean to be too. I'm getting a bit short-tempered. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to be too short-tempered. I just really wanted to know what your position was on these things.
And also, the other thing is, we're objecting to the fact that SAO 72 has been included in the plan, because in our view we were looking for a fairer dispersal of housing and employment opportunities across the district. And SAO 72 is going into an area which is already delivering 1,000 houses within the plan period.
Well, it's not in the plan, I think is the point. I mean,
no, it's in the SHLA as a deliverable site within the next 1 to 5 years.
Yeah, but that's okay, but that doesn't mean. I mean, I think it's for everyone's benefit. There seems to be a misapprehension about SLAs. I mean, that doesn't mean that the council's supporting its development, or that there might be reasons why they don't want to see development in that site. So the developers here promoting it, but that doesn't mean the council's agreeing that it's a good site to be developed. So you seem to be, you're on Mr. Wilford's side for one of them and not on the other.
Correct.
Okay, well that's a reasonable position to have. I mean, I understand it. So, well, I've got the point. Can we deal with SA 435 first, just to finish? Anything else the council want to say on that? From either Mr. Kernick or Mr. Wilford. Mr. Wilford said limit, capacity in the northeast corner of the site, not over the whole of it. Mr. Kernick, I think, has accepted no problem in principle with social cohesion or the physical, development there. Although he said, he accepts not necessarily all over the hill. Anything else you want to say in terms of constraints?
No,
developability, good idea or not?
I've outlined the constraints to you, so in terms of physical constraints, in terms of the railway line and crossing of that in order to be able to access the services and facilities in the town itself, and obviously the gradient of the land. The sort of smaller site of 70 or so homes to the north-east of the SA 435 certainly would be isolated, in my view, from the town, isolated because of the physical barrier of the railway line and the difficulty in terms of getting any suitable crossing of that, which means that any residents would need to use the rural roads to then link into Worthing Road and be able to walk or drive into the town centre from that location. In terms
we would just have access onto Worthing Road, wouldn't it? I mean, that's...
I think so. It's only a kilometre away from Horsham town centre, so I think to argue its rural location in isolation is not particularly accurate.
In terms of the existing nature of that area, Tower Hill and Salisbury Road, it is very rural in character. The character changes quite dramatically as you leave Horsham and go up the hill, up Worthing Road. So it is quite different in character, and that development wouldn't actually be link in to existing development other than, as you're quite right, to go along Salisbury Road and down into the Worthing Road, into the town centre. It wouldn't appear to me to be a logical extension of the town. In terms of a wider extension of the town to the south, using the A24 as a boundary, that obviously would have very significant impact on that main route into Horsham, which, as I say, is relatively rural in nature, and the landscape impact certainly on land to the east of the Worthing Road is very significant in terms of the hill and Den Park.
Okay. Anything on SA? Forgive me. We deal with SA 072, and then we can come. Then I think I'm just really going to come to you next, and then Mr. Verster. SA 072. Anything you want to say in terms of site specifics?
Yes, that site, you're quite right, is not included in the plan. It is included in the SHLA. There has been a planning application on the site which has been refused. An appeal hearing is due to be heard in March of next year.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Wilford, on that one?
Yes, sir. I think I'd like to just pick up on the Council's submitted hearing statement to matter 13, which is titled Other Rural Sites, which is where you would find their assessment of SAO 72. And yes, it does indeed refer to an application that's been refused. What it in fact omits is that the plan application had officer recommendation to approve. It was supported by the professional officers. All technical considerations had been considered and found suitable in order to get to that position, and it was in fact only overturned by members on the day of the committee. And I think that's an extremely important factor when weighing up the suitability of this site as a potential allocation, because it has in fact gone through a more rigorous assessment by way of the planning application. It promotes 165 dwellings plus a 60-bed care home, which meets a particular need in the district, which is set out in the proposed policies. And I think it's extremely well located in Broadbridge Heath, which is indeed becoming a much more important settlement within the district. Policy 6 of the framework talks about the Broadbridge Heath quadrant, which is seeking to improve the retail opportunities there and also moots the potential for residential dwellings, and that clearly is an indicator that houses in Broadbridge Heath have been indeed accepted by the council and in the plan. So yes, whilst we are...
yes, but you weren't here, I don't think. I've heard objections to that.
To residential?
The retail,
well,
certainly the retail element.
Well,
and there's already been a proposed... well, you were going to consider a proposed change on that. Has that been included?
So the retail element is still with Aviva Properties.
It was agreed to be shared with them.
It was agreed to be shared with them, and they've got it at the moment. So once we've heard back from them, we'll submit that.
Oh, right. So you haven't proposed it. Well, okay, we've discussed that, but I just thought you ought to know that.
Well, thank you. Whether that comes forward or not, there still exists in retail provision, and Broadbridge Heath is identified as a Category 1 settlement, and under various policies that have been put forward in the past is suitable for development. And I think, sir, I'm sure you are going to go out on further site visits, and I'm not asking you to preempt your colleague at any Section 78 inquiry that comes forward, but I think that this is a good example of where we have an oven-ready site that has been tested by the council, found to be suitable in all respects, that can gain an officer recommendation, and unfortunately members felt otherwise, and therefore it has been tested and is suitable for an allocation if you consider that further sites need to be put forward. I'm sure Mr Kernock will, as member of Broadbridge Heath, might disagree with my comments, but unfortunately that is the conclusion of the professional officers at the council, repeated in the SHLA, which, as has been identified, is deliverable within years 1 to 5.
It's for me to look at. What was the reason, just in a nutshell, what was the reason for refusal?
There were 4 reasons. One related to impact on the landscape, one related to impact on a heritage asset, a Grade 2 listed building, a further reason related to highways infrastructure, which we've already agreed a statement of common ground with West Sussex County Council Highway for that particular reason for refusal to not be progressed any further.
That's not, well, they're not defending that?
No.
Okay, what was the 4th?
It was lack of Section 106 contributions, which is a default position where one hasn't been signed. So.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on that?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, that's Mr Kernock. You.
As it's been mentioned, I just thought I'd like to come back and clarify, yes, I am the member for the Broadbridge Heath ward, but I am making my comments on behalf of the alternative plan, and the fact that the Broadbridge Heath quadrant has been identified as a mixed-use site and is a brownfield site, so certainly one would consider it to be a preferable site for bringing forward any additional housing that might be required in the Broadbridge Heath parish. And notwithstanding that the West of Horsham development has proposed a new neighbourhood centre which is based opposite the open space behind the village centre and next door to the primary school, which is next door to the quadrant. So we are effectively establishing a new heart to the village around that neighbourhood centre, village centre, open space. And obviously this proposed site now is at the, shall we say, a further point away from where we're trying to establish a neighbourhood hub.
Okay, I'll look at that on site. Okay with that? Right, thank you. So can we move on to, sorry, Mr. Mayle?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Child suggested that land west of Worthing Road is very rural. So I remember promoting land west of Horsham for Southern Water Authority about 30 years ago, and that was described as very rural. And land north of Horsham is very rural if you go and look at it. And so there is, in terms of coalescence, if you look at the local plan extract that I sent you, the land west of Horsham is in fact in local gap between Horsham and Broadbridge Heath, and that of course has now been totally built on. And there is adequate scope along the south of the land south of Horsham for additional landscaping. There are in fact quite good tree screens there at the present time. Thanks, sir.
Okay. Anything on that, Mrs. Childs?
Thank you, sir.
Right, okay, that we've sort of gone a bit out of order, but that's those two sites. You're welcome to stay if you want. So can we now go on to SA 386 Lions Farm. You've had your board up some time. Did you want to make a comment about the council's general position with the strategic sites as opposed to site allocations and neighbourhood planning?
So I would just briefly, just picking up on the point made 10-15 minutes ago by the council in terms of the sort of contextual picture, I think it's fair to say, certainly from our position, there's a fair dose of complacency from the council when they talk about their housing figures. That's both in terms of trajectory and what they believe will be delivered, and also in terms of how it will be delivered through, again, it's been mentioned a couple of times, sort of over-reliance on two strategic sites. So I'm referring here to both the planning permissions and these two strategic sites. Based on past performance, I think it's right, it's fair to look back. You heard a fair bit about this earlier today in terms of track record.
Not just earlier today.
Well, no, I'm sure, sir.
So I don't really want to go
over
into
many days.
As you heard me say, I don't really want to go into the housing
no,
figures.
And I don't propose to, so I think we're just making the point really that that I don't think it should be left that that's good enough as we look forward in terms of the council's proposal. And I just wanted to link that then through to Lions Farm. We've made in our submissions to you that there should be at least 730 houses, dwellings coming forward per year, and that's as a minimum. And we believe that there has to be other sites allocated for development which are deliverable in the shorter term.
Okay, so I mean, just to cover something that we covered earlier today, you're putting this forward in addition to North Horsham and West and South Horsham?
Yeah, so we would propose an amendment to policy 14, to add in Lyons Farm as a further allocated site for, I've referred to the figure, so approximately 525 units. And so the advantage, just before I pass on to my colleagues in terms of some of the delivery type issues, because this site is deliverable in the short term.
What's the... this is at appeal as well, isn't it?
No, it's not, sir. No, it's pre any planning application.
Oh, right. I got the wrong one. Beg your pardon.
Yeah.
So you haven't made a planning application yet?
There's no plan application, sir. Just briefly, in terms of the content of the site, we're proposing 525, and that would be policy compliant in terms of affordable housing, so it would provide 35% affordable housing, detail of which obviously would be agreed at application stage, but it would be policy compliant in that respect. The land is owned by a single entity. There are no complications in terms of ownership and deliverability, and the site has a direct frontage onto a main road, and so we have provided information about how a junction could be provided in that location. And just one further thing, the council considered the site through its SHLA. I say considered, it gave a very cursory glance really at the site as far as we can tell, because of two factors. The red line in the SHLA is in the wrong place. It doesn't include the whole site. And I suppose linking to a few comments that were made just now actually, it refers to the site as an isolated rural location, which again I find quite amazing that comment can be made when it's 150 metres away from the edge of, if you like, the new edge of Horsham itself, and there are employment sites opposite, there's a care home opposite, and other facilities nearby. So this is far from, in my experience, an isolated rural location. So if I could, I'd like to just build upon that. It won't take too long, sir, I promise. Just to talk through the...
That's all right. It's your I was just looking for your... I've seen some of this, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so just to talk through some of the work that we've done to help demonstrate both the thinking behind this being a sustainable location for housing and its deliverability. If I could just pass across first of all to Mr. Andrews.
Yeah.
Hello there. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah.
I'll just start very briefly. So you've seen the site, but just just briefly, yeah.
Cursorily, but
so
I know where it is, and I've driven past it. Yeah.
Okay. So it's a 90-acre site, a 35-hectare site. So it's on the western edge of Horsham. It's 1 mile from Slinfold, and it's just 150 metres away from the West of Horsham development. I'd say just over the road, behind the Newbridge nurseries. Also, in close proximity, there's the Wellcross Grange, the neuro rehabilitation facility, just across the road on the other side of Five Oaks Road. There's the garage on the corner of Five Oaks Road and Lyons Road. And then there's various properties along Lyons Road. So the site's really bounded by two roads. I understand the A264, it's not a strategic route. But that's where we'd be having our access, our proposed access. And we've had specialist transport consultant advice, who's put a proposal which is included as one of the appendices to show how that can be managed. It's currently a 40-mile-an-hour road. So I think the point I'm making is that it's not, the site isn't in the middle of nowhere. It's surrounded by development at the moment, and it's on the edge of current development. It's also important just to note that it's adjacent a current allocation SA 102 that borders the site. In the SHLA, and I just refer you to our diagram in Appendix 7 on page 7, just to show you visually where the site's located. We're walking distance to the community facilities offered by the West of Horsham development, including the primary school. There's a public right-of-way that crosses the site that we'd propose to maintain and enhance. It's well used, which again for us it demonstrates that the site is accessible to the local community by foot. And there's already 2 bus stops, one on Lyons Road and one just by the nurseries, that again are within 150 and 200 metres respectively of the site boundaries. So it's connected to the local transport infrastructure, which is just a 10 to 15 minute bus ride into the centre of Horsham. The master plan has been really developed on the basis of a landscape assessment, which is where I think I'll probably hand over now to my colleague.
Well, hang on a minute. There's quite a lot for the council to come back to. I think can we take this in sort of bite-sized chunks?
Right.
So would the council like to respond to some of these points about location, accessible, sustainable location, and do you have any comments on that?
Yes, sir. I mean, I accept that it is close to Brobbidge Heath and indeed not too far from Horsham, both of which are identified as sustainable locations. The boundary, when we were looking at the strategic allocation for land west of Horsham, we looked very carefully at the boundary and we looked at what the long-term boundary would be, and that was part of our thought process in drawing the built-up area boundary to ensure that these were defensible long-term boundaries. And it is the river and its floodplain that provide the boundary to the south of Brobbidge Heath, as well as High Wood, which is the hill that's immediately adjacent to the A24. The area land that we're discussing is on the other side of the Five Oaks Road, but is also on the other side of the floodplain. So in other words, it is, it's not quite south, is it? It's southeast of the floodplain itself. And the floodplain was what we had identified as being a firm boundary along with the road. So our description as an isolated rural location, in terms of the actual distance between the site and the centre of Brobbidge Heath, for example, whilst that is short, it is the perception of that site that clearly there is a distinction between the land that is to the south or east of the floodplain, the river and its floodplain, and that to the north or west, much of which is actually allocated for strategic development. And I think that's really where the main distinction I would draw is that we have specifically drawn those boundaries so that they could be long-term boundaries. Once those boundaries have been breached, the next boundary leads you onto Slinfold village itself. So it is the containment as well of that particular area.
Okay, do you want to make any comments on that and then move on to your landscape issue? And well, we've almost moved into that, into the physical, not just necessarily physical separation, but perception of separation from the western boundary.
Yes, if I could just come back on the specific points related to the river forming the boundary. I think there are a number of points that are worth noting here. Firstly, if you look at the evolution of both Horsham and Brobbidge Heath over time, both of those settlements, Horsham in particular, is built around the river. Both the River Arun runs through the centre of the urban area, as does its tributary Baldings Brook, both of which have been successfully integrated. In relation to more recent development, my understanding, and I'm looking at a copy of the West of Horsham master plan map from the SPD, the allocation east of the A24 includes strategic development south of the River Arun, with two major infrastructure crossings of that river in that location. So the council has already accepted the principle of development south of the river, and in fact in the SPD makes fairly significant play on the asset that provides in terms of a green infrastructure corridor for that development. In relation to the land at Lyons Farm, the river forms the eastern and northern boundaries of the site as submitted. There is no breach of the river for much of that section. We clearly are on the other side of the river, which is a physical reality. I think it comes down to the perception and the significance of that river corridor in one's approach to the town and settlement. That river is a relatively small watercourse in that location, is physically and visually completely contained within a vegetated channel and does not form part of the character or the approach to the settlement. It's a physical feature that happens to exist as other features exist. The next logical boundary, as suggested by the council, to the west is not Slinfold as a settlement. There are well-defined vegetated boundaries along the western boundaries of the site that provide a defensible boundary to this site and to development in this location. Thank you.
Okay, well, as I've said with others, I'll go and look at all these things. Assume I have permission to go on if I need to.
So just on that point, we would so obviously encourage you to go onto the site. There are keys to the gate at the front, but of course there are rights of way across the site.
Yes, okay, I'll try and use those. I've just been looking at those. Mrs. Charles, you want to comment on anything else that's been said there?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment about the decision to develop on either side of the floodplain to in the strategic allocation west of Horsham to the east of the A24. That was something actually that was hotly contested at the structure plan, because the land west of Horsham was a site that was identified through the structure plan process, and we had heated debates about what area should or should not be included. However, the council's decision was to look at those boundaries, and we have used the railway line and the A24 as the boundaries, because clearly you can see that the boundary of Horsham the railway line forms the boundary of Horsham as you go to the east. So there were particular reasons there why the floodplain is crossed by development. That isn't the case in this particular location at Lyons Farm. There aren't anywhere near as well defined boundaries as they are on the other side of the A24, and my concern would be breaching what we had specifically said would be long-term boundaries to the south of Broadbridge Heath, and also looking at identifying land on the other side of the floodplain, which is particularly wide at that point, would be what potential that might give for incursion into the countryside beyond the site that is before you this afternoon.
Okay. So there's lack of a defensible boundary. Key point made against you there. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, if I could just come back very briefly on the point that was being made by the council in relation to the river was that it provided the long-term defensible boundary to settlement expansion. I simply made the point that that isn't reflected in the facts of the matter and the council's position in relation to West Horsham. In relation to defensible boundaries for the land at Lyons Farm, we've submitted, and you will have read the Appendix 6 of our submission, which deals with landscape and visual matters, which I can come on to in further detail. But in terms of a defensible boundary, there is as I previously mentioned, along the western boundary of the site, a very well-defined vegetated boundary with trees and hedgerows both within the site and out with the site on land through which there is a public footpath, all of which will be retained. The studies that we have done looking at views to and from this development site, this location, illustrate or demonstrate that long-distance views from the west and, for that matter, the north and south are extremely limited. What you see from further afield from the immediate site boundaries is a very well-wooded landscape when one looks down from the higher land to the south and the higher land to the north, within which this site sits. So it's very well assimilated into a wooded, a very well-wooded landscape.
Where are you talking about there, Ben? Is there anywhere you particularly want me to go?
There is a, if you look, sir, at figure, let me find an appropriate figure, figure 13. There is a...
What, in appendix?
In appendix 6, I beg your pardon. There's a public footpath that travels north from the site up to Watkins Farm area.
Sorry, that's your plan, rather than...
Up to an area of higher land there. And there are footpaths to the southwest that go through the west of Horsham extension up onto the elevated landscapes to the south, west and south east on higher land.
Yeah. Okay. Are you still wishing to make any other comments?
So just one further point. I did already mention this, but just want to emphasise the point about deliverability. I mentioned ownership. The site is owned outright by our client in its entirety. We've carried out various studies, including ecological. We talked about infrastructure in terms of access. There are no other issues that would prevent this site coming forward at a very early date. We could talk about landscape links and ecological links through to the countryside beyond. It's in the plan, so that you've seen, and it is backed up by a full ecological survey.
I think it would also maybe just be worth noting of the 35-hectare site, is approximately 50% of it would be developed, with a large area, predominantly to the northeast, retained as landscape.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, sir, briefly. I think it's important to recognise that the proposal in terms of the submission material has been subject to very careful consideration in terms of its environmental context, particularly its landscape biodiversity context, and the proposal that is before you reflects the outcomes of those studies. As has just been said, of a 35-hectare site, less than 50% of that is proposed for development, which gives the balance of 50% of the site available for landscape, green infrastructure, open space provision, which is quite interesting in the context of this morning's or this afternoon's discussion on market towns, because that's in excess of the requirements for garden cities and market towns in terms of green infrastructure provision. But I think it's been informed by a thorough understanding of the character of the landscape, the existing site conditions, the biodiversity of the site. So there is a framework that's been developed at this stage, which has given us the capacity of the site as suggested, that allows the retention of existing trees and hedgerows in cooperation with the green infrastructure strategy for the site. Major enhancements along the River Arun and the floodplain in terms of, again, biodiversity enhancements, sustainable drainage provision, public access provision where there is none at present, and a range of development propositions and development densities that reflect the topography of the site and, in our view, the character and context of the different compartments of the site.
It's pretty flat, isn't it?
It's generally flat. The land to the north, which is excluded from the built development proposal slopes down to the River Arun and is visually a little bit more prominent in views from the north.
Yeah, I meant the developer part.
The developer part is generally pretty flat, yes. It falls gently back towards Five Oaks Road. But we have part of the site that's abutting Lyons Road on figure 13 in Appendix 6 is in effect single dwellings consistent with the character of the dwellings along Lyons Road. I think something like 5 dwellings per hectare, which is a response to and an understanding of the context of that part of the site and the character of Lyons Road, I beg your pardon. The only other point I would like to make is just to pick up on the relationship of this site to Slinfold and the issues of coalescence that I think the Council referred to in their concerns about the encroachment of development into the countryside. We are some way from Slinfold. Development of this site will not lead to the physical coalescence of Broadbridge Heath with Slinfold. A suitable gap will be retained, and the Council's policy in the planning framework refers to coalescence. It also refers to the sense of passing from one place to another, which is important in terms of transition between different places and their different identities. The principal route from here, Broadbridge Heath to Slinfold, will be along Lyons Road. There is existing development along at the junction of Lyons Road and Five Oaks Road, some residential development along Lyons Road itself. The nature of
what
that...
are you proposing access to that there, then? It's not shown.
No, it's not shown at this... Yeah, I think it's like... Yeah, I think it will be off Lyons Road to those small number of dwellings proposed in that area of the site.
Okay.
I don't...
I mean, there's a few other issues. The council want... Okay, let's just stop there. There's some things for the council to respond to there, I think. Or are you not sort of arguing about that in sort of terms of developability in principle?
I think the in principle is what I take issue with. The fact that it's not adjacent to, it doesn't form part of Broadbridge Heath. It would be physically separated by a very wide floodplain. The social and physical infrastructure, it clearly would be a separate element. It wouldn't form part of the village of Broadbridge Heath. And so I would be concerned about its relationship in terms of the settlement hierarchy, its relationship with the village. We've heard about the level of growth of Broadbridge Heath that is ongoing at the moment, and the concerns that exist locally with the assimilation of that development as well, and the provision and the timing of provision of infrastructure, which I think is also relevant in this particular case. But it's more a principal issue for me in terms of
I was going to ask about that. I mean,
its separation.
Yeah, well, what about physical? What about physical infrastructure in terms of any issues with waste treatment, for example? No capacity issues there. Highways access, have we had any modelling done? Impact on the strategic highway network? Because it's not, I mean, this hasn't been SA'd or has it? I mean, you know, if this were to come forward, as you suggest, it would have to be subject to SA, with, you know, highways modelling on in terms of impact on the strategic road network, amongst other things. Social and community infrastructure, what about schooling?
So just on those couple of points, you'll see attached in the appendix, I think it's the last appendix, a report from our highways consultant. And you'll see a junction that they've designed onto the road at the front, all of the land within the client's ownership or the highway authority. So that's certainly deliverable. In terms of schools, there will be...
Well, what about traffic impact, though? I mean, have you been to West Sussex about that?
So that hasn't happened yet, no.
I think if I could just add on that.
Yeah, sorry, schools then?
So in terms of schools, obviously there has been quite significant provision locally in terms of schools and shops and other community facilities, which again would be dealt with through a planned application in terms of any further enhancements that might be required through a financial contribution. But certainly there are obviously a lot of facilities fairly close by that have been provided and are still to be provided in recent years.
Well, so you'd be hoping that there's capacity in what's already happening at Broadbridge Heath. Have Council got any comments on that, please?
So there's a extended primary school that is allocated as part of the development to the south of Broadbridge Heath, which has capacity up to a 3 form of entry. It's currently being programmed for 20, I'm looking at the local member here, 20 September 2016 opening, I think is the correct time.
I think that has been put back by at least a year.
Has it? Right, sorry. September 2017. That would be a relocation of the existing school, which is 1 form of entry, the Shelley Primary School, which is in the heart of the village at the moment. It's being relocated to form part of the heart of the new expanded Broadbridge Heath. And so presumably there was an expectation that there would be capacity there. We don't have any, we haven't consulted any stakeholders on this particular site, so not only has it not been subject to sustainability appraisal, we don't have comments from the Education Authority in terms of the capacity for that particular school. There are additional facilities going in the new village centre for Broadbridge Heath as part of the strategic development. But I come back to my point that this site isn't actually physically located next to the village, and it would be, whilst it would be physically isolated in that it isn't adjacent, it doesn't naturally form part of the village itself.
No. What about any comments on that? What about connectivity with the village? Walking, cycling access? Bus access?
Yeah, if I can deal with some of those, Sir, and then I'll pass to colleagues. I mean, I think it's... we've been through some of the connectivity issues. I think part of the issue here is that we are well connected to the existing settlement. There is a difference, I suppose, between looking at an area of white land on a plan and looking at the reality on the ground. We are within 150, 200 metres of the new edge of Broadbridge Heath. We're connected through public rights of way across the river to the A281 on that edge of Broadbridge Heath, which is 200, 250 metres away. So the reality is we are connected by highway infrastructure, we're connected by public access infrastructure, and in close proximity to services existing and proposed within both Broadbridge Heath and within a reasonable bus journey distance of Horsham railway station, as my colleague has said, with bus stops on 2 of the roads immediately adjacent to the proposed site entrance.
I'll just supplement that answer as well, just by reference to Appendix 7, page 6, figure 1, where we've just done a circumference diagram from the centre of our site, rather than actually from the edge of our site, that shows the distance to the facilities. The community hub at the new Broadbridge Heath development is well, from the edge of the site, it would be less than 1,000 metres. It would be 750 metres, so a 10, 15-minute walk. And
yeah,
you know,
it's not just about distance, is it? I mean,
no.
It's, sorry, which page is that?
Page 6.
Of appendix what? 6?
Appendix 7.
7. Sorry. Oh yeah. Sorry, I've been looking at that. Okay, well I can go and look at that.
As we said previously as well, we're looking at retaining that public right-of-way across the site, which does provide a pedestrian and potential cycle link as well.
So just one thing for clarification, we've shown on these plans 2 sites, which are SA102, just to the east of the river, the floodplain.
Yeah.
Those are sites that have been looked at by the council through the SHLA, and they've accepted those are developable sites, although they're not included as such. That's my understanding. So that's why we've included those. We assume that those will come forward at some stage.
Well, yes, they haven't, but they haven't got permission, have they? Okay, there's something to think about here, but do you want to make any other comments on any of these points?
Only other than so we've worked very...
Thinking also back to my checklist, if there's anything else you want to say.
Thank you. We've worked very hard with the community at Broadwood Heath to ensure that there are proper linkages between the existing village and the extended village. And one example of that is how we have allocated a new village centre, which includes the primary school, as I said, which is really on the boundary between the two. We're downgrading the road that you see, the existing Broadwood Heath bypass, and ensuring that there are excellent cycle and pedestrian access points directly between the extended village and the existing. We've worked very hard on the specific design of that, and I find it very difficult to understand how a site, even if only 10 to 15 minutes walk away, albeit I would suggest that's quite significant in the context of this particular area, but I still find it hard to understand how a site at Lyons Farm, which is relatively isolated, certainly in comparison with the site that we're looking at as an extension to Broadwood Heath, how that could form part of the village.
So only because the word isolated was mentioned there. I think you need to see for yourself when you walk to the site. It's not...
okay, yes, I'll have to do that.
It's certainly not isolated, so I think you need to...
There's a few... If I've got anything else on this, I'll come back to you. Is there anything else you want to say, bearing in mind my checklist?
Could I just make a couple of points in, just to pick up on the deliverability points that have been mentioned in passing, but this site, as has been said, is in single client ownership, no options, no negotiations. There are no...
Well, I've got that. I don't think the council's suggesting there's a deliverability issue, are you?
No. And I don't think the council is suggesting there are any any practical or significant constraints that couldn't be suitably addressed if this were to come forward.
Is that right?
I don't know whether there
as
are
far
any
as you know.
any constraints, sir. Sorry.
No, okay. All right.
Well, yeah. I would suggest that the information is there in the submission that adequately demonstrates that. But I suppose that the only other point is that, given the work that has been done, and should this site be considered a suitable site, we could obviously make rapid progress towards moving this site forward through an application.
Okay. The council want to make any always your final comment? No?
Thank you, sir. I have nothing to add.
Okay. Thanks very much. I'll consider what you're saying. I'm happy to carry on for a bit. So we're now on to the other site. You happy to continue?
Yes, that's fine.
Or would you rather deal with this tomorrow?
Happy to continue today. Yeah.
Okay. I might break off at about 6:30, I think. Can we see how we get on?
Yeah. Let's see how we get on. I suspect we may well be done by then.
Okay. Thank you. If you wish to go, you're welcome to. Anyone else? Sorry, I should have asked you. Are you okay to just try and wrap this
I'm happy
up?
to do so. Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Well, I think Mr. Verster explained. I've got two sets of reps here on this.
Yes, you do. That's correct. The point of clarification, I think, is in order, just to make clear what our position is respectively. Maddox Associates made representations to the local plan in June in support of site SA466, a larger strategic site located along the A24. Our position on this site is such that should you find the plan unsound or find that major modifications are required, that site 466 should be considered through an objective assessment against other strategic sites as an alternative large strategic site.
Well, yes, it would certainly count as that. How many? So, if you're looking at the whole site, how many dwellings are you suggesting?
The whole site, we're proposing 5,000 dwellings. And at the same time, site 459, known as Kingsfold, has been submitted by my colleague Mr. Verster as an available site within the larger strategic site. That site we're proposing for 2,500 homes. The land at Kingsfold is also listed in the SHLA. It's available for development in the short term, and our stance therefore is similar to that expressed in regard to 466, that land at Kingsfold, or site 459, should be considered objectively against the suggested strategic sites, should the plan be found unsound, or if you require that the plan will not be sound without major modifications.
Yeah, so are you suggesting this as an addition to North Horsham?
We're suggesting 466 as an alternative to North Horsham and 459 in addition to North Horsham.
Forgive me, a phrase about cake comes to mind, but
one shouldn't preclude the other.
Without that's a bit of a joke. It's not what I really think, but okay. So the large site instead of the smaller one in addition. Right. I've got my sort of checklist here. I mean, this seemed to have, my understanding is this came in quite late. I mean, you've said it's compared to, effectively the same as Mayfield in terms of scale, but, without anything like the detailed information to support it in terms of a whole range of things, which have just been talked about with the other site, which again is quite a large one, transport modelling, sustainability appraisal, biodiversity, impact study, landscape study. How do you see this, as a process, and in what sort of time scale do you see it? What are you seeking?
Well, if I could hand over to my colleague, Mr. Verster, you can pick up on these details.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. You're absolutely correct in that this submission was made at the proposed submission stage only. And obviously, as fully aware, it's not in sustainability appraised because a significant number of background documents doesn't actually support the strategic allocation yet. That doesn't, in our mind, preclude this site to be considered as a strategic alternative. In terms of timeframes, to answer your question, how quickly those could be delivered, if we had to press the button and go for tomorrow, then we'll start doing those. There's no restriction from our side or from the landowner side to do those studies immediately, as timeframes and in terms of ecology allows us to do that. So from our perspective, there's nothing stopping us submitting those. Understandably, that is required documents to support the strategic allocation, and considering that it's been only coming forward at the proposed submission stage, we obviously take what the council submitted in their October HTC 13.
Can you speak up a bit, please?
Yeah.
I can't hear you so well.
That's fine. We take what the council submitted in HTC 13 as read, and we don't object to what they've said. If nothing else, they've identified SO466 North Horsham within there, and they did say in 1541.9 that the site only came forward at the proposed submission stage, which we don't disagree with. If nothing else, it's just a reassurance that the landowners are more than on board to take the site forward, with the necessary supporting information.
Okay, what are the council's comments on this then?
So because this site came forward very late in the day, obviously it hasn't been through the rigorous process that the other alternatives have, and clearly it would need to do so if the council was to be able to determine its allocation. There are significant cross-boundary issues here with our colleagues in Mole Valley and Surrey County Council, so it isn't just a matter for this district council. There are joint issues that need to be considered here. We're in a position of not having the evidence base, as you've just been described to you. My particular concern would be the cumulative impact of transport, either with the smaller site of 2,500. I was just looking for the SA number, which I couldn't recall. Thank you. Yes.
459.
And clearly the larger site of 466. So we have some very significant concerns, but essentially it hasn't been tested. We're not in a position to be able to test it. There are a number of processes that would need to go through, not least of which obviously would be sustainability appraisal, but all the others that you indicate on your checklist as we've been going through, looking at all of the other alternative sites. And so the council has given its initial view in our position statement in terms of answering your question, sir, at HDC 13.
Just a minute, I need to dig that out. Sorry, I'm getting lost under paper here. I know I've got that, so sorry, forgive me. You've got a spare copy there, actually.
Yes, we'll get you one. I mean, in our answer to your question, we just
Sorry,
make...
thanks very much. Yeah.
So that this, it starts at paragraph 1541.9 under SA 466.
I have read this earlier today, but actually this morning, so...
So it's the back 2 pages, so of
yeah.
that statement.
Okay, so because I've had some different papers on some of these sites, I just want to check in I've got the right ones. I've got the reference. Yeah, okay.
It makes reference to the sustainability of the location. The site is unrelated to any other settlement. Development would stretch from the land north of Horsham. It's actually just to the west of land north of Horsham that's been identified.
Yeah, again, I mean, I've driven. I haven't been on it. I mean, I've been partly up some of the side roads, and I've driven obviously up the main road a few times now. So I went to have a look at the end of last week. So I mean, I'm aware of it, but I'd have to go back and have another look. That's without saying. Sorry, Mrs. Charles. Yeah.
It stretches right the way up the A24. Right up to Capel, so
yeah.
it is a very, very significant piece of land. It would be a linear development. It doesn't relate to the current settlement pattern, which is Horsham as the main town with smaller settlements that are sort of satellite, if you like, around the town, relate to it, but certainly have their own character and their own identity. And that tends to be the case for the other market towns and smaller towns in the southern part of the district as well, that they tend to be a hub, and there are smaller hamlets or very small villages that surround them that look to them for some of their services and facilities. What we're talking about here is a very, very different pattern of development to that you find that exists at the moment within our district, and indeed within Mole Valley, which is adjoins our boundary to the north. So there are a number of issues in terms of the pattern of development, the environmental impact, and whilst we can only talk in general terms because clearly we haven't had sight of any detailed work, but this would be a significant urbanisation of a very large piece of land where a full assessment of the landscape impacts would need to be undertaken. So we're unable at the moment to comment as to whether there is anything that is so substantive that it would preclude any development coming forward. We merely raise the issue that it doesn't fit with our settlement pattern. It is very significant in scale, and an awful lot of further work would need to be done for us and our other infrastructure providers and stakeholders to be able to make meaningful comments.
I think we've anticipated the Council's response, no doubt about that. Maddox Associates have submitted a contextual sustainability appraisal in their Appendix C of June submission, just kind of looking at the site as a whole. But also on the back of that, the landowners have identified Site 459, Kingsfold, already in February this year, in a letter that was submitted to Horsham District Council by myself when I was at Boyer Planning Limited. So 459 is not a new identified area. It just sits within single land ownership of Mr. and Mrs. Fisher, and hence my position statement submitted just to kind of clarify that position, because I realised that 459 has not actually been, doesn't come forward as a major strategic site, although it can deliver up to 2,500 dwellings. That's based on a 60% coverage of the area identified in the plan submitted. If I may, probably the biggest question in our mind, again, as my colleague suggested, if you, sir, do find the local plan unsound, that Kingsfold, definitely in terms of criteria, has the ability to be an alternative site with the potential to deliver 2,500 dwellings. Part of the position statement last night looked at initial stages of delivering the first 500, or if the council has made mention earlier today, at the site allocation DPD, which may not be considered until another year or so, that the first part of this site could actually gain access onto the A24. Motion had an initial just a desktop study for that, and that could carry 500 dwellings as the initial stage of the site.
Well, have we got, but we've got no transport assessment. I mean, I've heard quite a lot about the A24. I've driven down it. That presumably that would be Surrey as well as West Sussex involved with discussing
with the longer strategic sites 466, absolutely. With Kingsfold in itself, that actually sits fully within Horsham district itself. It doesn't cross the border into Mill Valley.
But we've got no modelling of the
Not
potential
at this stage,
impact.
no.
And then if you're saying, well, I mean, that's a comparable size to North Horsham.
Yes, sir. I think the difference between North Horsham and Kingsfold is, and firstly, most probably on our mind, the highest priority is it's in single ownership, so there's no dispute in terms of deliverability, bringing it forward in the short term. The landowners are willing and the site is available. Yes, we agree there's a number of reports to support that site, but given that it's fairly open, greenfield or also agricultural land, there's limited, in our mind, aspects with regards to ecology concerns, and nothing that we think can't be dealt with through mitigation as suggested with the larger strategic sites.
Okay, is there anything else you want to say about this?
No, sir, there isn't. I think we've made the point that our cumulative impact transport assessment at the moment, which is called the Horsham District Transport and Development Study, was something which we worked on jointly, the methodology, with both our County Council and Surrey County Council. We discussed and indeed agreed a position with Mill Valley as well, and that any development in this location we would clearly need to remodel that work and, as I say, work very closely with colleagues across the boundary.
Well, you'd have to remodel it. I mean, you haven't really sort of looked at this as in the iterative process of doing SA on other ways of meeting what you say is the need, disputed need. You haven't really considered this site as a possible way of meeting that need at all in any depth whatsoever, by the sound of it.
No, I mean, obviously the sites didn't come forward to us, at the preferred strategy stage, and the comments on the essay there. So, in terms of feeding it back into that iterative process, that obviously wasn't there on the table at that point. And really, in terms of taking it forward and in terms of deciding what is a reasonable alternative, clearly we just haven't had the information to actually make those assessments. And obviously that raises questions in terms of deliverability. But if we don't have the data, we can't say that it is reasonable, particularly when you're considering it in the light of a considerable number of other sites which have that information there, and enable us to make an assessment which wouldn't go straight back to the precautionary principle.
I can definitely take the council's view on that. I think taking the point on board, I agree. It was at a late stage. However, the site can most likely deliver some upgrade works or potential to deliver contribution towards the upgrade work on the A24, and also during the EIP we have heard about the concerns about the safety of the A24, and part of this proposal will actually introduce calming measures, a potential roundabout to slow down traffic down the A24 as part of the bigger picture coming forward.
Well, that might not be a good thing. I mean, it's a part of the strategic road network. It might want to be made safer, but it wouldn't necessarily want to be slowed down. But I mean, we've just got no... You haven't discussed this with West Sussex?
No, we haven't at this stage yet.
You haven't even...
I think what I'm referring to particularly is the first submission referred to the approved upgrade of the A24, which is a more, if I can, a straight line, so to speak, into Horsham up to Great Dew roundabout. And the funding would go towards that, West Sussex considered upgrade to the A24.
Well, when's that programme for, right?
Well, that's a matter, I think, for West Sussex. But what we're saying is that this site could help towards the funding for those upgrade works.
Okay. Any other comments on that?
So there were proposals to upgrade the A24 between Horsham and Capel, and indeed there were a number of alignments which had been consulted upon by the county councils. There was an alignment that had been identified and was reserved. That has now been rescinded, so there is no agreed alignment or identified alignment for an improvement for that road any longer. And the reason for that change was the change in government policy and the lack of funding.
It wasn't reintroduced last week then?
Well,
I know some things were. To be honest, I've been so busy with this that I haven't really looked at the list. That was a sort of fairly serious question. Nothing. That's the latest position. What you said to me.
That is the latest position, sir. And I think we made reference to it previously when you were talking about employment land and Broadlands, which is the business park, and we talked about the accessibility of that. And originally, that allocation was made. Predicated on the fact that the A24 was going to be improved and a link road would be provided between the A24 and that site. So you have heard that discussion before.
I'm not going to reiterate any of my submissions other than saying Warning Station is also on the list for upgrade works as part of this potential location.
Well, I got that point.
But you've got the point.
Part of your sustainability case, although that's a different line, isn't it? Correct.
I think
Mr. Verser or Mr. Darwood-Smith. Is there anything else you want to say?
No, sir, other than just if you do consider the plan to be unsound, that this site is a true contender.
Well, there's a lot of options there, if I do. Okay, thanks very much. I thought we'd finished.
I know we have, so I was just thinking, that's probably a dangerous thing. I'm conscious we've been quite light on information submitted to you on the site specifics of our particular proposals in Broadbridge Heath. And if it's okay.
Yes, that's one way of putting it.
Yeah, quite. And I think that in part is due primarily because we're focusing on the appeal in that regard. I'm just wondering if it's worth, if the council are happy with it, to send over to you the illustrative layout, the council's committee report and the decision notice, just so you have background information for when you take a site visit and you can understand a bit more fully.
Well, I suppose that's public information.
Absolutely, sir. It's in the public arena, so we're quite happy to make that available.
Okay, I'll take that without taking any further comments.
That's
just as a factual.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. Make a note of that. Okay, on that note, I think I've got something else at lunchtime. Another document from the council. Thanks for that. Your response on the CPRE's proposals to change some of the natural environment policies. I've not had a chance to look at it, and I will do. If I've got any comments on that, I'll come back to you tomorrow. Okay, I mean, we've got what I sort of normally put in as a standard session tomorrow. That'll be 10 o'clock start. I'm not expecting, I don't think there are that many potential appearances. I know there's some issues about cycle provision that they want to come along. I'll just check through the papers and we'll have the session tomorrow, and then I'll go away and think about what to do about all of this. And I'll sort of comment a bit about that tomorrow. But okay, I don't think I've got anything else. No other comments. So thank you very much. Thanks again for your patience. It was an over-programmed day. I pulled my hand up. That was my fault in the end. And I'm sorry about that. Thank you for your patience in dealing with it. And I'm glad that everyone's felt they've had a chance to say what they want. Thank you.